Hey there, my name is Antonio and welcome to the newest video on my channel. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you how to create an amazing Discord clone where users will be able to create their very own servers just like this. So after the image has been uploaded, I'm going to click create and there we go, just like that, I've created my very own Code with Antonio Discord clone server. In order to invite users, all I have to do is click on invite people and copy this invite URL. Now, the other user has to paste that inside of their browser, just like this, and in a couple of seconds you're going to see that this user is now part of Code with Antonio server. Now let me demonstrate to you how these users can talk in real time inside of this general channel using WebSockets. So I'm going to write hello there, like this. And this message is immediately transmitted back to me here and also to all other users in the general channel. And these users can also answer, just like this. As an admin, I can delete any message on the server in real time. So once I press delete right here and confirm this, you can see that now it says this message has been deleted, and same is true for the other user. The owner of the message can also edit the message. So instead of hello there, let's say this is edited like this. So I'm going to click save and there we go. Now it says this is edited. Besides sending text messages, users can also upload attachments like PDF files and images. So I just uploaded my PDF file in the UploadThing. I'm going to click send and in real time the other user received a PDF file. And same is true for sending an image from Unsplash, for example. Once I click upload and UploadThing does its thing, we can go ahead and click send like this. And there we go, the other user has received this new message right here. Besides text channels, users can also communicate in video channels. So I'm going to create a new channel and I'm going to call it daily like this, and channel type is going to be video. I'm going to click create and there we go. Now the daily channel exists. I'm gonna go ahead and join this daily channel, and in a couple of seconds you're gonna see me on the camera all alone in this daily channel. So I'm gonna go to the other user and I'm gonna join this newly created channel, and there we go. Now there is two of us. In this daily video channel, we can share screen, we can mute ourselves, we can change our camera, and we can also chat if needed. Great. Besides video channels, we also have audio channels, which are very similar, but they do not show your camera on by default. One cool thing I want to show you is how easy it is to leave a video call. So just like that, I just press on another channel and there we go. I'm outside of this video channel here. Now let's say that I want to find one specific channel or one specific member inside of a server which has a lot of channels like this, so even more than this. One cool thing that I can do is I can just go ahead and press a shortcut command key and I can search for a specific member and I can initiate a one-on-one conversation with this member inside of this channel. So I just switched my server right here. So I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to go back inside of this old server and you can either use the shortcut command key or you can press the search button here. I'm gonna find the user that I need and there we go. Now we are inside of our one-on-one conversation. So I'm gonna say, hello, this is a private conversation inside a different server like this, and this message is immediately transmitted to the other user. And that is not all. Inside of this individual one-on-one conversation, we can also initiate a video call again. As you can see, now I am alone in this one-on-one conversation, but once the other user decides to join, there we go, there's two of us again. And once we are done, all we have to do is click end video call right here. And one more thing I want to show you is how easy it is to manage members inside of these applications. So I'm going to go back inside of my Code with Antonio right here. I'm going to end the video call here as well. I'm going back to Code with Antonio with the other user. And as you can see right now, I can manage members as an admin. So I can either kick this other user or I can give him a moderator badge like this. So now as you can see, it says that this user is a moderator. What this means is that this other user now has this little shield icon, which when hovered says moderator. And one more thing that this user can now do is, same as admin, this user can delete other people's messages if he deems them inappropriate. So an admin sent this image, but it doesn't matter since we are on moderator. We created a functionality where they can delete anyone's message. So just like that, this message has been deleted. Alongside deleting other people's messages, moderators can also create channels. So I'm gonna go and create an audio channel like this. I'm going to select the type audio and I am going to click create. And just like that, we have a new audio channel right here. And as you can see, the camera is off by default. And the person who created this channel, as well as the admin and other moderators, can always edit the name, for example, voice channel like this. And now it's immediately reflected here. And of course, they can completely remove the channel if it's no longer used. And one more thing I want to show you is that this application is going to have infinite loading using React 10 stack query. So we are not going to load all images at once. Instead, when we scroll up, you can see how they loaded another batch. So this way we're going to optimize our application. I think this is a really, really cool project. I think it has a bunch of amazing features. As you can see right here in this corner, it says live real-time updates. What that means is that our WebSocket server is successfully connected. In case it fails, we're gonna change this color to orange and it's going to say polling, because we're going to have a fallback. So even if something goes wrong, our users can have a great experience on this application. And of course, besides having dark mode, we also have a fully working light mode, which you already saw from this other user right here. So without further ado, let's get started. So let's get started and let's configure our Next.13 application. So here on the left side, I have my Visual Studio Code and I have opened a terminal where I'm going to run my initial commands. And here on the right side, I've prepared the ShadcnUI documentation. So you can either go to ui.shadcn.com or you can just Google ShadcnUI. So this is going to be the component library which we're going to use alongside our Next.13 framework, and we're going to style the entire application with this beautiful component library. So go ahead and head into the documentation right here and select the installation option right here. Now you're prompted to select your framework. So as I've just mentioned a few times, go ahead and select Next.js. And here you have simple steps in order to configure that. So let's go ahead and let's run this first command together. So npx create -next-app at latest. And now what you have to do is give your project a name. So for me, it's going to be Discord-clone like this. So npx create-next-app at latest is not tied to ShadcnUI. It's tied to the official Next.13 documentation. But since I want my Next.13 to be powered by Shadcn design library, that's why I'm following this documentation right here. So this is going to set up the latest version of Next.13 inside of this folder, Discord clone. And once you've done that, what we have to do is we have to give it some flags to specify how we want our application to be configured. So the first thing I want to use is TypeScript. So I'm going to write --TypeScript like this, and --Tailwind and --slint like that. Go ahead and press enter. Since we are using the @latest sign for this create-next-app, it's going to check if we have installed the latest version of Next.13. If we don't, it's going to prompt us with this little question right here. So feel free to just type the Y and enter, or just press enter. Great. Now we have to answer these questions right here. So for the source directory, I am going to select no. For the app router, I'm going to select yes, and make sure you select yes as well. To customize the import alias, you can leave the no as an answer and just wait for this to be installed. After this has been installed, you're going to see this success message right here, and you're going to see where it created your project. So I have a project named Discord-clone at this location right here. And all I have to do now is click on open, or find any other way to find your folder. So there we go, Discord-clone, that's the new project that I just created. So go ahead and open that. If you get this prompt, you can just press yes, I trust the authors, like this. And there we go, now we have the structure of our Next.js application using the app router. So what's important here is that you have the app folder right here. This was created when we selected the app router option. It's important that you have the Tailwind config. So this is created when we added the --Tailwind instruction, and it's important that you have the TS config right here. That is appended when we added the --TypeScript option. Great. Now before we run this project, I want to run another command in my terminal. So make sure you've opened this in your Visual Studio Code and go back inside of your terminal right here, and it should say that you are inside of this Discord clone. So just make sure that that is true. What we have to do now is run the second step right here, which is running the shadcn CLI or command line interface. So let's run npx shadcn-ui at latest init like this. So a very simple command. And now we're going to get prompted with these questions right here, which are going to configure our new file components.json. So it's asking us whether we want to use TypeScript. And since we initialized our project with TypeScript, it makes sense that our shadcn components are also using TypeScript. So select yes for that. For the style, I would highly recommend that you keep it to default, because depending on which style you choose, you're going to have different icons to work with. And I'm going to work with Lucid icons, which are going to be installed by default if I select this default option. If you choose New York, you're going to have a bit of a different styling. You can, of course, explore that in this shadcnUI documentation to see how it looks, and it's gonna look pretty similar, but you're gonna work with different icons, and it's not gonna come with Lucid React installed. So I highly recommend that you leave it on default and press enter. And if you're wondering how I am choosing between this option, I'm using the arrow keys on my keyboard. So make sure you select the default option like this, and for this you can pretty much choose whatever you want, but if you want your project to look as similar to mine as possible, I recommend you choose the stone option. So this is one of the gray Tailwind colors right here. So slate is gray, gray is gray, seeing all of these look grayish and have a black color as well, but stone is the one that fits me best for my Discord project. So that's why I'm going to select stone here and press enter, and everything here you can just press enter for the global file. You can press yes for the CSS variables. This is the correct location of our Tailwind file. You can leave the alias for components. You can leave the alias for utils as well. It's asking us whether we are using React server components. So the answer for this is yes, and that is because we selected the app router when we initialized our Next.13. So when we use the app router, that means that we are going to be working with server components. So make sure you select yes here as well. And now we just have to confirm all of these questions. So just type Y again, and there we go. It's going to write components.json and it's going to initialize shadcnUI. And now you see right here that you have a new file, components.json right here. And just make sure that it is, well, it doesn't have to be exactly the same as mine if you made some configurations, but it should be pretty similar right here. So I'm using React Server Components, I'm using TypeScript, my base color is stone, and I'm using CSS variables like this. My components alias is @/components, and my utils alias is @/lib/utils. Great, now that we have that, we can finally go ahead and run our application. So go back inside of your terminal right here, and just run npm run dev, and your application is going to start at localhost 3000. So let's go ahead into this localhost 3000 and let's see what we have. And there we go. Yours is probably looking something like this because I am zoomed in, so it loaded the mobile mode right here. Great. So you've successfully set up the Next.13 application, and you've successfully set up the shadcnUI library. So what I want to do now is just clean this up a little bit because we don't need all of these things right here. So first thing I want to do is I want to go inside of my app folder, and I want to go inside of globals.css right here. So shadcnUI and the Tailwind configuration flag added this styling for us, and we can can leave this exactly as it is. We don't have to delete anything here. We're gonna need all of this. And one thing I want to add here is a rule for HTML, body and root like this, and give it a height of 100% like this. Great. Now that we've figured that out, let's go ahead and let's close everything. Let's go back inside of our app folder right here, and let's go inside of page.tsx. So page.tsx is what you're seeing right here. So this Next.js logo, this getting started, this Versal logo, all of these things. And we're not going to need any of that for our initial page. So you can go inside of this app, page.tsx right here, and you can remove everything inside of this return function right here. So I'm going to select everything from the start of this main element right here, and I'm going to go all the way to the bottom like this, and I'm going to remove it. And you can replace that with just a small paragraph, for example, saying hello Discord clone like this. And there we go, we have a small text right here, and let's test if our Tailwind is working. So we're going to use some Tailwind classes here. So give this an attribute of class name like this, and let's give it a text-3XL like this. There we go, now our font is much larger. Let's try font-bold like this, and let's try text-indigo-500 like this. There we go. So if your colors are working, if your bold font is working, and your text size is working, you've set up everything correctly. Now, one thing I just want to mention to you is you've probably noticed that I have this cool thing where when I hover over my classes, I can see how they look in pure CSS. And I also have this cool color indicator, and I also have some autocomplete. If you're wondering what that is and how do you get that, you have to go inside of your extensions and type in Tailwind right here and just select the first options. So it's this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense, and just install that if you want to have your classes more readable and have some helpers around Tailwind. Great. You can now remove this import image from next image. We're not going to need it here. You can leave this home function as it is. And before we move on to our folder structure for the application, one thing I want to do is just show you how ShadcnUI library works. So there is a reason that I chose this library. First one is because it's based on Tailwind and Radix, which work great in server components. But the second one is because this is a copy and paste component library. So we are only going to add components that we are actually using here. So what you can do is go inside of your components right here, and here in this sidebar, you're going to have every single component available in this project. And one we are definitely going to need is the button component. So let's go ahead and let's add this one immediately. So there are many ways you can add this to your project. You can use the command line interface, which is by far the simplest way to do that. And I would say the correct way to do that, especially because of the component.json file which we initialized. So this command line interface is going to read this components.json file and read our base color, read our CSS variables, read our TypeScript settings and our React server component settings, so it knows how to copy and paste this component inside of our application. So let's go ahead, and I'm going to close everything for now. I'm going back inside of my terminal here. I'm just going to open a new one, pressing here. So now I have two terminals. One is running my application and the other one is going to add this button. So what I have to run is this command right here, npx ShadcnUI latest add button. So npx Shadcn-UI add latest add button like this. And let me just expand this so you can see it in one line like this. And let's just press enter. After you've pressed enter, you're gonna get prompted to confirm this decision. Just press Y, and there we go. It is installing just the button, so nothing else. And now you can exit out of this terminal and just leave this one running your application here. And what you're going to notice now is that inside of your components folder, you have a new folder called the UI, and inside of that you have a button.tsx. And this is what you get. you have a fully customized button component for you, following the best practices, following the accessibility methods, following every single thing that you would need for a high quality button component. So this is why I really like ShadcnUI, because I have access to every single line of code inside of this button. I don't have to guess what's working inside. I don't have to look inside of my node modules and read types. Everything is written right here. If I'm not satisfied by the rounding or by padding, I can change it manually here to fit to my likings. If I don't like the variants, if I don't want to call it default but initial, nothing is stopping me from renaming this default to initial. So let me just show you very quickly. Let's go back inside of our app folder, inside of page.tsx right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap this thing in a div like this. Let's just play around with flex. So I'm going to give this a class name of flex, and by default flex is now in a row order. So let's give it a instruction flex-call. So now it's going to align our items in a column below one another like this. So make sure you save your files in Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code does not auto-save files except if you change that settings, but by default it doesn't do that. What we can do now is we can use that button component from add/components UI button. I can see that I have this autocomplete right here. So I'm just going to press here like that, and I'm going to write click me like this. And there we go. Now we have this beautiful button right here. And let me just actually just remove this class. There we go. So I just removed this class because I want to show you how it looks in its normal width, not its full width inside of Flex. And I'm going to zoom in just a little bit. So that's how easy it was for us to add this button, which has all the effects needed. You can see it has the hover state. You can see it has the focus state. So everything we need regarding accessibility and the fully functioning button. Great. And now we can play around, and you can give this a variant, for example, of destructive ghost link. So if you choose destructive, it's going to become red right here. You can give it a ghost value like this. And now you can see how it's, well, ghostly, right? And you can also extend it with your own class name. So VG Indigo 500, for example. There we go. So you can also do that if you need a one-off example that isn't in your variant. But one cool thing you can do is go back inside of your components UI button.tsx. So to be honest, you never have to modify anything inside of here. But if you really want to play around with it, after this link variant right here, you can feel free to add, I don't know, test, for example, BG-indigo-500 like this. So just like that, I created a custom variant for my button. And what I can do now is go back inside of my page.tsx and look at this. Now, when I try and select my variant, test is recommended to me because it exists, right? And if I save, there we go. I just created my very own variant. Of course, we don't need that. So I'm just going to remove this test right here and leave the link. There we go. And now you can see I have an error because test no longer exists. So that is why I chose to use ShadcnUI. It's fully customizable. We can modify it to any project. That's why I've been using ShadcnUI for both my e-commerce, for my Discord clone, for everything I need, right? Great. You've successfully set up your Next.13 application. You've added ShadcnUI. You've explored how ShadcnUI adds your components. Great job so far. And before we move on to the folder structure, I just want to explain this lib folder right here, which was also added by ShadcnUI. And inside of these utils, you're going to see this CN function. So this CN function is going to be very useful both inside of ShadcnUI components. You can see that it uses them right here. You can see this CN library is imported from this file right here, but we are also going to use it inside of our pages and our custom components. So this CN util is a very nice util, which is going to help us create dynamic classes inside Tailwind. Why do I say that we need a util for that? Why do we need both CLSX and Tailwind merge? Well, because there are cases where we could create conflicting classes, and instead of writing our own complicated util to decide which one should be prioritized, we have this nice little util which is going to help us. And I just want to quickly show you how to use that. So let's go back to our button here and let's create a variable here, constant state is equal to true, like this. And let's give this a class name like this, and let's open curly brackets and let's import cn from s/lib_utils. Let's go ahead and open this. And what you can do here is in the first parameter, you can give it a default value of, let's say, bg-indigo-500. So this is like giving a normal class name. But in the second parameter, you can do state and bg red. So if this variable is true, it's going to become red. So you can see how this overrided this. So that's why we're using this cn class. Now this doesn't make too much sense because this state is hard-coded to be true. But think if this was some Axios call, you know, we got something, I don't know, and then we assign that value here, and depending on that, we want to change our color. That's why this is useful for those dynamic cases. Of course, you can remove all of that. We're not going to need that. Just like this, so just have a plain little button. Great. I hope you understood what we did so far. You can of course explore your documentation right here, find out a bit more about how ShadcnUI works. And what we're gonna do next is we're gonna go ahead and organize our folders so we can start building our Discord clone. So what I want to do now is I want to add a specific font for my website to use, and I also want to explore a bit how routing works in Next.13. So let's go inside of our app folder inside of layout.tsx right here, and let's replace this inter font that our website is currently using. So I'm going to change this import from next/font/google to not use inter but open_sans like this, and then I'm going to replace this function right here like that. There we go. And once I save, you can see that my font has changed slightly. And I think it's also fair that we can replace this constant inter with font like this and just replace it here as well. So font.className is now using OpenSans. And you can use this metadata to change the title of your browser tab. So now it says create next app, but if I go ahead and change it to Team Chat Application, it's gonna say Team Chat Application. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's explore how routing works. So our page.tsx file is equivalent to our localhost 3000, so no additional routes. In order to create a new route, you have to create a new folder, and let's name this test like this. And inside of that new folder, create another page.tsx like this. And inside, I'm going to use a code snippet sfc, and I'm going to press tab. Now, you probably don't have this, and you're going to see me type this a lot of times in this project. So what that is called is simple React snippets. So you can just go ahead and install this simple React snippets, and then you're going to have the very same thing that I have. Great. So now that I added this, so sfc, I press tab, and I can now name this test page like this. I'm going to go ahead inside of this return function, and I'm going to write div test page like this. So where is this test page visible now? Well, if our page.tsx is at our root of our website, that means that /test should lead to our test page, and that is true right here. Great. But one cool thing that you can do is you can also create organizational folders. So you just notice that every folder we create is obviously going to be mapped to a route. But what if I just want to create a folder that has no effect on the URL and it's purely organizational? Well, for that, we can use organizational folders, and the way they are written is using brackets like this. So I'm just going to go ahead and write auth, for example. So let's say that this is going to be our organizational folder for our sign in, register, and login routes, right? And inside of that, I can go ahead and create a new folder called login, for example. And inside, I can create a new file, page.tsx, like this. And I'm going to use again my code snippet sfc and name this login page like this, and write a div login page There we go. And now, well, our URL is currently /test. That's because we have this folder test. So how do we access this login page? Well, as I just mentioned, this auth inside brackets has no effect on the URL. It's purely organizational, meaning that all I have to do to access the login route is go to /login. So you might be wondering, well, why did I even create this organizational route? What's the point? Why not just use a normal login folder in the app folder? Well, if you have a lot of routes in your application, it is very useful to organize them in folders like this. But these organizational folders also have one cool thing you can do. You can create a custom layout inside. So let me show you. So I'm going to create a new file inside, not inside of the login folder, but inside of this out folder. I'm going to create a new file called layout.tsx, and you're gonna get an error now because there are no exports in this layout.tsx. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to write auth layout like this, and go ahead and extract children from the props and make sure you give them a type of children, react.react node, and in the return function, all I'm gonna do is create a div. I'm going to render the children like this. There we go. The error is gone and nothing has changed yet. But what I can do is I can give it a class name of bg-red-500 like this, and let's give it an h-full as well. And there we go. So now if I go back to /test, you can see that there is no red background, but our login has a red background. And you can go ahead and create a new folder inside of this out. Let's call it register, for example. Let's create another page.tsx inside. Let's call it register page, and just a div register like this. So this is all just mock. We're not going to write any login functionality right now. And now if I go to either /register or /login, you can see that both of them have a red layout. So that's a cool thing about these organizational routes. If you want a couple of your routes to hold the same sidebar or the same color or the same alignment, you can create a layout in their organizational folder just like this. And we're going to need this because we're going to have many different routes. Some are going to need to have a sidebar like our server sidebar. Some are going to need to have a sidebar for our channels, and some of them, like our invite page, are not going to need any sidebar at all. Same thing for our authentication. So that's why we're going to use these auth folders. And one cool thing that I like to do around here is separate my routes inside of organizational folder using another organizational folder. So I'm going to close everything to make this simpler right here. So inside of my out folder, I'm going to create a new folder in brackets routes like this, and I'm going to select both login and register, and I'm going to drag and drop them inside routes like this, just like this. And I don't know if this has happened to you as well, but if it did, what this is our hot reload cache is now unsaved because we dragged an active route into a completely different place. And you can see that I have this very weird file that has opened right now. All you have to do is save this file. And if you think you did this wrong, you don't have to worry. The fix for this is very simple. So this is just a cache in hot reload. So let's say you did something wrong and don't know how to fix it. All you have to do is shut down your application and run rm/rf.next, or you can manually just right click and delete your next folder, but make sure .next folder, but make sure you just shut down your application first. And you can see now I don't have that .next folder. But if I run the application again, it's going to be automatically created. So I don't even know if that happened to you, but often when I play around with these routes and move them around like that, that happens. So I just showed you a very quick way to fix that if it even happens to you. Great. So now you can see how I feel like this is a bit of a better structure. So I have an organizational folder called auth, I have a layout, and I have a separated folder for all the routes that I'm going to use inside. Great job. And now I'm going to remove this test page because I no longer need it. And I'm going to do something else here. So I don't like that this page.tsx is just sitting around in this app folder. Instead, I'm going to create an organizational folder folder main like this, and I'm gonna drag and drop page.tsx inside like this. There we go. And you might be wondering, well, what changed now? Well, absolutely nothing. You can see that our localhost 3000/ is still aiming at this page.tsx. And you might be wondering, well, how? It's in the main folder. Well, that is because our main folder is an organizational folder, meaning that it's not affecting our URL. And let's move this one step further by creating a new route like this and drag and drop page inside of that as well. And there we go. Now again, I have this next cache unsaved file. So all I do is go inside of that file, save the file and close it and collapse everything. That's it. Or if you think you've messed it up or it's not clear to you what you have to do, you can always go ahead and delete the next folder like this. And now the application is not you're gonna get this error like here. So just make sure you shut down your application and just run it again. You don't have to worry. So this is just cache. Nothing scary about cache here. Great. Now that I have that set up, I'm just gonna go ahead and prepare, and I'm gonna go inside of this page.tsx inside of our main folder, and I'm gonna replace everything inside, and I'm going to write this is a protected route right here, and I'm gonna remove this import for the button like this. So now it says that this is a protected route, meaning that I only want logged in users to be able to access this main routes page.tsx right here. But in the out, I'm completely fine with people accessing page and register right here. Great, so what I've prepared right now is an actual folder structure for our authentication, which we're going to add in the following part. So let me just quickly recap what we've done. We've moved our page.tsx inside of our organizational main folder inside of our organizational routes folder. So let me just clear this up. You don't need this routes folder, right? This is just a syntax sugar that I like to use to separate my routes from my layout, or if maybe I'm gonna have components inside of this main folder. So that's why I like to keep routes separated, same way I did here. So you can see that layout is clearly separated from my routes. And now I know that this layout is affecting all of things inside of this routes folder right here. So I think that's kind of a good practice to do. You can of course choose your own, but for this tutorial, I suggest that you follow exactly the way I do so you don't have many problems. Great job. So in the following part, we're gonna go ahead and set up authentication. Now let's set up our authentication. But before we do that, I just want to make one important thing here. So we're gonna go ahead and go inside of our .gitignore file right here. So find your .gitignore and scroll all the way down to .environment local and just add your own .environment inside as well, because we're gonna use a .environment file in order to set up our Clerk. So it's important that you add this before you create your .environment file. So you never want to commit your environment keys because other people can abuse them if your repository is public. Great, so now that you've set this up in your .gitignore, what you're gonna do is I'm gonna collapse everything and let's go inside of our browser and let's go to clerk.com. So you can either Google Clerk authentication, you can use the link in the description, or you can go to clerk.com. And what you have to do here is you have to go ahead and either sign up or sign in. So I already have an account and I'm gonna go ahead and log in with Google. Great, so once you're signed in, you either click create a new application, or if this is your first time, you're gonna see a screen just like this. So I'm gonna zoom in just so you can see what I'm writing here. So go ahead and name your application. For me, it's gonna be Discord-clone like this. And you can go ahead and activate as many of these great providers that Clerk offers you. So I'm just gonna leave email address and Google, but you can activate Facebook, Apple, GitHub, Microsoft, whatever you want here. You can even do some Web3 with MetaMask right here. But I'm gonna leave it at email address and Google. You can do whatever you want. It's not gonna matter, but just leave Google and email address because it's easy and fast to log in. Great, so make sure you've named your application and click create application right here. So I'm going to expand this right now, and there we go. Now you have this quick start right here, pre-selected with Next.js. If for any reason it's not pre-selected, just click on Next.js right here. And now it says to paste these keys in your .environment.local file, but we're not going to use that. We're going to use .environment because we're going to need it for some other libraries which we are going to use. So what you have to do is copy these keys in your .environment file. So go ahead and either click on the show and copy everything, or you can just use this copy button right here. Great. Once you have that, what you have to do is you have to create a new .environment file inside of your file browser right here, and just go ahead and paste the next public Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key. Of course, make sure this is all in one line. Mine collapses because I'm zoomed in. Great. So next public Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key. Great. Those two are important for you to have. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to continue in docs right here. So make sure you click continue in docs, and you should see use Clerk with Next.js right here. Great. So I'm going to zoom in here again so we can follow these instructions right here. First thing, let's install the Clerk/Next.js. So you can just copy this right here, or just follow along in my terminal and see what I write there. So I have the terminal here, and I'm going to shut down my application. So npm install @clerk/next.js like this. Let me just expand this a bit more. There we go. And just press enter like that. And wait a couple of seconds for this to install. Great. Now that this has been installed, let's look at what is step 2. So step 2 says set environment keys, but we already did that from this page right here, so no need to do it twice. And just confirm that you have this too in your .environment file. Great, so now we can go immediately to step 3, which says that we have to mount the Clerk provider. So where do we mount providers inside of Next 13 app router application? Well, we mount them inside of our root layout, and that root layout is inside of the app folder layout.tsx. So not this layout which we created in an organizational route. We have to do it in this main layout right here because we wanted to encapsulate our entire application and all the routes inside of it. Great. So go inside of your root layout right here and go ahead and import Clerk provider from @/Clerk Next.js like this. And now you can copy this Clerk provider and you can go ahead and follow this documentation. Make sure you selected the app router instructions here and just go ahead and wrap the entire application in a Clerk provider like this. There we go. And you can indent this inside. Great. Now what we have to do is we have to add our middleware file to actually protect our routes. So make sure you added the Clerk provider to your app layout.tsx. Make sure you've saved this file. And now what you have to do is you have to create a new file inside of your file browser called middleware.ts like this. Make sure you don't misspell this. So it needs to be middleware.ts like that, and you have to copy what it's written in this step 4 in the Clerk documentation and just paste it here, or you can pause the screen and write it, but I recommend you just copy and paste it. So all I did was click continue in docs and scroll to the 4th step where it says protect your application, because copying this is prone to mistakes. So it's better, reading it from my screen and then manually writing is prone to mistakes, but if you just copy it from here, it's much simpler. Great. So now that we have the middleware.ts, what we have to do is we have to create our sign up and sign in pages. So make sure that your app router is selected again. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of my app folder right here, and I'm actually not just going to create a sign up folder like it's written in the documentation, because I prepared my organizational out folder and my organizational routes. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to remove these two, so I don't need login and register anymore. You can remove them. And instead, go ahead and create a new folder inside of these routes and name it sign-up like this. And inside of that folder, create another folder with double square brackets like this sign dash up again like this. So this is another convention in Next 13, which is exposing all the necessary routes for Clerk to work inside of the app router. And now inside of that folder, make sure you add page.tsx like this. And you can just copy and paste what it's written here like that. There we go. Great. And now we have to do the same thing, but for the sign in page. So create a new folder inside of your organizational routes, sign-in like this, and create a new folder inside. So double square brackets, ... sign-in. Make sure you don't do any typos here, and create a new file, page.tsx again. Go ahead and copy this and paste it inside and save the file. So now you have two page.tsx's. You have one for sign in, which is importing the sign in component, and one in sign up, which is importing the sign up component. Just make sure that is true for your files as well. Great. And one more thing that we have to do is very simply go back to in our .environment file right here. And you have to go ahead and copy these routes and just paste them like this. So how do we know that this Clerk sign-in URL goes to /sign-in and this sign-up goes to /sign-up? How do we know that? Well, we know that because in our app folder, we named that routes exactly like that. So if your folder name is sign in and your inner folder has double square brackets ... sign in, that means that this needs to be sign in. That also means that you can rename them if you want to. If you want to name it login, you can do that. Just make sure you replace login here. Make sure you replace login here and here as well. Same is true for sign up if you want to replace that with register. Great. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and we can run our application. So npm run dev like this. Let's go back and let's refresh this and let's see what happens now. So let's just wait a couple of seconds and look at this. I'm redirected immediately to this sign up component. And you can see how it has a red background because our sign up and sign in routes are inside of this organizational folder, which has this layout.tsx with BG red as background. So we can now finally remove this background red, right? We don't need it. So we just need the H full. We also need a flex. We also need items-center, and we need justify-center. So just like that, we centered both our sign in, and if you click on sign up in this lower no account text, you can see that also the other page is centered. So this is how useful our layout is inside of our organizational folder, because this layout is reflected to all routes inside of this folder. That's what I was trying to explain to you earlier with the background color. Great. So now what should happen once we log in, so you can either use Google or email and password, you should get redirected to this protected route right here. And you can try manually. If you change the URL and try to access that protected route, you can see that I'm redirected back to sign in. So I'm just going to go and log in with Google now. And there we go, I logged in, and now this is a protected route is written right here. And now I need to add something to log out, right? So what we can do is this very cool component that Clerk has, which is in step 6 in the documentation, called user button right here. So again, make sure you pre-selected the app router, and let's go inside. I'm just gonna close everything and go back inside of your app folder, main routes page.tsx right here. And instead of saying this is a protected route, you can remove that, and instead let's add the user button from @clerk/next.js like this. And one important thing you have to add before you test the login, the logout, is after sign out URL like this, and just make sure it leads back to slash. If you don't add this, it's gonna go redirect to Clerk servers. So make sure you do this right here. Great. And now you can go ahead and see the logged in user. So I can go ahead and manage my account here. I can delete my account. I can see my active devices. I logged in with Google, which means that I can set my password. I can look at my security. So really, really cool. And of course, I can just log out and I am back here. And yes, so this is what happens. I did not refresh after I added after sign out URL. So you can see that my URL right now is no longer localhost. So just make sure you go back to localhost like this. Make sure you refresh this page. I'm gonna go back log in with Google. Great. And now I'm gonna go ahead and try one more time to sign out. And there we go. Now I am back in localhost in my sign in page. So just make sure you're back inside of the app logged in, because for what we are going to do next, we're gonna have to be logged in. So just like this. So I paused my screen and I logged in. Great job. You've successfully set up authentication. What we're gonna do next is we're gonna go and start working on our sidebar. So before we move on to creating our sidebar, let's enable the dark mode and the toggle between light and dark mode in this project. So first thing I want to do is I want to install a package called Next Themes. So let's go ahead and let's go and run npm install next-themes like this, and make sure you just press enter and wait a second for this to install. Alright, now that this is done, what we have to do is we have to go inside of ShadcnUI documentation. So go inside of the documentation and click on dark mode in the sidebar right here and select Next.js as your framework. So now let's go ahead and let's copy this theme provider and let's add it in our components. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my components folder and I'm going to create a new folder called providers. So I'm doing this so I differentiate between providers and between our actual components. And inside create a new file, theme-provider.tsx like this. And inside you can just paste this right here. So let me show you how this looks in full view. So we import React, we import theme provider as next themes provider from next themes, and we import the theme provider props right here. Great. And make sure it's marked as use client. So basically just copy the first step, create theme provider. What we have to do now is go inside of the app folder inside of layout.tsx right here. And I'm just going to collapse this children inside of my body here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add our newly created theme provider, but make sure you don't import it from next themes. Make sure you import it from add/components/providers/theme provider. So just like this right here. Great. Now that you have the theme provider, go ahead and wrap the children around it. Just make sure you don't put this outside of body. So make sure you put it inside. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's give it an attribute of class. Let's give it a default theme of dark like this. And let's give it enable system to be false. And let's give it a storage key of something unique like Discord-theme like that. Great. And now we have that. And that was basically the step 2 of this documentation that I have opened on the side right here. And one more thing I want to add is this suppress hydration warning to our HTML element. So go here and add suppress hydration warning just like this. Great. And now if you visit your application, let's actually run it. So go inside of terminal and run npm run dev. So npm run dev like this. Just add the application. Let's refresh and let's see if anything changed right now. I think the website should be in dark mode like this. So if yours is not in dark mode, one thing you can do is you can add forced theme to be dark like this. And now it's 100% going to be dark. You can do the same thing with forced theme light like this. And now it's light. right? But I'm gonna go ahead and use the default theme dark, and make sure you add the storage key like this, and then you can go ahead and switch between light and dark mode safely. So now what I want to do is I want to add a toggle button where we can manually switch between these two. So I'm going to collapse everything here. I'm going to go inside of this documentation, and I'm going to follow step 3, add a mode toggle right here. So here you see how it's going to look. So we can switch to dark and we can switch to light. And let's go and click into code right here and just copy this entire thing. And let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components folder, and not inside of providers, not inside of UI, but just inside of the components folder, create a new file and give it a name of mode-toggle.tsx like this. And inside you can paste this entire thing. And you're going to notice that we get this error that drop-down menu doesn't exist. And that is because it doesn't. So we have to add the drop-down menu from ShadcnUI. So let's go ahead and let me zoom out a bit and go inside of components and find the drop-down menu component right here. So this is what we're going to install, this exact component. So go ahead and run this command, npx shadcn-ui at latest add drop-down menu. So I'm going to copy this as npm because we're using npm here. Go inside of your terminal. So I'm going to shut down my application. I'm going to paste this. So this is the command npx shadcnui at latest add drop-down menu. And just go ahead and press Y to confirm this installation like this. And after that is done, you can go ahead and npm run dev like this, your application again, so your localhost is active. Great. Go back to your localhost and make sure you refresh. So every time you shut down your application and rerun npm run dev, make sure you refresh. Otherwise, your hot reload is not going to be working and you might be wondering what you're doing wrong. And you can see that now the error is gone. That's because this UI drop-down menu exists because we just added it with that CLI command, and you can see all the necessary components we need inside of that. Great. So that is located right here in the UI alongside our button, and we already added the button in the first part of the tutorial, so that's why the error for button did not come. Great. Now that you have that, you can go ahead and I'm going to close everything. Go inside of your app folder, go inside of main routes page.tsx right here, and after the user button, add the mode toggle from add/components/mode toggle like this. And you're going to see this little icon, which is now the moon, but you can go ahead and click light, and now it's the sun like this. Great. Great job. Oh yeah, and the system, it can be enabled only if you enable inside of your app folder layout.tsx. So I put this to false, but you can put it to true. You can either write true like this, or you can just add this. So this is the equivalent, and you can save. And let's try system now. So light, dark, let me just refresh. System, light. Okay, now it's working. Great. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to keep this to false because I've noticed some issues when switching, when having default dark mode with this option enabled. But you can try for yourself. If your dark mode is on by default, just make sure that your system is not in dark mode, right? So I want to force the dark mode to my users, but I also want to enable them to switch to light mode. But I want to force the dark mode even if their system is in light mode, right? Great. So you can play around with these options right here. It's important that you have the storage key, and the default theme is dark if you prefer dark, but the attribute class is important. Great. Now that we have these two, we can go ahead and actually add them to our sidebar component. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. My apologies, I'm getting ahead of myself, so we're not going to do the sidebar yet. One more thing I want to add here is I just want to add a class name to the body. Whoops, we already have the class name. So what I actually want to do is I want to import my cn from add/lib/utils. Make sure you import cn right here. And go ahead and leave the font class name in the first one, and in the second one we're going to add some different class names depending on whether we are looking at this website in light mode or in dark mode. So I'm going to go ahead and write bg white, so this is for a light mode, but on dark it's going to be bg bg like this, whoops, dark, bg dash open square brackets like this, and we're gonna paste in the hex code 313338 like this. So now if I go ahead and switch to dark, you can see that it's no longer fully black color, instead it's this nice grayish color. Great, so that's it for setting up our theme. What we're gonna do next is we're gonna set up a Prisma and our MySQL database, and we're gonna start creating some modals and some servers. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna set up our database and our Prisma schema. The first step of doing that is adding some packages. So let's go inside of our terminal here and let's run npm install -D Prisma like this and just press enter. So after this Prisma has been added to your dev dependencies, what you have to do is run npx prisma init like this. And this is gonna add one folder and it's going to modify our environment file. So let's take a look at that. So you can see that now you have a new folder called Prisma, and inside you have a schema.prisma file right here. And if you take a peek in your .environment file, you can see that the last thing we added was this Clerk environment variables. But now we have this big comment and we have a database URL right here. So this was inserted by Prisma. What we have to do next is we have to modify this with our actual database. So in order to do that, I'm going to use Planetscale. So go to planetscale.com or just Google Planetscale database and go ahead and either click get started or sign in, depending if you already have an account or not. So your screen might look a little bit different, but all you have to do is find the new database and click create new database like this. Go ahead and give your database a name. So I'm going to use discord-tutorial like it is, and make sure you select the free hobby option. So it's free forever. And just make sure that this is your first time building a database. If you already have a database on Planetscale, you're going to have to remove your old one and then you can try again, and this hobby option is going to be available for you. So you can always have one completely free database forever. So make sure you select this one. And again, confirm that it's free on the bottom right here and just click create a database. Great. So there we go. Now our database is initializing. So Planetscale is using MySQL, which means that we're also going to have to do some modifications in our Prisma schema. And one more thing I want to give you a tip for is that if you're having trouble selecting the hobby option or creating your database, it is required for you to add a credit card. Regardless, they are not going to charge you. So the credit card is just their security tip. Great, so let's just wait a second for this to connect. There we go, so it's initialized, and now go ahead and find the connect button, and what you have to do is to create a password. So let's click create a password right here, and what we have to do is we have to click connect with and select Prisma like this. And now you can see that we have our database URL for our MySQL database. So make sure you don't close this window because you're not going to be able to see this information again. But don't worry, all you have to do is just create a new connection. So go ahead and copy this .environment file and go back inside of your .environment right here. And what you have to do is replace this dummy database URL, which was inserted by Prisma, and paste it with the real one like this and save your environment file. Great. Now that that is done, go ahead and select this schema.prisma tab and just copy everything inside. And you are going to paste that inside of your new Prisma folder, schema.prisma. So just select everything and paste like this. Great. So that's it for Planetscale. You can close this window now. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create some models inside of schema.prisma. So the first model we're going to need is the profile model. So let's go ahead and write model profile. Let's give it an ID, which is a type of string, has an ID decorator, and the default value is unique ID like this. Great. It's also going to have a user ID, which is going to come from our Clerk, and every profile needs to have a unique user ID. So make sure you put that decorator as well. Name is going to be a type of a string, Image URL is also going to be a type of string, but it's also going to have @db.text. So db.text makes it a kind of a special string. You can Google more for the exact specifications, but the thing I want to use it for is that it gives me more characters for this string, and image URLs can be pretty long. So just in case, I'm adding the @db.text here. Let's go ahead and let's add email, which is also a type of string, and let's also add @db.text like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's add created at date time at default now like this. And let's create updated at date time at updated at like this. Great. So now that we have our profile model, we can create our server model. So model server like this is going to have an ID, which is a type of string, ID decorator, and the default value of unique ID like this. Great. And now let's give it this server a name, which is a type of string, an image URL, which is a string with the decorator db.text. Let's also give it an invite code like this. So this is a type of string and db.text. Great. And now let's connect it to this profile model right here. So for that, we have to write profile ID to be a type of string, and relation is going to be profile again with a capital P. So we are referring to this model right here. Go ahead and write @relation. Go ahead and write fields, and in the array, write profile ID. In the references, you're going to write ID, and one more field you're going to add is on delete to be cascade like this. Great. So now we have an error because we have a relation in the server, but the profile doesn't have a back relation with the server. So we have to go back inside of our profile model, and we have to add servers like this, server, and an array like this. Great. So now the error is gone, and now we have to fix this warning. The way we fix that is by adding @index profile ID like this. Great. So now that we have our server, let's just wrap it up by also adding the created at, which is a date time, default value of now, and updated at, which is also a date time with the value of updated at like this. Great. So now every server is also going to need to have a member, and every member needs to going to have its role. So let's create an enum member role like this with the possibilities of admin, moderator, and guest like this. And now we can create our model. So I'm just going to zoom in back, our model member like this. Our model member is also going to have an ID, which is a string, decorator ID, and a default value of UUID like this. Great. Our member is also going to have a role. So role is going to be a member role with a default value of guest like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's connect this member model with our profile model right here. So we're going to have to do the same thing. So let's write profile ID string, and let's write profile again @relation fields like this, profile ID, references, ID, and on delete cascade like this. Now let's go back. So it needs to be exactly the same as this one in the server, right? So the error we are getting is that we have a relation from member to profile, but we don't have a relation from profile to members. So let's add members, member, and an array like this. And there we go. The error is now gone. And let's go ahead and let's just add @index profile ID like this. Great. And every member is also going to need to have a relation with the server that they are in. So server ID is a type of string. Server is server @relation fields, server ID, references, ID, and on delete cascade like this. Great. Now let's go back inside of the server right here, and let's write members to be member like this. Great. So it's a bit of a different relation as opposed to this profile. That's because here we are referencing the server ID, which means that in the server we need to define the members it has, like that. Great. And what we have to do now is add that index server ID like this. Great. Let's also go ahead and let's add the created at, which is a date time with a default value of now, and updated at, which is date time, updated at like this. Great. And one more thing we have to create is the channel model. And every channel model needs to have a channel type. So let's go ahead and write enum channel type. And the possibilities are going to be text, audio, so text, audio, and video like this. Great. And now let's write the model channel, which is going to have an ID. So I'm going to zoom in back. ID, which is a string, and it's going to have an at ID decorator and at default UUID like this. Great. Channel is also going to have a name, which is going to be a string, and it's also going to have a type, which is going to be channel type, and the default one is going to be text. Great. Now we have to connect the channel model with our profile. So let's go ahead and let's write profile ID to be string like this. And let's write profile at relation fields like this, profile ID. Let's write references ID and on delete cascade like that. Great. Let's also write server ID to be a string and server at relation fields, server ID, references ID, and on delete to be cascade. Great, so we now connected this channel with both the profile and the server. So first thing we have to do is go all the way back to our profile. So go ahead and find the profile, and just below the members, just add channels, channel, and an array like this. So what we have to do now is go back inside of the server right here, and just below the members, let's add channels, channel like this. Great. And now we can go back inside of the channel right here, and we can go ahead and add at index to be server ID, and at index to be profile ID like this. Great. And let's also go ahead and let's add the created at, which is a date time with the default value of now, and updated at, which is date time at updated at like this. Great. So we've written our initial models. Of course, we're going to have more models like messages and conversations and direct messages, but this is enough for now. Great. So what we have to do now is we have to go inside of our terminal, and we have to write two commands. So we have to do this every time we modify our schema.prisma. So the first one is going to be npx prisma generate. So this is going to add this schema to our node modules so we can safely develop with it. After this has been done, what you have to do is run npx prisma db push. So what this is going to do is it's going to create all of these collections into our Planetscale or whatever you're using for your MySQL database. So in this tutorial, I show you how to do it Planetscale, but of course you can do it any way you like it. Great. So now that we did that, what we have to do is we have to create a util, a database util, which we're going to use throughout our API and our server components. So I'm going to do that inside of my lib folder right here. But before I do that, let's go back inside of our terminal and let's run npm install at prisma/client like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our lib folder and create a new file db.ts like this. Go ahead and import Prisma client from @/Prisma client like this. Let's declare global var Prisma to be a type of Prisma client, pipe undefined like this. Great. And now let's write export const db to be global this dot prisma pipe new prisma client. Whoops. Like this. Great. And now let's just write if process dot environment dot node underscore environment is not production. In that case, assign global this.prisma to be db like this. Great. So what we did with this small util is we added a little hack in order for our hot reload in Next.13 to not initialize too many Prisma clients. So technically we could have just done this, right? We could have just written this one line and that would be it. That's how it's gonna work in production. But in development, we have something called hot reload. And if we just left it like this, every single time we change a line of code in our project, new Prisma client would be initialized. So what we did is we appended this Prisma client to a variable global this.prisma because global this is not affected by hot reload. So I did not invent this trick. This is something I'm pretty sure you can find in the official documentation of Prisma, but also everywhere on the internet you're going to find a very similar solution to this one. Great, so make sure you save this file. What I want to do now is I want to modify my initial page.tsx file, which is currently inside of my main routes page.tsx right here. So I'm going to do something different, and I'm going to use this page.tsx to create our initial profile. So every time that a new user comes to our website, we're going to go ahead and create their profile. And if their profile already exists, we're not going to create it, but we're just going to load it. So only one Clerk login is going to be able to have one profile. Great. So we're going to do that now. So let's go ahead and let's close everything here. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete this main folder right here. So we're not going to need it. And also I am not running my application. So that's why I'm not getting any errors. So make sure yours is not running as well. And I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder in brackets setup. So this is going to be an organizational folder. And inside we're going to create page.tsx. Let's go ahead and let's create this and let's name it setup page like this. And it's going to be an asynchronous arrow function. So make sure you put async like this. And what we're going to do inside is we're going to return a div saying create a server like this. Great. So you can go ahead and start your application now just to see how this looks. So now it should load this setup page by default. It should no longer load our little button here. There we go. So now it says just create a server because we removed the main folder. So our root file is now this page.tsx because it is inside of an organizational folder as opposed to this out folder which has its own routes. So this is our root file right here. Great. Now what we're going to do inside of here is we're going to attempt to load our profile. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and let's create a useful util to do that. So I'm going to go inside of lib and I'm going to create a new file, initial-profile.ts like this. Great. And let's go ahead and let's import current user and redirect to sign in from @Clerk/Next.js like this. And let's also import the structure db from ./db, but the way I'm gonna prefer it is using the alias /lib/db. So both is completely okay. I just have a preference. This is gonna work, but I have a preference to use this alias sign right here. It's clearer to me where things are. Great. Now let's go ahead and write export const initial profile to be an asynchronous arrow function. Right here, let's attempt to get the user using Clerk. So const user is going to be await current user like this. If there is no user, it means we are not logged in. So let's return redirect to sign in like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's attempt to find our profile model. So const profile is equal await db.profile. So you can see how it auto-completes my profile. And if I try db.member, it also auto-completes my member. Same thing for channel and server. So for this one, we need db.profile. If you're getting an error for this, or if yours is not auto-completing, make sure that you didn't accidentally misspell it inside of your schema Prisma. Make sure that your schema Prisma is saved. If you're just not sure what's going wrong, you can always copy the schema Prisma from my GitHub. So make sure this is named profile and make sure you run those two commands that we need. So I'm not going to run them again. I'm just going to write them. So npx prisma generate. This is an important command for you to run, and npx prisma db push. So just make sure you've run those two. Great. If you did that, you're not going to have any problems. So db.profile.find unique like this. And go ahead and write where user ID is equal to user.id like this. Great. So we are going to attempt to find a profile connected to this logged in user. If there is a profile, we are very simply just going to return that profile. The function can end here, but if it's not, we need to create a new profile. So const new profile is going to be await db.profile.create like this. Data is going to be user ID, user.id like this. Name is going to be open backticks, user.first name like this, and user.last name like this. Image URL is going to be user.image URL, and email is going to be user.email address. Open an array 0.email address like this, and there we go. And just return new profile like this. Great. So now that we have this, we can go back inside of our setup page.tsx right here. Let's go ahead and let's import initial profile from /lib initial profile like this. And let's write const profile to be await initial profile like that. And what we're going to do now is we are going to attempt to find any server that this this profile is a member of, right? So let's go ahead and write const server to be await db.server.find first where members. Oops, I did not import db, so my apologies. So I'm just going to remove this just so we follow this. So import db from /lib db. My apologies, I forgot to import that. So now let's go ahead and write await db.server.find first where members sum profile id is equal to profile.id. So we're going to search through all the servers and we're going to find the first one that has the profile ID in one of the members of that server. So we're going to assume that, okay, this profile is a member of that server, and let's immediately load that server for the user in, let's say, a general channel, for example. But if user is not part of any servers, in that case, we're going to show this, create a server. So let's just go ahead and write if there is a server, in that case, return redirect, which you can import, well, from none of those. You can import it. Let's do it manually. So import redirect from next/navigation like this. Great. So redirect, open brackets, open backticks, /servers/ open this special object server.id. So if we manage to find a server that this profile is a part of, we're gonna immediately redirect them to that server. If there is no such server, we're gonna show them for now just a text create a server, but we're gonna turn that into a model where users can create a server. So what's gonna happen once I refresh this is we're gonna go ahead and try to find an existing profile with this Clerk ID. If there is one, we're going to return it. If there isn't, we're gonna go ahead and create it. So what I recommend you do now for the full experience is just open a new terminal and write npx Prisma Studio like this. And you can go ahead and open this. So I'm just gonna collapse this. I'm gonna open this. So localhost 555 like this, and there we go. So right now I have no profiles inside of my application. So I'm going to save this setup page.tsx, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna attempt to refresh right here. And let's check our terminal to see if we got any error perhaps. So it seems like no errors here, which means that if I go inside of my Prisma Studio and if I refresh right here, there we go. So my ID is here, my user is here, and my name is right here. So you can see that now it says that profile has one one collection right here. So you should have the very same result. And now if you refresh again, and try and refresh your npx Prisma Studio here, you can see that it's still just one profile. So you did not create duplicate profiles for this user. Great, that is exactly what we wanted. And since you didn't find any server, it showed us this div saying create a server. So that's what we're gonna do next. We're gonna create a model which is gonna prompt users to create their own servers. Great job so far. What we are going to build now is we are going to replace this div saying create a server, which is rendered if there is no server that this user is a part of. And in order to do that, we're going to need to import some components from ShadcnUI. So let's prepare our terminal here. So I have my Prisma Studio here running, but I can shut that down. I don't need it right now. So I just want this one server right here, and I'm going to shut down my application as well. So let's go inside of ShadcnUI and head into the components here. So we're gonna need to add a couple of components. First one is gonna be a dialog, because this model to create our server is going to be inside of a dialog. So let's get that component first. So let's go ahead and find the dialog component. And let's go ahead and let's add this command. So I'm just going to expand my screen right here. I'm going to copy this as npm and I'm going to paste it here. So the command is npx shadcn-ui at latest add dialog. And let's just press enter here and confirm that you want to install that. Once that is done, let's go ahead and let's find some other components here. So besides the dialog, we are also going to need an input component. So let's go ahead and find the input right here. Okay, and let's install that as well. So npx shadcnui latest add input. I'm going to copy that as well. And the same way I did with the dialog, I'm going to paste this. And I'm just going to go and press enter and confirm this installation. And one more thing we need is the entire form. So we're going to be installing React Hook form, and we're also going to be installing Zod with this one CLI command right here. So scroll all the way down to installation right here and copy npx shadcnui latest add form like this. So I'm going to paste that here. Let me expand my screen a bit more so you can see it in one line. So npx shadcnui add latest add form. So this one right here, and press enter and just confirm the installation. And that should add some new packages in our project. Great, now that this is done, you can go ahead and do npm run dev, so your project is back and running on localhost. So I'm gonna refresh my localhost right here, so I ensure that everything I do is up to date. Great. So what we have to do now is we have to replace this create a server div with rendering of our initial model like this, which now doesn't exist. So when I save the file, I'm going to get an error. So let's close everything here. Let's go inside of our components, and I'm going to go ahead and create a new folder here called models. So I'm gonna keep all of my models inside of this folder right here so they don't get mixed with stuff like mode toggle or providers. And inside, go ahead and create initial-model.tsx like this. Great, and let's go ahead and let's start developing this right here. So first thing I want to do is mark this as use client, because this is also going to be a form, which means it's going to have a lot of interactivity inside. Great, so let's go ahead and let's write export const initial model like this. And let's go ahead and let's just write a div saying this will be a model like that. And now we can go back inside of our app folder inside of setup page.tsx, and let's go ahead and import this. So initial model from add/components/models/initial-model. So this line that I've added right here, let me just expand my screen. So this is how it should look like, and save this file. And there we go, no more errors. Now we just have a text saying that this will be a model. So let's actually go ahead and import everything we need from the dialog, which we just added in ShadcnUI. So let's take a look at our components UI right here. So now you should have the dialog.tsx, the form.tsx, input and label.tsx. The button and drop down have existed here before. Great. So let's go ahead. Let's go back inside of our initial model here. And let's import all the necessary things we need from add/components/UI/dialog like this. So we are going to need the dialog. We're going to need the dialog content. We're going to need the dialog description, the dialog footer, the dialog header, and the dialog title like this. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's create that. So instead of rendering this div right here, we're going to render the dialog component like that, and let's give it the default value of open to be true, or you can just write this, so it's the same thing. And inside, let's go ahead and let's add the dialog content. So we already have that imported, and let's add the class name bg-white, text-black, padding-0, overflow-hidden, and save the file. Great, and now you can see how I have a small line right here, which is of course going to expand the more content we add inside. So this is a dialog which is going to be open by default, because that's the way we're going to use it. So it's going to be rendered if there are no servers. So no need to add any controls to open or close it. Great, so inside of this dialog content with these class names that we have right here, let's give it a dialog header, which we also have imported, and let's write customize your server like this. Great, and let's give this a class name of text-center and text-sync. Whoops, my apologies, so I got ahead of myself. Let's delete the dialog header. So what I just wanted to write is going to be inside of dialog title, not dialog header, sorry. So yes, the first thing is dialog header, but with different class names. So dialog header is just going to be our spacing. So dialog header is going to have a padding top of 8, and is going to have a padding on the sides of 6 like this. And then inside we're going to use the dialog title, my apologies. So like this is the complete code. Great. And inside we're going to write customize your server, or create your server, however you want it. And let's go ahead and let's give this a class name of text-to-XL, text-center, and font-bold like this. Great, so you can expand a bit to see how this looks. And now let's go ahead and let's create our dialog description just below this dialog title. So go ahead and add dialog description here. So inside of the dialog header, and go ahead and write give your server a personality like this, with a name and an image, you can always change it later like this. And let's go ahead and give this dialog description a class name of text-center and text-sync like this, -500 like that. There we go. Okay, so I'm just gonna expand a bit, and there we go. Great. Now above the dialog, below the dialog header right here, we're gonna go ahead and add our form. So let's go ahead and let's prepare all the stuff we need for our form. So right here, I'm gonna write const form to be equal to use form from React hook form like this. Go ahead and open this object inside, and let's go ahead and let's give it the default values of a name and image URL, and both of them are empty by default. Now let's go ahead and let's import Zod and Zod resolver so we can validate this form using our form schema. So here at the top, I'm gonna add import asterisk as z from Zod, and I'm gonna add import, I'm gonna destruct Zod resolver from at hook form /resolvers/Zod like this, and I'm gonna move React hook form above with them right here. Great, so now that we have that, outside of the initial model, we can create our form schema. So const form schema is gonna be z.object, name is gonna be z.string.minimum1, and let's give it a custom message to be server name is required like this, and below that image URL is going to be z.string.min1, and a custom message for this error is going to be server image is required like this. Great, so now we have the form schema, and now we can connect it using this Zod resolver inside of this use form hook right here. So above the default values, go ahead and add the resolver like this, Zod resolver form schema like this. There we go. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's just extract the loading state from this form so we can know when to disable our inputs if it's currently submitting a request. So const is loading is going to be form.formState.isSubmitting like this. Great. And let's just add the onSubmit function, which for now is just going to log our values. So const onSubmit is going to be an asynchronous function which takes in the values, which are a type of z.infer, open pointy brackets like this, and write type of form schema. So our form schema is defined outside right here. I'm just going to expand things a bit so they are in one line. All right, so this is going to be an arrow function, and all it's going to do is log the values like this. So that's all it's going to do for now. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's actually import all the stuff we need from our form. So just below this dialog, let's go ahead and let's import the following things from add/components/UI/form. We're going to need the form. We're going to need the form control. We're going to need the form field like this, so form field. We're gonna need form item, form label, and form message like this. And let's also go ahead and import our input from add/components/UI/input, and let's also import our button from add/components/UI/button like this. Okay, and now we can go ahead and find the end of this dialog header right here, and we can actually go below that. So still inside of dialog content, but just below the dialog header, add a form which we imported like this, and go ahead and open curly brackets and spread our form, which comes from this use form right here. So we are passing all the necessary props it needs Great. So inside of this form, let's go ahead and let's add an HTML native form element. So form like this. Let's go ahead and let's give this an onSubmit of form.handle submit on submit like this. So we're going to use the handle submit from our form hook, and we're going to pass that to this custom on submit so we can work with those values passed by that form after it's been validated. Great. And now back to this native HTML4 element. Let's just give it a class name of space-y-8 like this. Okay. And now what we are going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and create a div with a class name of space-y-8 px-6 like this. And inside, let's create a div like this with another class name flex items-center, justify-center, and text-center like this. And all I'm gonna write is to do image upload. Okay, so this is going to be our image upload component right here. Great. And now what I want to do is just go outside of this div for image upload and go ahead and add the form field, which we imported. And form field is actually a self-closing tag. So just like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's give it a control of form.control. And let's give it a name of name, because that is the field name that this form field is going to control. And let's give it a render option. Let's go ahead and destructure a field immediately from this arrow function like this. And let's go ahead and let's add the form item inside. We already have that imported. Let's go ahead and let's add the form label inside like this. And let's just write server name like this, and let's give it some styles. So I'm gonna add a class name here to be uppercase, text-xs, font-bold like this, text-sync-500. On dark mode, we're gonna use text-secondary /70 like this. There we go. And below the form label, let's go ahead and let's add the form control. We also have that imported already, and inside of that we're going to add our input component, which is a self-closing tag. Let's give it a value of disabled to be is loading like that, and let's give it a class name of bg-sync-300/50 like this, a border of 0 like that, a focus-visible :ring-0 like this, text-black, and focus-visible :ring-offset-0 as well. Great. Let's also give it a placeholder to be enter server name like that, and let's go ahead and spread field, which we get from this render destructuring right here. So by spreading the field, we spread all the necessary on change, on blur, and on focus handlers using React hook form in this nice and easy way. And great, you can already see how our model is starting to look like something. Now let's go ahead and let's find the end of this div right here, but still inside of this native HTML form element. And let's go ahead and let's add the dialog footer, which we already have imported. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a class name to be bg-gray-100, px-6, and py-4 like that. And inside, we're gonna go and render a button, which we also already have imported, and we're just gonna write create like this. And let's go ahead and give it a class name. Sorry, we're not gonna give this button any class names. We're just gonna give it a disabled prop of is loading like this. Great. So now if I expand this, There we go, we have a small create button right here. And one thing I want to do is I want to add a variant to this button called primary. So let's go ahead, and what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to go inside of our components folder, inside of UI, and go inside of button.tsx. And just like we did in the beginning of this tutorial, I'm going to add a new variant here. So find the variants object, go inside of another object here called variant, find the link right here, and below the link, add a new variant called primary, like that. And let's give it a background of indigo-500, a text-white, and hover is going to be bg-indigo. indigo-500/90, like this. So let me just expand this so you can see it in one line. So this is the line that I added. So background indigo 500, text is white, and on hover we also use the background indigo but with an opacity. Great. Now save this file. You can close this button, go back inside of your initial model, find this button and give it a variant of this newly created, not secondary, but primary option right here. There we go. Now it looks much better. And one thing that we missed is the form message that we need to add. Whoops, so I just expanded a bit too much. So go ahead and find your input right here. And one thing that we need to add below this form control right here is the form message, like this. So that's it. That's all we have to do. And now if you try and click on create and not fill anything inside, you're gonna have this error right here. So I'm gonna refresh to demonstrate. So let's click and create, and there we go. Now let's just quickly do a fix for these errors right here. So we have a hydration error because this is a model, and models are notorious for causing hydration errors. So in order to fix that, we're gonna go ahead and do a little mounting trick here. So what you have to do is find the start of your initial model and write const is mounted, set is mounted to be equal to use state from React. So make sure you've imported use state from React as I did right here, and give it a default value of false, like that. Now let's go ahead and let's write use effect also from React. So make sure you imported use effect and use state from React, like that. And in this simple arrow function inside with this empty dependency array, all we're gonna do is set is mounted to true, like that. And now what we are gonna do is just before this return dialog, we're gonna write if exclamation point is mounted. So if it's not mounted, return null, like this. Great. So now if you try and refresh, you see that no more hydration errors are happening and the form still works as expected. Great job. So we set up our hook form, we set up our validation. What we have to do next is we have to create this image upload component, and we're going to do that by setting up UploadThing. So that's what we're going to do in the next part. Great, so what we have to do now is create this upload image component, and we're going to do that using UploadThing. So I'm going to expand my browser screen and I'm going to visit UploadThing.com. So you can either visit that website or just Google UploadThing. Go ahead and sign in using GitHub like this. And after that, you're going to get redirected to your dashboard. As you can see, I already have one application here because I was testing it out, but you can ignore that. Yours is probably going to be empty. So what you have to do is find this create a new app button in my top right corner. Go ahead and give your app a name. So in my case, it's going to be Discord-tutorial. And you can leave the second field empty and just click create app like this. Now you're going to go ahead and head into this sidebar where it says API keys. click on here, and what you have to do is just copy this environment keys and paste them inside your .environment file. So I'm gonna go ahead and close everything. I'm gonna go inside of my .environment file, and after our MySQL database URL, just paste your UploadThing secret and UploadThing app ID, which you just copied. So let me expand my screen a bit. Okay, great. Now let's go back inside of the overview right here, and let's visit the Getting Started guide right here. Great. So you can read a bit more about this if you're interested in how it works, but we're gonna go immediately to the Getting Started field right here. So first, let's set up all the packages that we need. So we're gonna need to install all of this here, so you can just copy it, or you can look at my terminal right now. So I'm gonna go inside of my terminal. I'm going to shut down my application, and I'm going to paste that. So we are doing npm install UploadThing, UploadThing/React, and React-drop-zone. So all of this is in one line. Don't get it confused. I'm just zooming in so you can read it easier. And just press enter like this and wait for all of those to install. Great. After this has been installed, we've successfully set up the packages. So the step 2 is adding environment variables, but we already did that. Great. So now we have to set up our Next.js application. So if you're using the Pages router, click on Pages, but if you're following this tutorial, click on App Router right here. So first thing we have to do is we have to set up our file router right here. So let's go ahead, and I'm just going to zoom in. So we're going to create this app API UploadThing core TS file first. Let's go right here, and let's go and close everything. Go inside of the app folder, create a new API folder, and inside create another folder called UploadThing like this, and inside create a new file core.ts like this. And inside you're gonna paste this entire thing. So let me just zoom out. So I am in the documentation under the Next.js setup, selecting the app router option right here. So just copy this and paste it in here. Great. So we are going to modify this a little bit. So this out function right here is of course a fake out function because, well, of course they cannot assume what we are using for authentication. So let's go ahead step by step and modify this so it works for our case. So we are using Clerk for authentication. So let's go ahead and import auth from @clerk/next.js like this. And now let's go ahead and remove this fake auth function here, and let's name it const handle auth like this, which is an arrow function. Let's extract the user ID, so const user ID is equal auth like this, and let's write if there is no user ID. In that case, throw new error unauthorized like that, and return user ID like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's modify this our file router. So I'm just going to remove the comments so we can focus on exactly what we need to change. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove everything inside of this file router. So this is my entire code. So export const our file router satisfies this file router. And inside we're going to create our own cases. So first one is going to be a case for uploading the server image. So server image is going to be a function. So this is this constant that we have right here. Go ahead and extract. Sorry, we're not extracting anything. We are just passing in the configuration. So we are going to accept an image. Go ahead and open an object with max file size to be 4 megabytes and max file count to be 1 like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's chain the middleware like that, which is going to be an arrow function, which is going to call the handle auth function like this. And let's chain the onUploadComplete, which in my case is just going to be an empty arrow function like that. Now let's also do the message file. So we're gonna need this later when we start uploading attachments in our messages, but I just want to prepare it already. So for our message file, again called the f function, and let's give it some options on what we can upload. So instead of actually passing in an object, we can pass in an array like this and just select an image and PDF like this. You can of course go ahead and play around with all of these amazing options that it offers you. You can pass in videos, all that stuff, but I'm just gonna work with images and PDFs for this tutorial. Let's add the middleware like that. Let's call the handle auth like that. And on upload complete, in my case, it's just going to be an empty arrow function like that. And one thing I forgot was after this on upload complete for the server image, just remember to add a comma because we are working inside of an object right here. Great. So now we modified this core to work with our case. So before we move on, I just want to change one thing in the handle auth. So instead of const user ID from auth, we actually have to destructure that. So my apologies, even though this would still technically work, because if there is no authentication object, it's fair to throw an error, but let's just return the user ID properly like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's see what is the next thing that we have to do here. So now we have to create this Next.js API route, which uses this file router, which we just created. So I'm going to zoom in again to see what is the second step right here. So we have to create a route.ts inside of the UploadThing folder. So let me just expand this like that. And in this folder, UploadThing, where we have core.ts, go ahead and create a new file, a route.ts like that. Great. And now what you're going to do is you're going to paste this from the documentation right here. So you can just copy this. It's a very simple code snippet and paste it here. Great. And you should have no errors because we have the package installed and we have the ./core file in the same folder right here. Great. Now let's see what are the next steps here. So you can play around with creating this UploadThing components, and we are going to use some of those. So let's go ahead and let's go. So this one uses the source utils folder, but none of this is set in stone. So you can organize this however you want. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close everything. Just make sure you've wrapped up this route.ts, so save this file. I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside of lib right here, and I'm going to create a new file called uploadthing.ts like that. And let's go ahead and let's copy this step 3, creating the UploadThing components here like that. And let's just paste it here. So obviously we have to modify it a little bit. I'm getting this error here. We're going to resolve that now. So instead of using this curly sign, let's use the @ sign like this. So @/app API UploadThing/core. Great. And now we are ready to actually use this inside of our initial model. So I'm going to close everything here. And well, you can keep the UploadThing open. What I would recommend is that you actually go ahead and visit the dashboard and go inside of your newly created app right here and click on files so you can confirm that the files are uploaded or not. So just keep this page open. Great. Now let's go back inside of our application here. And before we continue developing, let's just go ahead inside of our middleware file. So let me just find it right here. And let's extend this auth middleware with public routes, an array, and just pass in /API/UploadThing. So UploadThing is auth protected for uploading, but we still need to add it to public routes to avoid potential errors. You can find that information in the documentation of UploadThing. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go back inside of components, models, initial model right here, and let's start modifying this to do which we've written right here. And let's start by wrapping this in an actual form field. So I'm going to write form field. We already have that. And again, form field is a self-closing tag. Let's go ahead and let's give it a control of form.control like that. Let's give it a name of image URL, and let's give it a render. Extract the field in this arrow function and immediately return like this, a form item like that, a form control like that, and now you can just go ahead and write file upload. Let's just see how that looks. And yeah, I have not started my app, my apologies. So let's go inside of the terminal and npm run dev. So I just want to confirm that there are no errors here before we actually create our file upload component. So let's just wait a second for this to load. Okay, great, so no errors. And now let's replace this with the file upload component like this. And if you save this, you're gonna get an error. So let's go inside of our components and create a new file, file-upload.tsx like that. Let's mark it as use client like this. And let's go ahead and let's export const file upload like that. And let's just return a div saying file upload component like that, so we know it's coming from the file upload. Let's go back inside of our initial model, and now let's let's import this. So file upload from /file upload like that. And if you save, the error should go away and you should see this text file upload component. Let's just see how I imported this. So I imported it from file upload from /file upload, but I want to change it to /components. I think that just looks better. And I'm going to go ahead and move my React import to the top right here with the other package imports. So I always like to separate my ShadcnUI and my component imports with the global imports. You don't have to follow that exactly, but it's what I prefer to do. Great, so now we have this file upload component right here, and let's go ahead and let's just prepare it a bit. So inside of the initial model, inside of this empty file upload, let's go pass it some props. So endpoint for this one is going to be server image, and if you remember where I'm getting this from, you can visit core.ts from app/API upload thing in our file router, and you can see that I have server image and message file. So then depending on what I want to upload, I'm going to pass that in as the endpoint. Great, so core is inside of app folder API upload thing, if you're wondering. Okay, so I'm passing the server image inside, I'm passing the value to be field.value, and I'm passing the onChange to be field.onChange, like that. So field.value and field.onChange. Great. Now let's modify our file upload to accept these props. So I'm gonna write interface file upload props like that. We're gonna go and accept onChange to be an arrow function which returns a void, but inside of its props is gonna have an optional URL like that. Let's give it a value of string and an endpoint possibilities of message file or server image like that. So while you're writing this, make sure that it matches this. So let's see what's the, okay, no worries about it yet. So when you're writing this endpoint message file and server image, please confirm inside of your app API UploadThing core.ts that it matches these objects right here. So server image and message file, it needs to match exactly those two right here. Great. Now let's assign these props in this file upload component. So I'm going to extract all of those. So on change value and endpoint like that. And let's just add the prop file upload props like that. Great. And you can see how in my initial model, all the errors are gone. And if I try something that doesn't exist, you can see that I have an error. So I can only do server image or message file. For this case, it's going to be server image because we are creating our server. Great. So now in this file upload component, let's go ahead and let's create an actual upload drop zone for this. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and let's import upload drop zone from @/lib/upload_thing like this. So don't do a mistake, don't import it from some package. We are using our UploadThing lib, so this is an important thing. And below that, go ahead and import @uploadthing/react/styles.css, so we get some nice styling. Great. Now right here instead of rendering this div, let's go ahead and let's render the upload drop zone, which we just imported. Let's go ahead and give it an endpoint type. You can see that this endpoint also only has options of message file and server image. So it matches our props right here. So we can safely pass the endpoint prop and it's going to work. Great. And now let's do the on client upload complete like that to be a response like that. And all I'm going to do is on change response question mark dot first in array dot file URL like this. Great. And let's go ahead and let's do on upload error to be error, type of error like that. And well, you can either we can console log this for now like this. Great. Let's go ahead now and let's actually check if this is working right here. So I have no files inside of my UploadThing now, but let's see what happens if I try and add an image from Unsplash. So I'm going to click this, click on upload, and let's see if this succeeds. So let me refresh my UploadThing now, and there we go. So you can see this image from Unsplash is right here. Great. So you successfully created your UploadThing drop zone. What we have to do now is we have to find a way to show different render depending on whether we uploaded an image or not, because we want to see what we just uploaded. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. And as you can see, I have a small strike over this file URL. It seems like there was an update with UploadThing. So there's a very simple explanation here. It says that this declaration was marked as deprecated and that we use URL instead. So well, let's go ahead and replace this with URL like this. There we go. So I'm pretty sure file URL is still going to work, but it's deprecated. So use URL to have the most up-to-date version. Great. All right, now let's go and let's actually try and find a way to render this image right here. So in order to do that, let's go all the way to the top first. Whoops. Okay. And let's go ahead and import X from Lucid React like that. And let's go ahead and let's import image from Next/image like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and check if we have a value. If we have a value, that means that we are ready to render something. Great. So let's first extract the file type. So const file type is going to be value.split. So we are practically checking that URL, and we're going to go ahead and split this by a dot pop like this. And now we're going to check if there is a value, and if file type is not PDF, that means, okay, this is an image. So we can go ahead and return a div with a class name of relative h-20 and w-20. And you can already see that we no longer have that drop zone. We now have a space to render our image inside. And now let's actually use this image, which we imported from Next/image. So make sure you have this import right here. And let's go ahead and give it a field property, a source to be value property, an alt to be upload like that. Whoops. And let's also give it a class name of rounded-full. And if I save this, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get an error. That is because we have to add UploadThing to our list of domains for images. So let me show you this again. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to upload this Unsplash image right here. And after it's uploaded, we should get an error right here because UploadThing is not configured under your images in next.config.js. So that is actually very simple to fix. So what you have to do whenever you get this error, when you add a new image, go ahead and find what host name it says. So in my case, it's uploadthing.com, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same in yours. So go ahead and go inside. I'm going to close everything and go inside of your next.config.js. Inside of this object, add images, add domains like this, open an array, and just paste in UploadThing.com. And what I recommend doing is restarting your application entirely. So npm run dev like this, and refresh your application. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go back inside of my components file upload.tsx, and let's try this one more time. So I'm gonna go ahead and upload this file right here, and let's see what happens. And there we go. You can see that I have my uploaded image right here. And one thing that I want to do is I want to add a button to remove it. So let's go ahead and add a button. So just a normal button, native HTML button element. And let's go ahead and let's render the X which we imported from Lucid React right here. And let's go ahead and let's give this button a class name of h-4 and w-4. And let's go ahead and give this button an onClick to be an arrow function which calls the onChange and just sends an empty string. And class name for this one is going to be bg-rows-500 text-white padding 1 rounded-full. Whoops, let's not misspell rounded, so rounded-full like that. Absolute top-0 right-0 shadow-sm like this. And let's also give it a type of button like this. There we go. So now we have a nice little X button right here. So if I click, there we go, we can upload a different image, for example. Great. So you have successfully created this image upload. And now what we can go ahead is we can expand this entire thing. And I'm going to go ahead and open my console, and I'm going to write code with Antonio here, and I'm going to go ahead and click create, and there we go. You can see that I have my name. Let me just zoom in. So I have my name and my image URL, and I'm going to send both of these things on the server, on the API, and then we're going to create our first server model. Great job. So now let's go ahead and let's actually send this information to the API. So I'm going to close some stuff here, and you can close your upload thing inside. And what I want to do is I want to go ahead and I'm going to open a new terminal so I can start npx Prisma Studio like this. So let me just zoom out so you can see npx Prisma Studio like that. Great. And inside right now, I only have this one profile, but what I want to create now is this server, which currently says 0. And if I visit, you can see that it's actually 0. So let's go ahead and let's modify our initial model to actually call this API route. Before we can do that, let's go ahead and let's actually install a package. So I'm going to close this, and I'm just going to write npm install Axios like this. So just make sure you have that, and I'm going to start my app using npm run dev again. Great. So I will just refresh my application here, and let's go inside of our components, models, initial model right here. Great. And now let's find the onSubmit function, which currently just logs our values here. So let's go ahead and let's turn this into a try and catch block. Let's resolve the error here first. So for now, all we're going to do is log this error right here. And in the try, let's go ahead and use await Axios, and let's go ahead and let's import Axios from Axios like this. And what we are going to call is axios.post/API/servers like this, and pass in the values like this. Great. After that succeeds, we're going to do form.reset. We're going to do router, but before we can do router, we actually have to add that hook. So just above the state, add const router to be use router from next/navigation. So make sure you don't accidentally import it from next/router. So next/navigation like that. And now go ahead and call router.refresh like that, and window.location.refresh like this. Great. My apologies, not refresh, reload. There we go. Great. So let's go ahead and let's create this /API/servers route. So let's go back inside of our app folder, inside of API, and create a new folder called servers, like that. And inside, go ahead and create route.ts file like this. Great. And before we continue building inside, I'm going to create a little util which we're going to use across all of our routes and server components to check the current profile. So let's go inside of our lib folder and create a new file, current-profile.ts, like this. Inside of this lib current profile, I'm going to import out from Clerk Next.js. And I'm going to import db from ./db, but I'm going to replace it to /lib like this. I'm going to export the constant current profile, which is an asynchronous function, like that. I'm going to go ahead and call user ID from auth, like that. If there is no user ID, I'm going to return null for the current profile, meaning that we cannot find the current profile. And if there is a user ID, I'm going to write const profile to be await db.profile.find unique, like that, where user ID, like this, and just return the profile like that. Great. So now that we have that current profile inside of our lib folder, we can go back inside of our route, which is located inside of the app folder, API servers route. And let's go ahead now and let's import all the necessary things we need. So let's go ahead and import this current profile from /lib current profile. Let's go ahead and let's import db from /lib db, like that. Great. And let's write export const async function post, like that, which is going to take a request like that. My apologies. So not a constant, just an asynchronous function. So export asynchronous function post, like that. Let's open a try and catch block and let's resolve the error first. So I'm going to write console.log and I'm going to write servers post, like this, error. So I'm logging this just so it's easier for my development to know if something went wrong and that I have this indicator telling me, okay, I know what file this is now and this is where I have to debug. And let's just return new next response, which you can import from next/server. And let's go ahead and pass internal error, like that, with a status of 500, like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's extract the name and image URL from our body. In order to do that, we are going to use await request.json and execute that like this. Great. Now let's get the current profile. So const profile is equal to await current profile, which we imported like that. Great. If there is no profile, in that case, return new next response, unauthorized, with a status of 401, like this. Great. And if there is a profile, we can go ahead and we can create our first server. But before we can do that, let's install one more package. So I'm going to go inside of my terminal. I'm going to shut down my app and I'm going to write npm install UUID like this. Great. And let's go ahead and let's import the UUID at the top. So we're going to use import the structure v4 as UUID v4 from UUID like this. And we also need to install the types. So let's go ahead and I'm just gonna zoom out a bit so you can see it in one line. npm install -D at types/UUID like this. And after you install that, this error should go away. So we installed UUID and we installed a dev dependency of types/UUID. Great. And you can go ahead and run your application again and just refresh your local host here. Great. So now that we have that, I'm just also going to move the next server to the top. Let's go ahead now and let's actually create our server here. So const server is going to be await db.server.create like that, and data is gonna be profile ID to be profile.id, which we just fetched. Name is gonna be name, so you can either write name, or you can use the shorthand operator like this. Same thing for image URL. Invite code is going to be randomly generated, so UUID v4 and just execute this and make sure it's imported like this. Great, so now we have a unique invite code for this server. And let's go ahead and let's create the initial channels. So channels, open an object, write create, open an array, and let's create the channel. So name of the channel is going to be general like that, and profile ID of the creator is going to be profile.id like that. Great. And the same way we created channels, let's also create the members. So members, create, open an array, and the first member inside is going to be profile ID, profile.id, and their role is going to be member role, which you can import from @prisma/client. So let me show you that. There we go. Make sure you have this imported. So member role from @prisma/client. This is in our Prisma schema, and use member role.admin like this. There we go. So our initial member who created this server is gonna be assigned as an admin of that server. Great. And then we can go ahead and return next response.json server like this. Great. And now let's go back inside of our initial model, which is in components, models, initial model right here. And let's see what happens. What I think is going to happen is we're going to successfully create our server, but we're going to get a 404 page after that. And I'm going to explain why in a second. So I'm going to upload an image from my YouTube channel right here. I'm going to name this server code with Antonio like that. And let's click create. And let's see if this is going to work. So it's refreshing, and there we go. We are at a 404 page, but let's check our Prisma Studio and let's check if our server has been created. There we go. We have a working server with invite code, profile ID. You can see how it has a member right here, and that member is a type of admin. You can see the channels. It has a channel relation, and that channel's name is general. You can see the profile relation. You can see the image URL from UploadThing, the name, everything in this Prisma Studio is completely fine. And now, why are we getting this 404 error? Well, in order to explain that, we have to go inside of our app folder, inside of our setup folder page.tsx. So remember what we are doing here. We are getting the initial profile. So we are either creating it or we are getting the current user. And if we have a profile, we attempt to find the initial server that this user is in. If there is no server, we return an initial model to create one. Otherwise, we redirect to the URL of that server. So that's why we are getting a 404 error right here, because this page right here does not exist. If you check the URL, you can see it's at s/servers and the ID of that server. So our next step is to create a view which can render the current server that the user is in. So let's go ahead and let's create this page right here. So where I'm gonna go is I'm gonna close everything and I'm gonna go inside of my app folder and I'm gonna create a new organizational route called main like this. And inside I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna create a new routes organizational folder. And inside I'm gonna create another folder called servers like this. And inside I'm gonna create another folder in brackets server ID like this. And inside of that, I'm gonna add page.tsx like this. So this is our route. So main, routes, servers, server ID. And let's go ahead and let's call this server page like that with a div server ID page like this. And let's just rename this from server page to server ID page. It doesn't matter for the functionality, but I think it's good that we are consistent. Great, so now we no longer have that error. Now let's go ahead inside of our organizational main folder right here. And besides it having this routes folder, it's also gonna have a file layout.tsx like this. So let me show you how this looks. So we have a main organizational folder, we have the routes organizational folder, and outside of that we have layout.tsx inside of that main folder. So let's go ahead and let's write main layout like that. It's going to be an asynchronous function. Let's go ahead and destructure the children, and let's give this children a type of children to be React node like this. And let's go ahead and let's create a div with a class name of h-full like that. And let's just render the children inside, and then our text should appear back on the site. Great. Now, above this children, let's create a div with a class name of hidden md flex h-full w dash open square brackets 72 pixels z dash 30 flex dash call fixed and inset dash y dash 0 like this. And let's go ahead and let's wrap our children inside of a main element like this. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of md pl dash open square brackets 72 pixels h dash full like this. Great. And now I'm gonna expand my screen, and there we go. You can see how now my content has moved a bit to the right. So make sure that when you're developing this, you zoom out enough so that you can see this being separated from this corner right here. If you zoom in, it's gonna jump into mobile mode and it's not gonna render our sidebar. So yes, this is gonna be completely responsive. I forgot to mention that. So just make sure that you're seeing a bit of a space between server ID page and this corner right here, so you know you're working in desktop mode. What we have to build now is the navigation sidebar. So I'm gonna add navigation sidebar right here. And if I save, of course, I'm gonna get an error. So let's go ahead and let's add that. So inside of our components, create a new folder called navigation like this. And inside, create a new file, navigation-sidebar.tsx like this. So I'm just gonna expand this a little bit so you can see the name. So navigation-sidebar.tsx like this. Great. Let's go ahead and let's export const navigation sidebar like this, and let's just return a div saying navigation sidebar like that. And now we can go back inside of our app folder, main layout.tsx, and we can import the navigation sidebar from add/components/navigation/navigation-sidebar like this. And if you save, the error should be gone. Just remember to expand your page a bit, and there we go. You can see that now we have this smooshed text. So this one says navigation sidebar and this one says server ID page. Great. Let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our navigation sidebar, which we just created inside of this components folder, inside of the navigation folder, and let's start slowly developing this. So this is going to be a server component, so let's make it asynchronous right here, and let's go ahead and let's fetch the current profile. So const profile is going to be await current profile from @/lib/current profile like this. If there is no profile, we're going to return redirect from next/navigation to / like this. Great. So I'm just going to separate this two like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's find all the servers that this user is a part of. So const service is going to be await db.server.find many like that. And I forgot to import db. So let's go ahead and let's import db from @/lib/db like that. And inside of this find many, let's write where members like this sum profile ID is equal to profile.id like that. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's start styling this sidebar. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add a class name to this div right here. So class name, it's going to be space-y-4 flex-call items-center h-full text-primary w-full dark is going to be bg dash open square brackets hashtag 1e1f22 like that, and py is going to be 3 like this. Great. So now you can see how I have a nice little dark sidebar right here. Again, just expand your screen a bit if you're not seeing it, because if you collapse too much, it goes into mobile mode. Okay, now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create a navigation action component. So in order to do that, we're going to have to install a package from shadcn. So let's go ahead and let's find our tooltip component. So let's find it right here. It's tooltip, so it's all the way down. And we have to run this command right here to add it. So I'm going to copy it for npm like that. I'm going to shut down my app, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to shut down this as well. So npx shadcnui at latest add tooltip like that, and just press enter and confirm this installation. And while we are here, let's also find the separator. So go ahead, and below the select, I have the separator right here, and we're going to add it as well because we need it. So this command right here, npx shadcn-ui at latest add a separator, and press enter and confirm the installation of these components. After that, you can go ahead and npm run dev your application. I'm going to refresh this right here, and I'm just going to collapse it a bit so it's still, make sure always that the navigation is visible, because that's what we are working with now. Great. And now, so remove this navigation sidebar text and add the navigation action component, which right now does not exist, and we're going to get an error. So let's go inside of this navigation folder inside of components and find a new file, navigation-action.tsx like this. Mark it as use client like that. And let's go and export const navigation action like that. And let's go ahead and return a div saying action. Let's go back to our navigation sidebar in the same folder, and let's import navigation action from /navigation action. And I'm going to separate this even more because it's a relative import here. There we go. Now it says action in this sidebar. Now let's go back and let's start styling it a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a button inside of this div. I'm going to go ahead and create a div inside with a class name of flex mx-3 h dash open square brackets 48 pixels like that, w dash 48 pixels like that, rounded dash 24 pixels, so half of this width. And let's go and give it group dash hover like this to be rounded dash open square brackets 16 pixels like this, transition dash all, overflow dash hidden, items dash center like this. We're also going to need to add justify dash center, bg dash background, dark bg dash neutral dash 700, group dash hover bg dash emerald dash 500 like this. Great. And inside of this div, we're going to add a plus from Lucid React. So make sure you import this. And let's go ahead and let's give that a class name as well of group dash hover text dash white transition and text dash emerald dash 500 like this. And let's give it a size of 50 like that. There we go. Sorry, not 50, 25 like this. There we go. So now you have a nice little plus icon, but when we hover, nothing is happening. So we have to go back inside of this button right here, and let's give it a class name of group. And now when you try and hover, you can see that we have this nice little effect right here. Great. Alongside group, we're also going to add a flex and items dash center inside. Great job. Now let's go ahead and let's create our action tooltip component. So we're going to use that when we hover, it's going to explain what this action does. So let's go inside of our components and create a new file, action-tooltip.tsx. So this one right here. Great. Let's mark this as use client like that. Let's import everything we need from the tooltip. Well, actually, we cannot import any. Oh, we added the tooltip. My apologies. So import tooltip content, tooltip provider, and tooltip trigger from /components/ action tooltip. My apologies. UI/tooltip like this. Great. So tooltip content, provider, and trigger from components UI tooltip like that. Great. Let's create an interface action tooltip like that. So action tooltip props. Label is going to be a string. Children are going to be React.React node like this. Side is going to be optional, and the values are going to be top, start, bottom, and left. And instead of start, we're gonna write right. My apologies. And the align is also gonna be optional with props start, center, and end like this. Great. And let me just replace this commas with semicolons. And now let's actually build this component. So export const action tooltip like this. Let's go ahead and let's destruct label, children, side, and align. Let's map them to these props. So action tooltip props like that. And let's go ahead and return this. And let's return a tooltip provider, which we imported. Let's add the tooltip. Let's give it a delay duration of 50. And let's give it a tooltip trigger like this. We're just going to render our children, and let's give this tooltip trigger a prop as child like this. And inside, just below the tooltip trigger, let's add the tooltip content like this. And let's give it a side prop, which matches to our side prop, and the same thing with align. So it's not going to be a string, but our align prop like that. And inside, we're going to render a paragraph, which is going to write the label dot to lowercase like this. And then we can give this paragraph a class name of font-semi-bold, text-sm, and capitalize like this. Great. So now let's go back to our navigation action component inside of this navigation folder inside of components. And let's go ahead and let's import action tooltip from /action tooltip, or I'm going to replace it to components action tooltip like this. And let's go ahead and let's wrap this button around with action tooltip. So action tooltip like this. All we have to do is wrap the button like this and indent it. And let's go ahead and let's pass in the necessary props. So side is going to be right, align is going to be center, and label is going to be add a server like this, and save this file. And now when you hover, you have a beautiful tooltip. So let me just expand this a little bit and let me zoom in. So when you hover, you have a beautiful add a server tooltip. So that's exactly what we wanted to develop. Great. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and so obviously this button is going to trigger a model, which is going to enable us to create more servers. But before we do all that, let's actually start rendering our active servers that we are a part of. So I'm going to close everything so it's easier for us. Let's go back to components, navigation, to navigation sidebar component. And after navigation action, let's add a separator, which we added. So make sure you don't accidentally import it from Radix. Make sure you import it from /UI/separator. So let me show you how your import is supposed to look. It's supposed to look like this, but I'm going to change it to add/components /UI separator, and I'm going to move it to the top right here. Now let's modify this separator a bit by giving it a class name, and the class name is going to be h-2pixels like that, bg sync 300 dark, bg sync 700 rounded -md like this, w-10 and mx-auto like this. So these are the classes for our separator. Great, so you can see how now it looks a little bit better. Great. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add another component from ShadcnUI called scroll area. So let's go ahead and expand this, and let's find our scroll area right here. Let's find the CLI installation. So npx ShadcnUI latest scroll area. I'm going to go inside of my terminal and I'm going to paste that here. Let me just expand this so you can see it in one line. So npx ShadcnUI at latest add scroll area, and let's press enter and let's confirm this installation. Now let's go ahead and run our application again. I'm just going to expand my screen so my sidebar is visible, and I'm going to refresh my local host. Great. Below the separator, add a scroll area and import it from /UI/scroll area like this. And let me show you this import. So I'm just going to replace it to /components/UI, and I'm going to move it right here. So this is how it's supposed to look in one line, scroll area from /components/UI scroll area. Great. Let me just change this back so it's visible. And inside of this scroll area, well, before we put anything inside, let's just give it a class name of flex-1 and w-full. Great. And what we're going to do inside is we're going to render these servers that the user is a part of. So let's go ahead and let's run servers.map server. And let's go ahead and for now, let's just do a div. Let's give it a key of server.id. So we fix that error. And let's go ahead and let's just render server.name inside. And there we go. Now it says code with Antonio for me here because I am in that server. Great. Now instead of rendering that, we're actually going to render a navigation item, which is going to render our server. Great. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So I'm going to replace this server name with navigation item like that. And if we save, we are going to get an error. Before we fix this error, let's go back to this div and just give it a class name of margin bottom 4 like this. Let's go back inside of our components, find the navigation folder and create a new file, navigation-item.tsx like this. Great. Let's go inside. Let's mark this as use client like that. Let's import image from next/image like this. Let's import use params and use router from next/navigation. Let's import cn from add/lib-utils, and let's import the action tooltip, which we created from /action tooltip, but I'm going to replace it to /components action tooltip. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create an interface. So interface, navigation item props are going to be ID, which is a string, image URL, which is a string, and name, which is a string like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's write export const navigation item. Let's extract all of those. So ID, image URL, and name like this. And let me just confirm. Okay, make sure this is marked as use client. I just wanted to confirm that. And let's map this props to navigation item props like that. And let's go ahead and let's return a div saying server like this. Let's go back to our navigation sidebar where we render the navigation item and let's import it. So navigation item from /navigation item, and we can leave it like this just below the navigation action. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's actually give it the props it needs. So I'm going to go ahead and give it an ID of server.id. I'm going to give it a name of server.name, and I'm going to give it an image URL of server.image URL like this. There we go. So I can see a small text saying server right here. So let's go back inside of this navigation item, and we're gonna go ahead and start by wrapping this entire thing into a tooltip. So action tooltip like this. And let's just add back this div saying server. And let's go ahead and let's give it a side of right. Let's give it an align of center, and let's give it a label of the server name like this. So when you hover, it says code with Antonio. So that's the server that we are going to click on. Great. Let's replace this div with a native button element like this. And let's go ahead and let's give it an on-click of an empty arrow function for now, and a class name of group relative flex items dash center like this. And inside we're going to replace this with a div, and this div is going to have a class name, which is not going to be a string but a dynamic class using cn, which we imported right here from libutils. So let's go ahead and open this function. In the first parameter, I'm going to give it an absolute left dash 0 bg dash primary rounded dash r dash full transition dash all and w dash 4 pixels like this. Then I'm gonna go ahead and add the parameters. So go ahead and add const params from use params, which we have imported right here alongside use router from Next/navigation. So below that we can also add the router like that. And now let's add changes to this div depending on if the server ID is clicked on or not. So if params $server ID is not equal to ID, in that case group-hover will change the height to 20 pixels. Otherwise, so let me just expand this just a little bit so you can see it in one line. Okay. Params $server ID is equal to ID. In that case, we're gonna do height 36 pixels like that. And this is not going to be an end sign. My apologies. This should be a question mark like this. So if we are on server, we're going to have this height. Otherwise, height is going to be 8 pixels like this. All right, so let's see what we've done. So I'm going to write server back in here. And let me just expand this and zoom back in. And there we go. You can see that now I'm having this little white bar, which doesn't make too much sense now, but it's going to make once we add some more things here. Okay. And also, you can remove this server inside, and this div is going to be a self-closing div. So you can just do this like that. There we go. Great. Now below that, let's go ahead and create a new div, also with the dynamic class name using cn. Let's give it some default classes. So relative, group, flex, mx-3, h-48 pixels like that, w-48 pixels, rounded-24 pixels, group-hover, rounded-16 pixels like this, transition-all, and overflow-hidden like this. Now let's write some dynamic classes. So params $server ID is equal to ID. In that case, bg-primary /10 text-primary and a rounded-16 pixels like this. Great. And inside, we're going to render an image from Next/image. So make sure you have that imported right here. Image from Next/image. We're going to add the fill prop. The source is going to be image URL from our props, and alt is going to be channel like this. So let me just expand this. And there we go. You can see that I have my code with Antonio server right here. Great. And you can't really see right now, but when we add more servers, you're going to see some nice animations with this little white bar here, and it's going to expand like this button here when we hover over inactive servers. Great, great job. So you finished that. And now let's just add an onClick function here. So const on click. Whoops, let's do a proper arrow function to be router.push add backticks /servers/id like this. And let's add this on click to this empty arrow function like this. So when we click on one of these icons in the sidebar, we're going to load that specific server. We are already in here, so nothing is happening. Great. So we are done with the navigation item. Let's go back to navigation sidebar. What we have to add next is our user button and our mode toggle. So outside of this scroll area, go ahead and create a new div. Go ahead and give it a class name of padding bottom 3, margin top auto, flex, items dash center like this, flex dash call, and gap dash y dash 4. Let's render the mode toggle. We already have that. We invented that when we added dark and light mode. So you can import that from /mode toggle. So let me show you. There we go, /mode toggle. I'm gonna change it to /components mode toggle, and I'm gonna move it along with my other components. Great, so we have the mode toggle, and below that add the user button from @clerk /Next.js. So just like this, user button, and I'm gonna move this import with all the other global imports like this. And let's go ahead and let's add after sign out URL to be / like this, and let's change the appearance elements avatar box to be h-48 pixels and w-48 pixels as well, so it matches the size of our other servers. There we go. So now we can change the mode from here as well. Great. And you can also click on this icon to log out. And if we didn't have this appearance prop, you can see that it will look much smaller. So this way it just fits our content inside. And make sure you refresh this before you try to log out because of this after sign out URL. Great. So what we have to do next is when we click on add a server, we have to open a similar model like that initial model to actually create a new server. Let's go ahead and let's create this action that when we click on this button to add a server, a modal opens up and we can do the action we did a bit before this. Before we head there, I just want to do one click modification for this light and dark mode toggle. So I don't like that this has such a dark background as opposed to this sidebar right here. So let's go inside of the mode toggle button, which is inside of our components mode toggle right here. And in this button right here, I just want to give it a class name of bg-transparent like this and border-0 like that. And now if you go ahead and look how it looks, there we go. It seems to be much more blended in and it's not that noticeable. See, there isn't like a visible color around it except when we hover, which is completely fine. We want that indicator. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's install a package called toStand so we can work with our models. So npm install toStand right here. And once this is done, I want to go ahead and I want to add actually, we already have the dialog because we have a model. So you can just go ahead and run the application. And what we're going to do now is we're going to create our model store. So let's go ahead and close everything here. And let's go and create a new folder. Oops. A new folder outside of our components, outside of our app. So just a complete new folder called hooks like this. And inside of the hooks, let's go ahead and create a new file use-model-store.ts like this. So we're going to use this hook to control all models in our application. So let's go ahead and import create from toStand like this. And let's go ahead and let's export type model type. And in here, we're going to hold all possibilities of our models. And the first one is going to be create server like this. So later, we're going to expand this with types like edit server, create channel and stuff like that. But no need to add that now. I just want to show you an example of how that's going to look. For now, it's going to be just this. Great. Now let's create an interface model store like that. We're going to have a type, which is model type or null like this. We're also going to have isOpen, which is a Boolean. We're going to have onOpen, which is going to be a function which accepts the type. So we direct what type of model we want to open like that, and just return a void like this. And I made a typo, so it's model type, not model. There we go. And we're also going to have onClose, which is just a void function like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's export const, use model, create model store for the typings. Go ahead and open this function. Go ahead and open another function. And let's just go ahead and immediately return an object. And let's add all of these types from the store. So type by default is going to be null. isOpen is going to be false. onOpen is going to accept a type. And it's going to call set. It's going to change the isOpen to true. And it's going to set the type of the opened model. And we're going to have onClose, which is going to call set. It's going to return the type to null. And it's going to call isOpen to be false like this. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create our create server model. So I'm going to go ahead inside of my components, inside of models right here, and you can copy and paste this initial model and just rename it to create server model like this. Great. So let's go ahead and let's change the name of initial model. Just make sure that you are inside of create server model file. And let's change this to create server model like that. We are no longer going to need this is mounted thing, so you can remove that. You can remove this use effect, and you can remove this if is mounted return null like that. And you can also remove this React import. We're not going to need that because we're going to handle that in a model provider. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's see what we have to change from this onSubmit function. So inside, we no longer need this window.location.reload. So we can remove that like this. And everything else can actually stay the same, except this hard-coded open. So for that, we're going to need to add our use model hook. So let's go ahead and let's go above the router and add const. Unless the structure is open on close and type from use model from @/hooks/use model store. So it's this import which we just created here, and let's see how that looks. So there we go, export const use model right here. Great. So from here we destructured is open on close and type. So first let's create a constant which is going to watch whether this specific model is opened or not. So const is model open is gonna be is open, and if type is equal to create server like this. Great. And now let's replace this hard-coded open in the dialog with this is model open like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create a custom onClose function here. So const onClose, handle close is going to be an arrow function, which is going to reset the form. And it's going to call onClose from this destructured props from the use model hook. Great. And now we can go ahead and add this to onOpen change to be, onOpen change to be this newly created hook handle close like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create our model provider. So I'm going to close everything here. I'm going inside of my components, inside of my providers, and I'm going to create a new file, model-provider.tsx like this. Let's mark this as use client, and let's import create server model from /models create server model, but I'm going to change it to /components. There we go. So let me just expand my screen. There we go. So in one line, create server model from /components/models create server model, aka this component right here. Great. And in here, let's go ahead and let's export const model provider. like this, and all it's going to do is return a fragment, and inside of this fragment we're going to render all of our models. For now we just have this one. We also have the initial model, but that one is handled in a very specific way. It's rendered directly, so that's why we don't connect it to toStand and all the hooks. It can work independently, but all the other models in our application are going to be controlled by some on clicks, by some use effects and stuff like that. That's why we are separating them like this. Great. And since I removed the is mounted from this create server model, because I said we're going to handle that somewhere else, this is where I meant. So let's go ahead and let's write const is mounted, set is mounted, use state from React, default value is false, use effect like this, empty dependency array, set is mounted to true like this. And if we are not mounted, return null. So what this is doing is preventing the models to be rendered on the server side, because that can create inconsistencies, thus creating hydration errors. And keep in mind, whenever I write use client, that doesn't mean that this component is not rendered on the server. So this is still server-side rendering, right? So don't get that confused. All this means is that it's not a React server component. So there's a difference. Both React server components and our use client components are in server-side rendering, but use client also means that it's also rendered on the client. And that's what causes hydration errors, if there is one state while it's being rendered on the server and another state when it's being rendered on the client. So models are problematic with that, because they can be opened by use effects, they can be opened by some renders, they can be opened by on clicks. So that's why we say, okay, if we are doing the server-side rendering, we're not going to show any models at all, because, well, they're not needed to be server-side rendered. It's completely fine for them to be on the client only. Great. And I'm just going to separate these two. And now what we have to do is we have to add this model provider inside of our root layout. So let's go inside of our app folder, find the root layout right here. And inside of this theme provider above the children, add model provider from add/components/provider/model -provider. So just like this, and let's keep these providers together. So I'm also going to separate these two. There we go. So we have the theme provider and our model provider here. Great. And now let's go ahead and let me just expand my screen so we can see the sidebar again. And let's actually open that model when we click on this server right here. So in order to do that, we have to go inside of our navigation action. So let's go inside of components, navigation, and find the navigation action. So let me just see. I want you to see the name. There we go. Navigation - action right here. Okay. And in here, we have to add the use model hook. So let's go ahead and let's write const. Let's destructure on open equals use model from add/hooks/use model, right? Like that. And then on this button right here inside of the action tooltip, add an onClick to be an arrow function, which calls on open for a type create server like this. There we go. And now if I click here, it should open, but let's see why it's not working. Oh, maybe I have to refresh. Maybe I didn't even start the application. Let's see which one it is. Let me try again. There we go. So it's working. I just had to refresh my application. Great. And now we should be able to create servers whenever we want and not just on the initial page. So let's check that out. I'm going to click add a server here. I'm going to go ahead and use an image from Unsplash like this. And I'm going to name this test server like this. And let's just click create and let's see if that is going to work. Okay, I also have to close the model. So that's one thing that I forgot, but there we go. And now if I click, you can see that my URL is changing and you can see how different these animations and styling look depending on which server is selected. Great. So let's just fix that when we create a server, we actually close this model. So we have to go back inside of create a server model. So not our initial model, but components, models, create server model. So this one right here. And we're going to use this on close inside of this on submit. So after router refresh, just call the on close. Great. So let's try again. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to upload another image from Unsplash. Let's call this server 2 like this. It doesn't really matter. Let's just click create and there we go. So the model closes and I can switch between my servers. Great job. What we have to do now is another sidebar, which is going to render our channels. So now let's go ahead and let's create another sidebar right here where we are going to render all the all the channels inside of a specific server as well as all the members. So let's go ahead and let's go and close everything and go inside of your app folder, inside of main, routes, server ID, and go ahead and create a new file, layout.tsx, like this. And we're gonna go ahead and call this server ID layout like that. Go ahead and add the children and go ahead and give the types for children to be React.React node like this. Great. Now go inside and just render the children like this. There we go. So the error is gone and we have our layout right here. So I'm just going to zoom this out so my sidebar is visible. Again, make sure that your sidebar is visible. So either zoom out or expand your tab, one of the two, because we are working in desktop mode for now. Great. So inside of this server ID layout, besides just children, we're also gonna go and add the params. So every server component has this prop params where you can read what is in the current URL. Great. So let's go ahead and let's fetch the current profile. So const profile, await current profile from s/lib current profile like this. And let's turn this into an asynchronous layout. There we go. So now we can safely use await here. If there is no profile, in that case, return redirect to sign in from Clerk Next.js. And I'm just going to separate this two like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's find this server with this ID. So const server await db, import db from s/libdb like I did right here. So db.server.findUnique where ID is params.server ID like that. So how do I know that there's going to be a server ID inside of this prop params? Well, the way I know that is because I named my folder server ID. So if I named my folder something else ID, in that case, I would search for params something else ID. But since it is a server ID, I know that in this URL part right here, so this ID, that is mapped to this server ID folder right here. And that's how I can access it. And let's just go ahead and give this params a type. So below children, params are an object with server ID as a string inside. So we know that. Great. And it's not enough that we just check for the ID, because this way, any person that knows the ID of the server could load all channels and messages for that server. So we are also going to confirm that inside of its members of that server, we have a matching profile ID with the current profile ID, which we loaded right here. So this way, only the person who is a member of the server can actually load that server. Great. And if there is no such server, so if either someone who is not from this server is attempting to load, or if that server was deleted, we can just return and redirect to the root page. And let's go ahead and let's import, redirect from next/navigation like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of h-full like this. Let's create another div here with a class name hidden mdflex h-full w-60 z-20 flex-call and inset -y -0 like this. Great. And let's just wrap the children inside of a main element like this. And let's give them a class name h-full and md pl-60. Great. So now we have to expand even a bit more to see our children. Is that true? Okay, so they're right here. Okay, we're gonna see what's up with that, but I think it's just because of the way we are developing right here. Oh, actually, I think I know what it is. I think I forgot to add fixed to these class names right here. So let me just expand this a bit. So we have hidden, mdflex, hfull, w60, z20, flex call, and after flex call, I actually want to put fixed and then inset y0, and there we go. So now it works. So now you can see that I have a sidebar right here, and then I have another space, and then I have my content. So in this new space here, we're going to render our channels, our members, and stuff like that. Great. So make sure you have these classes in this div where we're gonna have these servers, the server sidebar. Like this. So now when I expand, there we go. We have our navigation sidebar here. Here we're going to have our server sidebar, and here we're going to have the actual chat application. Great. So of course, instead of saying server sidebar here, we're actually going to need to render the server sidebar component. So save this, and we're going to get an error. So let's go ahead and let's fix this error by going inside of our components. Create a new folder called server, and inside create a new file, server-sidebar.tsx, like this. Great. And let's just export const server sidebar. And let's just return a div saying server sidebar component, so we know it's coming from here. Let's go back inside of our app folder, main, routes, servers, server ID, layout, and let's import this from add/components/server/server sidebar like I did right here, and I'm just gonna order those like that. Great. So now if I save, you're gonna see that no more errors are shown, and now I have this text saying server sidebar component right here. Great. Okay, and now we have to go inside of this server sidebar, and we actually have to start rendering some stuff inside. So before we continue that, we have to go back inside of our layout, inside of this server ID right here. So let me just expand this. So inside of this server ID layout, and one thing we have to pass to server sidebar is the server ID. So let's go ahead and let's write server ID to be params.server ID like this. Great. And now we can head back inside of our components, server sidebar right here. And let's write an interface, server sidebar props. This is going to be so server ID is going to be a string like that. Great. And now we have to assign this props to the actual component, and make sure this is an asynchronous component. And it's going to be, of course, a server component. So let's write server sidebar props like that. Now let's go and fetch the current profile again. So const profile is equal await current profile from add/lib current profile. If there is no profile, in that case, return redirect from next/navigation to / like that. Great. And let's just separate these two. And now let's fetch this server again. So the reason I'm fetching it both inside of the layout right here is because we're going to use this server sidebar component in one more place, and that's going to be the mobile sidebar, which is not going to have access to this layout. So I want to make this server sidebar component independent and only needed this server ID, so I can fetch the server inside one more time. Great. So let's use const server to be await db.server. And let's actually just import db from add/lib/db like this. So db.server.findUnique like that. And inside of here, I'm going to look for where ID is server ID, like that. And now let's go ahead and include a bunch of stuff that we need here. So we're gonna need all channels. So let's include the channels and let's order by created at ascending, like that. Great. Besides channels, we're also going to need to include the members, like that. And we're also going to need to include each member's profile so we can load their image, their name, their email, and stuff like that. And let's order them also by role ascending. So we're going to show the admins first, then the moderators, and then the guests. Great. And now below that, so after we load this server right here, let's go ahead and let's separate text channels, audio channels, and video channels in their own constant. So const text channels are going to be server .channels.filter. We're going to find the individual channel. And let me just expand my screen as much as I can. We're going to find the individual channel, and we're going to check whether the channel.type is equal to channel type, which you can import from @prisma/client. So this is what I imported right here. And let me just organize this imports. So I'm going to keep this two at the top and this one at the bottom. So I imported channel type from @prisma/client. So we're going to check whether this channel type is text, like this. And let me zoom out a bit so you can see how this looks in one line. So const text channels, we are looking for all the channels and only filtering those which have the text type. And I'm going to copy this 2 more times. The second one is going to be audio channels, right? And this one is going to check for channel type audio. And this one is going to be video channels. And this one we're going to check for type video, like this. Great. So let me just zoom in back. So there we go. We have text channels checking if the channel type is text, audio channels checking for audio, and video channels checking for video, like that. Great. And let's also get our members. So const members are going to be server .members.filter individual member. And let's just filter out ourselves. So no need to show ourselves in the list. Member.profileID is not equal to profile.id, like this. Great. So I'm going to zoom this back so you can see how it all looks in one line, like this. So text channels checking for text, audio checking for audio, video for video, and members. We filter throughout all the members and remove the ones which is ourselves, because this profile.id comes from the current profile here. Great. And make sure you don't accidentally do profile ID, so it's lowercase. And if you do it, it's going to throw you an error. So it's I lowercase d, profile ID, like this. Great. And now let me zoom back in. And let's just do a redirect if there is no server. So return redirect to / like that. And now let's find our role inside of this server. So whether to check if we are an admin, if we are a moderator, or a guest. So const role is going to be server.members.find individual member. Member.profileID is identical to our profile.id if it's found. So (role) like this. So again, I'm going to zoom out so you can see how this looks in one line. So we look through all of the members and we search for our matching profile ID, which means, okay, we found the member. And once we found it, let's check the role. So the () is here because if you remove it, there is a possibility that we just don't find ourselves in the list of members. That should never happen, but still, we have a () here to confirm that. Great. And now that we have that, that's actually nothing else we have to load. So let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name. So I'm gonna zoom in back. So class name for this div is gonna be flex-call, h-full, text-primary, w-full. On dark, we're going to use a background of this hex code to be to the 3.1 like that. Otherwise, we're going to use a background of F2, F3, F5. So depending on whether we are light or dark mode, we're going to change the background. So let's see how this looks. There we go. And if I change to light mode, you can see how it looks a bit different. Great. So exactly what we wanted. Perfect. So yeah, just keep your sidebar component open. And great. Now let's remove this text for server sidebar component and let's actually render our server header like this. And inside of this server header, we're going to pass in the current server, which we loaded, and we're going to pass in the role like this. Great. So of course, we're going to get an error for this. So let's go ahead and let's resolve that. So we have to go inside of our components, inside of server, and create a new file, server-header.tsx, like this. Great. Let's mark this as use client, like that. And let's go ahead and let's create an interface, server header props, like that. We need a server, and we're going to need a specific type of server. So we can't just use the server from Prisma/client, because this server also has channels, it also has members, and it also has profiles of those members. If you look at the server sidebar, look at this query right here. So we included the channels and we included the members. So take a look at, if I hover here, you can see that I get all of these types here. And if you take a look at this server, you can see that it doesn't have all of those types. So what we have to do is we have to create a types file, and then we're going to add that here. So you can save this file for now, the server header, ignore the error for now, and go ahead and create a new file called types.ts. So make sure it's in the root of your app, so not in any folder, so completely outside like this. And let's just write export const server, export type, my apologies, export type server with members with profiles, like that. And that's going to be equal to server and open an object members, which is going to be open brackets, a member, and open an object again, profile, which is a profile, like this. So now let's import server, member, and profile from @prisma/client. And at the end of these brackets, make sure you add an array like this. There we go. So now we have this type server with members with profiles like this. And now I'm going to close everything here. Let's go back inside of components, server header, and let's replace this server with members with profiles like that. And now we have the correct type for our server header. Great. Now let's write role, which is optional, member role like this from @prisma/client. So that can stay the same. Great. And now let's write export const server header. Let's return a div saying server header like this. And let's just extract this props, so server and the role, and let's map this server header props to it like that. Great. And now, if you go inside of your server sidebar right here, you can see that we have no errors. Well, actually, we can check for that because I forgot to import this. So go back to your server sidebar and input the server header from /server header like this. And I'm just going to keep those since they're in the same folder. No need to do the whole /components. It's fine to keep them like this. Great. And you can see that we have no errors here. But let me just show you what would happen if we didn't do this custom type. So what if I just added a server here and used a server? Well, what would happen basically is that there seems to be no error here, but if I try server.members here, you can see that it doesn't work. If I try server.channels, you can see that it doesn't work as well. But if I use the server with members with profiles and then try server.members, there we go. Now I have the autocomplete. Great. So that's why we needed that. Perfect. So you can just save this and let me expand my screen a bit. So there we go. We have the server header text right here. And now let's continue developing. So first let's add some constants. So const is admin is going to be role is equal to member role dot admin like this. Const is moderator is going to be equal to is admin, because every admin is also a moderator, or role is equal to member role dot moderator like this. Great. And now we're gonna have to create our drop-down menu. So replace this divs with the drop-down menu from /UI/drop-down menu. So make sure you don't accidentally import this from Radix. It's not gonna work otherwise. And I'm just gonna replace it with /components like this. And I'm gonna separate them for those types. And you can remove this server import if you have it from Prisma Client, but I think you don't have it because I was just demonstrating something with that. Great. Now inside of here, add the drop-down menu trigger from add/components/UI/drop-down menu. So please make sure you don't accidentally import things from Radix, because it's going to break your styles. And you're going to be wondering, why is it not working? Well, in fact, it's just going to be the Radix thing. So always confirm that all of your drop-down imports are from /components/UI drop-down menu. The reason we have drop-down menu is because of the mode toggle for light and dark mode. That's when we added this component. Great. So inside of this trigger, let's go ahead and let's give it a class name of focus outline -none and as child prop like this. And inside, we're going to use a button like this. And we're going to give this button some class names. So let's go ahead and let's write class name w-full text-md font-semi-bold px-3 like this, flex items-center h-12 border-neutral-200. On dark mode, we're going to use border-neutral-800 border-b-2, and we're also going to have hover bg-sync-700/10, but on dark mode, it's going to be hover bg sync-700/50 and transition like this. Great. And inside, we're going to render server.name, so the currently server that we are on, and the chevron down icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have this import. I'm going to move it to the top right here. Great. This is a self-closing tag, and let's give it a class name of h-5, w-5, and ml-auto like this. And let me just expand my screen a bit. So there we go. Now when I go to code with Antonio, you can see how it says code with Antonio. When I go to test server, it says test server. When I go to this one, it says server 2. Great. So this is exactly what we wanted. So I'm just gonna zoom out like this so we can develop and see this sidebar here. Great. So now we have to create the actual drop-down content outside of this drop-down menu trigger. So add drop-down menu content from add/components/UI/drop-down menu. So just confirm that you have the drop-down menu content from /components, not from Radix. Great. And let's go ahead and let's give this some class names. So class names are going to be w-56. Text is going to be extra small. Font is going to be medium. Text is going to be black. On dark, text is going to be neutral 400. And space -y is going to be 2 pixels like this. Great. So first thing we're going to add is the option to invite people. So both moderators and admins can do that. And if you look at our our constants here, we can use the isModerator to check whether the user is either an admin or a moderator. So all we have to do is add isModerator and let's go ahead and write drop down menu item again from add/components UI drop-down menu. So just confirm you have drop-down menu item from components drop-down menu. And inside, I'm gonna write invite people like this. And you can see how I have a small little invite people box right here. So I'm sorry this is so zoomed out, but if I zoom in, it's gonna turn into mobile mode and you're not gonna see absolutely anything. Okay, great. So now let's go ahead and let's give this some class names. So class name is gonna be text-indigo-600. Dark is gonna be text-indigo-400 like that. Px is going to be 3, py is going to be 2, text is going to be small, and cursor is going to be pointer like this. Great, so let's see that. There we go. So now invite people looks a bit better. And now let's add an icon. So user plus from Lucid React. Make sure you have that imported. So I have chevron down and user plus from Lucid React. Great. It is a self-closing tag, and let's give it a class name of h-4, w-4, and ml-auto like this. There we go. So now you can see how nice this looks. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's just copy and paste this below like this. So now we have 2 items. If I click, I have twice the invite people. And let's change this to isAdmin like this. And let's just modify this to not use any text indigo. So you can remove this text indigo. So just make sure that this class name, this dropdown item has the padding on top and on the sides, a small text, and a cursor pointer. Instead of invite people, this is gonna say server settings like this. And instead of user plus, we're going to use the settings icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have chevron down, settings, and user plus from Lucid React. Great. And only an admin can see the server settings, and only an admin can open that model when we create it. Great. So let's go ahead and copy this again. Just fix the indentation. And this one is also going to be just for the admin. So we can leave this if, and change the server settings to manage members like that. And instead of using the settings icon, we're going to use the users icon from Lucid React. So just make sure you have that imported. Great. So now we have invite people, server settings, and manage members here. Perfect. And now we're going to go ahead and add a new one. So just copy and paste that. But this one is going to be visible for both admins and moderators. So we can just use isModerator because every admin by default is also a moderator. And let's go ahead and change manage users to create channel like this. Great. And let's change the users icon to plus circle from Lucid React. So just make sure you have plus circle from Lucid React. Great. And if I click now, I have server settings, manage members, and create a channel. Great. Now let's go ahead. After this, let's just add another isModerator and this one is just going to render a drop-down menu separator from add/components UI drop-down menu like this. So make sure you have this imported from UI drop-down menu and not from Radix. Okay, so you can see how I have this small little line here at the bottom. So only admins and moderators need this separation because guests are only going to have one action, and that is to leave the server. So no point in showing this separator then. Great. And now we can just copy and paste this one from above. So from above this separator and paste it here. Okay. And instead of saying isModerator, this one is only going to be for the admins. So isAdmin like this. And instead of create channel, it's going to say delete server like this. And instead of plus circle, we're going to use the trash icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have imported the trash icon from Lucid React. Great. And now I have this delete server right here. And let's just add a class name to this drop-down menu item, which holds the delete server, to use text-rows-500 like this. Great. So we can see now when you click, delete server is a red, meaning that it's a dangerous action. Great. And now let's go ahead and copy this one last time. And we're going to create the last one. And this one is going to be very simple. So we're going to do the opposite of isAdmin. So we're going to just add an exclamation point. So if we are a moderator or if we are a guest, basically, if we are not an admin, only then we're going to have the option to leave the server. So admins cannot leave the server. Admins can only delete their own service. And instead of the icon trash, let's use the logout icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have logout like this. And now I actually cannot see that because I am an admin, but guests and moderators will be able to see that. Great. So let me just expand this entire thing and zoom in so you can see how this looks. There we go. Invite people, server settings, manage members, create channel, and delete server. Perfect. So we're gonna now create models for all of this right here. So now let's go ahead and let's create our invite functionality, which is the first drop-down action right here to invite people. In order to do that, we first have to visit our use model store. So let's go inside of the hooks and pick the use model store right here. And alongside create server, go ahead and add a pipe. And this one is gonna say invite. So just invite like this. Great. Now we have to extend our model store a bit. So alongside model store, we're also going to have an interface, model data, like this. And for now, model data is only going to accept a potential server. So it doesn't have to, but if we want to, we're going to send in a server. And you can pass that from Prisma/client like this. Great. And now inside of here, after type, add data, and data is going to be model data like this. Great. So now go ahead and add a data in here, and by default it's going to be an empty object. And now extend this is open to also accept a data prop, which by default is going to be empty, which means we also have to change it in this on open right here. So go ahead and add data, optional data, model data like this. Great. So we added data, model data, and on open we added data here, and we defined the potential items we can send in a model. Great. So alongside setting the type, we're also going to set the data. So let me just expand my screen. So on open has a type and a data. And if we pass in the data, it's going to be stored in our model store. So for example, right now we're going to have to open our invite model with some information about that server. So that's why we're going to send the server inside the data using this on open function right here. Great. So let's go back inside of our server header, which is inside components, server header right here. And at the top right here, above the isAdmin, let's add const on open from use model like this, from /hooks use model store. So make sure you have use model imported from /hooks use model store. Great. And now let's find the first drop down item, which says invite people. And we're going to add an on click here, which is going to open that model. So let's go ahead and write on click like this, an arrow function on open. We're going to open the invite model, and we're going to go ahead and pass in the data, so just an object like this with a server like this. So this is the equivalent. We're just going to use a shorthand operator like this. And where do we get this server from? Well, we have it in the props right here. Great. So now that we have that, we can go ahead and we can create our invite model. Great. So let's go ahead and let's close everything here. Let's go inside of our components, models, and you can just copy the create server model and paste it again and rename it to invite-model like this. Great. Let's go ahead and let's remove this form schema. We are not going to need it. That means that we can also remove this entire form right here. So you can remove that. You can also remove this is loading, and you can also remove this on submit right here. Same thing for handle close, so you can remove that as well. And you can change this handle close to directly use this on close from use model. So just on close like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's remove this entire form. So we don't need absolutely anything here. You can go ahead and remove this entire form. So just leave the dialog header ending here, and you can just write invite model like this. Great. Let's also remove the router like this. Let's rename this to invite model like that. And you can now remove all of these imports. We don't need them. Same thing for form like this. And you also don't need the dialog footer. Great. And same thing for all of these components here. Great, so we have a very simple model right here. Just make sure you're doing that inside the invite-model. And now let's change this is model open to not look for the create server, but for invite like this. There we go. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's add this invite model to our model providers. So go inside of your providers, model provider like this. And go ahead and below create server model, add invite model like this from /models/invite model. And I'm just gonna go and replace this to /components like this. There we go. And I think that already now we can try and press on invite people, and there we go. So you can see how we have this invite model right here. So let me just zoom this out so we can work with this model. So I'm going to click again. Okay, there we go. Now let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our invite model, which is inside of our components models invite model right here. And let's change the title. So it's not going to be customized server. It's going to be invite friends like this. And we don't need the dialog description. You can remove that. And you can also remove this dialog description import like that. Great. So now go below the dialog header here, remove this invite model text and create a div. This div is going to have a class name of padding 6 like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's add a label here. So label from /UI/label. So make sure you've imported this from /UI label, but we're going to change that to /components like that. And let's just join these two together. Great. So we have the label here, and let's just write server invite link like this. Great. So you can see how it now says server invite link here. Let's go ahead and let's give this label a class name, which is going to be uppercase text-xs font-bold text-sync-500 dark text-secondary/70 like this. Great. And now below this, we're going to create a div. So below the label, we're going to create a div, and we're going to go ahead and give this div a class name of flex items-center margin top-2 and gap-x-2 like that. Great. So save this, and inside we're going to go ahead and add our input from /UI input. So make sure you import the input, and I'm just going to replace this with components like this. Great. So inside of this input, let's go ahead and let's write a class name, which is going to be bg-sync-300/50 border-0 focus-visible ring-0 text-black and focus-visible ring-offset-0 like this. Great. Let's give it a value for now of invite link. So we're just going to hard code invite link like this. Great. And alongside this input, but still inside of this div, let's add a button from /UI button. So make sure you import this button right here. And let's replace this with components like that. Great. And in here, we're going to give it a size of icon like that. So go ahead and just write a copy from Lucid React icon. So make sure you've imported copy from Lucid React. I'm going to move it to the top, just below the use client like this. And let's go ahead and let's give this a class name of W-4 and H-4 like this. Great. And now outside of this div right here, let's go ahead and add another button, which is going to say generate a new link like this. So just below this, we're going to have this generate a new link. So now let's go ahead and style it a bit. So first thing I'm going to do is variant is going to be link like this. Size is going to be small like that. And class name is going to be text-extra small and text-sync-500, and margin top is going to be 4. There we go. So we have a nice generate a new link text right here. Perfect. Now inside of this button, we're going to add refresh CV like this, lowercase w. There we go. So refresh CV, and let's make sure you import that from Lucid React. Okay, now let's just style it a bit. So let's go ahead and let's give it a class name of w-4, h-4, and margin right -2 like this. Okay. And let's just modify this. So instead of margin right, let's use margin left. There we go. So now it's better. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's create one hook, which we're going to need to read the current URL. So let's go inside of our hooks and create a new file, use-origin.ts like this. Great. And inside of here, we're going to write export const use origin like that. This is going to be a very simple hook. So const mounted, set mounted, use state from React, default value is false like this, use effect, also import that from React, empty dependency array, and set mounted is going to be true like this. Great. Now let's write const origin to be type of window is not undefined like that, and window.location.origin question mark window.location.origin, or an empty string like this. So let me just zoom out so you can see this in one line, and let me also expand my window. So like this, origin is a type of window. So if type of window is not undefined, and if we have the window location .origin, in that case render the window.location.origin, otherwise render an empty string. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's write if mounted like that, return null. So if we are not mounted, make sure you put an exclamation point here, and you actually don't have to return null. You can also just return an empty string. Otherwise, return origin like that. Great. So just make sure you have this hook. You can close this now and go back inside of your invite model. And let's go ahead and let's add that hook now. So just below this use model, const origin, use origin, from /hooks, use origin like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create a constant here. So const invite URL is going to be backticks at origin like this, and copy this invite URL and replace the value of this input where we hard-coded the invite link. So just change it to a dynamic invite URL. So now it says localhost 3000 in this invite friends. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's extract the model data which we passed. So in order to do that, what we have to do is just extract server from data. And we need to make sure to extract the data from use model like this. And then we can use this server to extend this invite URL. So add /invite/server, open special object, server (invite code like this. There we go. So now let me just show you. You can see that in my model, I have a /invite and the invite code from my database. Great. So let's go ahead and let's continue developing this model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some constants. Const copied, set copied to be use state from React. Default value is false, so make sure you import use state from React. I'm just going to move it here to the top like that. And let's also add const is loading, set is loading, use state false. Like this. Great. Now let's create a function to actually copy this. So const on copy is going to be an arrow function, which is going to call the navigator.clipboard dot write text invite URL like this. So we're gonna copy this constant invite URL using the origin / invite and the invite code. Great. And we're gonna set copied to true, and then we're gonna add a timeout like this. Set copied to false after 1000 milliseconds equaling to 1 second. Great. So you're gonna see what that does now. So let's go and find the copy button. So it's this one inside of this div, which has our input and has a copy Lucid icon inside. And let's give it an on click on copy like this. Okay, and now let's just change this. So if it's copied, in that case, we're going to render check icon from Lucid React. So make sure you import the check from Lucid React. Otherwise, we're going to render this copy icon, so you can remove it from here and paste it inside. And you can copy this class name here and paste it here. There we go. So we can also display this like this, so it's a bit clearer. There we go. And now you can see how this effect is going to look. So I'm gonna zoom in back into my model. So when I click copy, you can see that I get a check mark and then it's back to copy it again. Perfect. Great. So what I have to do now is a function to regenerate this link. So let's go ahead and let's write that function. So below the onCopy, let's write a const on new to be an asynchronous function like this. Open a try and catch block. In the catch error, we're just going to console log the error. And in the finally, you're going to set is loading to false, which means that in the try block, we're going to set is loading to true like this. Great. And now let's just write const response to be await Axios, which you can import from Axios. So make sure you import Axios. I'm just going to move it all the way to the top here. Great. So await Axios dot patch open pointy brackets, open backticks /API /servers /server.id /invite -code like that, and just put a question mark in the server.id like this. So let me just expand this so you can see it in one line. And there we go. So const response is equal to await axios.patch /API /servers the server ID invite code. So we're going to use this Axios patch to refresh the invite code. And what we're going to do now is we're going to call our onOpen again. So make sure you extract that from use model. So let me zoom in back. So we're going to call onOpen again from this use model hook. And we are literally going to open the very same model. So invite model, and we're just going to update its data by passing server to be response.data. So we're going to get the updated invite code, and then this server invite code, this constant, is going to get immediately refreshed. Great. Now let's use this as loading for some disabled states. Great. So let's go ahead and let's find our input. Right here, let's give it a disabled. Off is loading like that. Let's give the copy button a disabled if we are loading, and let's give the regenerate a disabled if we are loading like that. Great. So now if you try and click on this, actually we have not assigned what actually calls this on new function. So let's go ahead and let's find our generate a new link button and give it an on click to call on new like this. Great. So now if I try and click generate a new link, I'm gonna get a 404 Axios error. There we go. So I get a 404 in my console because we have not created that route yet. So now let's go ahead and let's do that. So let's head into our app folder. So right here, we can close everything. App folder, API, servers, and you're gonna have to create a new folder, server ID inside of brackets like this. And inside create a route.ts like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and write export asynchronous function patch, which has a request of type of request, and it has params. And let's give them a type. Params is an object which holds the server ID, which is a type of string, and we know that because this folder has a server ID name. Great. So now that we have that, let's open a try and catch block. So in the catch, let's log the error. So console log server ID and just paste in the error like this. And let's return new next response from next/server like this, internal error, and just pass in the status of 500 like this. Great. In the try block, let's go ahead and fetch the profile. So const profile is await current profile from add/lib current profile like this. If there is no profile, in that case, return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401 like this. Status. There we go. And now what we have to do is check if we don't have the params server ID. So if there are no params.server ID, return new next response server ID missing with a status of 400. Great. And now let's actually update our server. So const server is equal to await db, which you can import from add/lib db. So make sure you do this. Great. And now let's write await db.server.update like this, where id is equal to params.server ID and profile ID is equal to profile.id like this. Great. And data is equal to invite code. And what we have to do is generate a new invite code. In order to do that, we have to import our UUID library. So import v4 as UUID v4 from UUID like this. Great. So just go back to the invite code and call the UUID v4 and execute the function. So only an admin will be able to do this call because we are checking for the profile ID that created this server. So no need to check inside of the members and then find some and then find the role or profile ID. So no need to do anything like that. We can just check the profile ID because the only profile ID that's possible to be in this server is the creator of the server. Great. And now that we updated this server, let's just return new next response.json and pass in the server like this. Great. Perfect. So now let's try what happens. So I'm going to refresh this. I'm going to click invite people and I'm going to click generate a new link. And let's see if we are still getting some errors. So I'm generating a new link. Okay, it still says that it's 404. So let me just go ahead and debug this. All right, so the mistake is very simple. So you can see that I'm pointing at /invite code, but I never created that route. The route that I created is server ID route.ts. So what I have to do is create a new folder, invite-code inside of this server ID folder, and drag and drop this route inside. So just move it like this. There we go. Save the file again. Let's refresh this now. And if I am correct, after I click on invite people and generate a new link, there we go. You can see how the invite URL changes every time we click generate a new link. Perfect. So what we have to do now is the actual functionality that when someone enters this inside of their URL, they actually join this server. Because if you try and paste this now here, you're gonna get a 404 because we never created this page. So now let's go ahead and let's do that. So let's go back inside of our app folder. So I'm gonna close everything here. Just make sure you saved all of these files and make sure that your generation is working. Okay, and now let's go back inside of the app folder and let's create a new organizational folder called invite. Like this. And this invite is not going to have any layout. It's just going to have routes like this. And inside, let's create a new folder called invite, like that. And inside of that, create another folder in brackets, invite code, like this. And that's gonna be our page.tsx. Great. So invite organizational folder, routes organizational folder, invite folder, and invite code folder, which is dynamic. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's write invite code page like this. You can just return a div hello invite. For now, it doesn't matter. It's not going to have any content. It's just going to do, and it's just going to add you to the server and then redirect you to the server. So let's go ahead and let's create an interface. Invite code page props, params, invite code is a string like this. So make sure that this invite code inside of the params matches the folder name. So invite code, it needs to be the same. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's extract the params here, and let's just map that to invite code page props. Perfect. Let's make this page asynchronous so we can do some calls to the database now. So first one we're going to do is fetching the current profile. So const profile is equal await current profile from add/lib current profile, like I've imported here at the top. Great. If there is no profile, in that case, return redirect to sign in from Clerk Next.js. So I'm just going to separate those two. Great. Now, if there are no params.invite code, return redirect from next/navigation. So make sure you import redirect from next/navigation. I will move that to the top as well. And we're just going to redirect to the root page. So if the user doesn't enter the invite code, we can just return them back. Now let's check if the person trying to join this server is by chance already in this server. So for that, we're going to write const existing server to be await db and import db from add/lib/db like I did right here. Great. So await db.server.find first like this, where invite code is equal to params.invite code. So if it matches and if members sum profile ID is equal to profile.id. So if we match the invite code of the server we are trying to join, and if we are already a member of that server, in that case, all we have to do is redirect the user back to that server. No need to join again. So if existing server, return redirect open backticks /servers/existing server.id inside of this special object. Perfect. And now let's create a case to join the server. So const server is equal await db.server.update like this, where invite code is equal to params.invite code like that, data, and we have to create a new member. So members, create, open an array, open an object, profile ID is equal to profile.id. And we don't need to explicitly give it a role of guest, because by default, everyone who joins is going to be a guest. Great. So let me just check what this error is about. All right, so I found our mistake. Our mistake is in our schema. So let's go ahead. You can save this for now and just ignore this error and go inside of your Prisma, schema.prisma right here. And you can see that here for the invite code, I put a string and a db.text. No need for that. You can remove db.text and instead add unique. So now we are able to query and find unique servers using this invite code. So my mistake. And now remember, every time we modify our schema Prisma, we have to run two commands. So shut down your application and run npx prisma generate. So this is gonna update this to our node modules, and you can already see how the error in my page went away. And now npx prisma db push like this. And what happened now is that we added a specific change that is causing incompatibility with our current data in the database. So we're gonna have to remove all of our servers so far. and you can just press Y to confirm this. There we go. And now let's npm run dev this again, and let's see if we lost our servers. So this is normal to happen during development. When you modify the schema Prisma, you're often going to create new relations, new rules, which cause stuff to fail. So it looks like ours is still working here. So what I actually prefer that you do is reset your database. So just so we are working with correct data. So let's shut down the application and run npx prisma migrate reset like this. So this is going to remove our entire database. So confirm this pressing Y on your keyboard. And after you do this, you have to run npx prisma generate again and npx prisma db push again. And then you can go ahead and npm run dev your application again. So npm run dev again. And now if I refresh on this local host, I should get redirected back to the root page with the initial model telling me to create my server. Perfect. Because no data exists. So I'm going to create my new server again. I'm going to call it code with Antonio like this. I'm going to click create. And after this refreshes, I should be back to the server ID page. Perfect. And now I have my sidebar, I have my invite code, and if I generate, there we go, it works. Perfect. So now let's head back inside of our invite page. So let's go back inside of the app folder, invite, routes, invite code, page.tsx right here. Perfect. So once we find this server using the unique invite code, which we just served, and we create a new member who is trying to join, all we have to do then is redirect them to that new server. So if there is a server, return redirect backticks /servers/server.id like this. Great. And instead of this, you can just return null like this. So I just said we're not actually going to render anything here. Instead, we are first going to fetch the current profile. We're going to check whether we have an invite code or not. We're going to check if the user is already a part of this server. If it is, we're going to redirect them to that server. Otherwise, we're going to update the server using the unique invite code, which we just modified in our schema Prisma. So now it's unique for every server. And we modify the data, we modify the members, and we create a new member using this profile ID. And because our members, so let me just scroll to members, our default value for the role is guest. We don't have to explicitly write that here. So just profile ID is enough and no errors in our code. Perfect. So what we have to do now is we have to try this out. So what you have to do is, well, let's test this with logged in users. So I just copy this either like this or use the copy function. Right now I'm already in this server. So let's see what happens once I paste here. What should happen is I should get redirected back to my server, and that's exactly what happened. Perfect. And now what you have to do is log out and log into another account and try and paste that in your URL. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to log out and enter a new account. There we go. So I just logged in a new account, and you can see that it's asking me to customize my server because I have not joined or created any servers in this new account. So I'm going to go inside of my URL and I'm going to paste that which I copied from a previous invite model. I'm going to paste and let's see if this is going to add me. And there we go. I am now part of Code with Antonio. You can see right here that I have a completely different icon. So this is my different account. And since I'm a guest, look at this. I only have the option to leave the server. That is my only option here. Perfect. So you successfully finished the inviting. Great. So what I suggest you do is that you log in back into the account that is an admin on this server so you can continue developing all the other options. So I'm just going to do that quickly. There we go. So we completely wrapped up our invite people. We can generate new links. So now that I clicked generate a new link, if the person tries to send that old URL to someone else, it's no longer going to work because it changed in the database. So that's how cool this generate a new link is, because we can easily invalidate links if we don't want them to be spread around. Perfect. So you finished the invite friends model, you confirm the functionality works, and next thing we're going to do is the server settings. So now let's go ahead and let's create this server settings model right here. So in order to start doing that, we have to go back inside of our use model store. So go inside of the hooks and find the use model store. We have to find our model types and we have to extend it by adding edit server like this. Great. So now that we have that, everything else can stay the same. So we already have the model data to pass the server information, and we have that configured in our onOpen function. So we needed this for the invite model, and we're also going to need it for the edit model. Great. Let's go now inside of our components, models, find the create server model, and copy and paste it here. And rename this copy to edit-server-model like this. Go ahead and rename this constant, but just make sure you're actually inside of the edit server model and not accidentally in the create server model. And rename this to edit server model like this, and modify this is model open to check for edit server like this. We're gonna leave everything as it is for now. Great. I'm going to close everything here. I'm going to go inside of my components, providers, model provider, and below the invite model, I'm going to add edit server model like this from /models edit server model, and I'm just going to modify it to /components like this. Great. So now that we have this, let's go ahead and let's find our components server header right here, and we already have this on open destructured from the use model. So let's use it the same way we did for invite people. Let's add an onClick for this drop down menu item which holds the server settings. So let's write onClick, an arrow function, onOpen, edit server, and let's pass in the server as the data like this. Great. So now if you go ahead and try and click on server settings, you should see the model to create the server. Perfect. So I'm going to keep this open and I'm going to go back inside of my components, models, edit server model right here. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's actually modify some things. So in the use model, we're also going to get data like this. So below this constant is model open. Let's extract the server from it. So server is equal data like this. Perfect. And now let's add a use effect, which is going to fill these values with existing data. So use effect from React, like I did right here. Make sure you add this import. I'm just going to move it here like this. In this use effect, you're going to create an arrow function. Yep, that's correct. My apologies. So like this, add the dependency array, and inside we're going to check if there is a server from this data which we destructured. So if we pass the data when we clicked on open from the server header, we're going to call form.setValue to be name server.name like this, and form.setValue image URL is going to be server.image URL like this. Great. And now let's just pass in the necessary items in the dependency array, which are going to be the server and the form like this. And there we go. Once I saved, you can see that now my model is showing the information from this server. So if I click on server settings, there we go. I have my icon and I have my server name. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's modify this create button. So it doesn't need to say create, it needs to say save. So I'm going to find the create label and change it to save like this. There we go. Now it says save. Perfect. And what we have to modify now is our onSubmit function. So it doesn't need to call the Axios post to API servers. Instead, it needs to call axios.patch, and the URL is going to be a bit different. So we can remove this. Instead, add backticks and write /API/servers/ open curly brackets server ? .id like this. So we changed from post to patch, and we modify the URL to target a specific server ID to edit. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create a route which is going to do this. Because if you try right now, I'm going to prepare my console right here. So if I click save, it says 404 not found. So let's fix that by actually creating that route. Let's go and let's find our app folder, our API, our servers, server ID. Inside, we already have the invite code, but I want you to create a route.ts file inside of this server ID file. So new file route.ts. So you can see how now I have a route inside the server ID folder, and I have a separate invite code folder here. So this is actually the thing that we did before I figured out that I have to create a new folder, if you remember. So just make sure you have a route.ts inside of the server ID where your invite code folder is, but not inside the invite code folder. Great. And inside of here, let's go ahead and let's develop the patch function. So export asynchronous function patch like this, which takes the request, which is a type of request, and it takes params. And let's map that object, params, to be a server ID, which takes in a string like that. Again, make sure that this server ID here matches the folder server ID. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's open a try and catch block. So let's get the error from here. Let's log it for development purposes. So server ID patch, error like this, and return new next response from next/server, internal error with a status of 500 like this. Perfect. And now let's develop the actual patch function. So first let's get the current profile. Const profile is equal await current profile from add/lib/current profile, and I'm immediately going to separate those imports. Let's go ahead and let's check if there is no profile. So if there is no profile, return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401 like this. Great. And now let's write const server to be await db.server.update. And let's not forget to import db. So import db from add/lib/db right here. So let's find the server using the server ID. So ID is equal to params.server ID like that. And let's modify the data. And the data we have to modify is name and image URL. So in order to do that, we first have to destructure it. Let's do that below this profile. So const destructure the name and image URL from await request.json like this, and pass in the data, name and image URL like this. Great. And one more thing, in the where clause, let's also add profile ID to be the current profile which we loaded .id. So only an admin can modify the server settings. Great. And now let's just go ahead and return new next response.json server like this. There we go. So let's go ahead and let's attempt to modify this server now. So I'm going to write, let me just refresh everything. So now it says code with Antonio here, also when I hover here. But if I go to server settings and change this to edited server, let's see if that's going to work. So I clicked save, and there we go. Now it says edited server, and here it also says edited server. Great, great job. You successfully finished the update function of the server. So the next one is to create and manage some members. So let's go ahead and let's create the model, which is going to open when we click on manage members right here. So let's go ahead and let's visit our use model store. So go inside of the hooks and find use model store right here. And we have to add another type of model. This one is going to be called members, like this. We don't have to modify anything else in the model data. We're still going to be working with just the server as the data. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components folder, models, and go ahead and copy the invite model, because I feel like this one is going to be the easiest to modify in order to match what we need for the manage members model. So just copy this invite model, paste it inside of models, and rename it to members model, like this. Perfect. Go inside of the newly created members model and let's rename it to members model, and the only thing we're going to modify is this is model open. Instead of looking for invite, it's going to look for members, like this, the same that we defined in our use model hook right here. So make sure it matches this members type right here. Great. And now let's close everything. Make sure you saved all of those files. Go inside of components, providers, model provider right here, and below the edit server model, add the members model, like this. And what I'm going to do is just rename this to add/components. So you don't have to do this, but I like it that way. Now let's go ahead and let's find our server header function in this server folder. So not server sidebar, but server header. And inside, find the drop-down menu item which says manage members. And using the same method, we're going to call the onOpen, which we destructured from the use model hook. So onClick is going to be an arrow function which calls the onOpen members and passes in the server as the data. Perfect. So let me just expand this. I'm going to refresh this page and let's go and click to manage members. And there we go. It opens the invite friends because we copied it from that model. Perfect. So I'm going to keep this open and let's go ahead and let's actually start developing here. So I'm closing everything inside and I'm going inside of components, model, members model right here. Perfect. So first things first, we are not going to need this origin, so we can remove that, and we can remove the hook for importing the use origin. We're also not going to need the invite URL right here, so you can remove the entire onCopy function as well. You can remove the entire onNew function as well. We are not going to need these two states, so you can remove copied and set copied, like this. And you can also remove everything inside of this div. So this div, which has a class name of padding 6, which is just below the dialog header, you can go ahead and select everything inside of that div and remove it like this and just write hello members. So it should look something like this, a very, very simple model. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's change the title from invite friends to manage members, like this. Great. And now let's go below and add dialog description from add/components/UI dialog. So don't accidentally import it from Radix. Let me show you my import right here. So dialog description from add/components/UI dialog. And you can go ahead and remove these imports for now. If we need them again, we are going to add them. There we go. So these are the only imports I have. I have the dialog and I have the use model from the use model store. All right. Inside of this dialog description, what we are going to do is we are going to count our members. So I'm going to write server $members $length. And after that, I'm going to say members. So it's going to say 5 members or 0 members. And let's take a look at what happened. So we have the correct number right here. It says 2 members. We're going to style it and position it. But our TypeScript is throwing an error. That is because inside of our use model, so let me just go inside of the use model, we define the model data to be server. But we are looking for members here. So what I'm going to do is a very quick TypeScript fix for this specific use case. Go ahead and find inside of the members model this destructuring of server from the data. And what you're going to do is write data as open an object, and inside all you're gonna do is server and give it a type of server with members with profiles from @/types. There we go. So just import this server with members with profiles. So let me show you how this looks in one line. So const server is data as an object which holds the server, which is a type of server which has members and their profiles. And now this TypeScript error is no longer here, and we can safely iterate over the members. Perfect. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's give this description some styling. So go to dialog description and give it a class name like this. And let's go ahead and let's write text center like this and text-sync-500 like that. There we go. That looks much better in my opinion. Perfect. Let's go outside. Yes, one more thing that I want to do is I want to put the dialog description inside of the dialog header. So I closed this dialog header too early. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this dialog description and I'm just gonna paste it below the dialog title like this. There we go. And just save. Now there was a slight difference, so now it's a bit closer to the title and it's following the correct semantic approach to doing this. So the dialog header component is now wrapping both our dialog title and our dialog description. So all I did was moved it from outside of the dialog header inside of the dialog header Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's remove this div right here. And instead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to add scroll area from /UI/scroll area like this. So I'm going to rename this to add/components like that. Make sure it's not accidentally imported from Radix. Great. Inside of this scroll area, I'm going to go ahead and give it a class name of empty-8 max height of 420 pixels and PR-6 like this. Great. Inside, we are going to iterate over these members and map them as well as their actions. So let's go ahead and write server $members $map like that. Let's get the individual member and let's go ahead and let's create a div with a key of member.id like that. And let's give this div a class name of flex items-center gap-x-2 and margin bottom of 6 like this. Great. Inside of this div, we're going to create a new component called user avatar. So in order to do that, let's first render it user avatar like this. And now we're going to get an error. So let's go inside of our components folder and create a new file user-avatar.tsx like this. In order to continue developing here, we need to add a component from ShadcnUI. So let me expand this screen and let's go ahead and let's find the avatar component right here. And let's use this command from the CLI to add it to our project. So I'm going to shut down my application. I'm going to write this command right here. npx shadcn-ui at latest add avatar and just press enter and confirm the installation. Once that is done, you can go ahead and npm run dev your project again. Great. So I'm just going to go ahead and refresh my application because I shut it down. So make sure it's all loaded. Let's just wait a second and let's click back on the manage members. And there we go. I have the very same error again. So let's go ahead and let's import avatar and avatar image from @/components/UI/avatar like this. So I'm doing this inside of my newly created user avatar component. And inside, I'm also going to create an interface user avatar props to have an optional source, which is a string, and a class name if we want to modify it as a string as well, and also optional. And export const user avatar like this, and let's just destructure these items inside, so source and class name, and let's map them to our props, so user avatar props like that, and let's return an avatar whoops, avatar like this. We already have that imported, and avatar image like this. Let's give it a source of source like that. And now let's give this a dynamic class name. So it's not going to use strings, instead it's going to use the good old cn from @/libutils like this. Let's go ahead and let's open this. Let's add some default classes here. So that's going to be height 7, width 7. On medium devices, height is going to be 10. On medium, width is going to be 10 as well. And let's also pass in the class name as our optional secondary prop in case we ever want to modify this. Perfect. Now we can go back inside of our members model and we can actually import the user avatar from /user avatar. And I'm going to rename this to /components like this. There we go. So let me refresh this project again and let me find the manage members, and there we go, no more errors. Perfect. So find your scroll area below the dialog header inside of this members model right here. And for this user avatar, you're going to go ahead and pass in the source, which is going to be member.profile.image URL like this. And there we go. You can see that I have two members inside of my project here. So inside of my server here, because if you remember, we tested the invite functionality. So that's why I'm logged in here with two of my accounts. Great. So let's continue with this now. So first thing I want to do is just add a bit of padding to this scroll area. But I'm not going to do that directly on the scroll area. Instead, I'm going to find my dialog content right here, and I'm just going to go and remove this padding 0 from here. And there we go. You can see how now my model looks much better. Perfect. So just below this user avatar now, we can go ahead and render the user's name and their role in this server. So below this user avatar right here, let's go ahead and let's add a div, which is going to have a class name, which is going to be flex-call, and gap-y-1 like this. And inside, go ahead and open a div with a class name again, text-extra small, font-semi-bold like this, flex, and items-center like that. And inside, let's just go ahead and render member.profile.name like this. There we go. One thing I want to do now is a role icon map, so an object which is going to render our icon depending on the role. So whether a user is a guest, moderator, or an admin, we're going to display different icons alongside their name. So let's prepare that by going to the top, and let's go ahead and let's add a const role icon map like this. Let's open an object. Let's write guest null moderator shield check from Lucid React. Make sure you do that import as I did right here. And let's give it a class name of h-4 w-4 margin left -2 and text-indigo-500 like that. And last one is going to be admin. This one is going to use shield alert from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name of h-4 w-4 and text-rows-500 like this. Great. So now that we have that prepared, let's go ahead and let's go just below our member profile.name. And let's go ahead and render role icon map, so that constant object we just created, and let's pass in the member.role inside like this. And there we go. You can now see that I have a little shield icon next to me right here. Perfect. But let's just add a bit of a padding next to it. So let's see how we can do that. We can go and just add a gap-x-1 like this. And there we go. Now it looks much better. So I added a gap-x-1 to this div, and now they look a bit better. Perfect. And now what I want you to do is go outside of this div, but still inside of this one. So just below this one, holding a name and the role map, and add a paragraph in which we're going to render the member.profile.email like this. Perfect. And let's go ahead and let's add a class name right here, which is going to be text-extra small text-sync-500 like this. There we go. Perfect. So what I want to do next is I want to add options on the side right here, which are going to be triggered, which are going to trigger either changing the role of a user or kicking them from the server. So before we do that, let's go ahead and let's add a loading state for a specific member ID. So below this use model, go ahead and write const loading ID set loading ID equals to use state from React. And its default value is just going to be an empty string like this, and make sure you've imported use state from React. Great, so now that we have this loading ID, let's go ahead and let's find this server members right here, and just below this ending of this paragraph and below ending of this div, go ahead and write server.profileID is not equal to member.profileID, and loading ID is not equal to member.id. And we're going to render a div which says actions like this. So there we go. We are not going to show any options for the admin of the server because we cannot kick the admin of the server, and we cannot degrade him by changing them to moderator, right? So we can only do that with guests and other moderators. Perfect, because only an admin has access to this model right here and to the API functions. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's add a class name to this div, which for now just says action, and it's going to be ml-auto like this. There we go. So it's at the end. I'm just going to zoom in a bit out so you can see better how that is supposed to look. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's import everything we need from our drop-down menu. So I'm going to go ahead and add this to the top, so we have a clear separation of our imports. And now let's go ahead and let's import the following from @components/UI/dropdown-menu like this. Let's import the drop-down menu content like this. And let me just see what is the mistake in this one. So I just made a typo, my apologies. So it's drop-down menu content, drop-down menu item like that, drop-down menu portal, drop-down menu separator like this, drop-down menu sub, drop-down menu sub content like this, drop-down menu trigger, and drop-down menu sub trigger like this. So all of this: menu, content, item, portal, separator, sub content, trigger, and sub trigger are the components we are going to need to render the actions for each member. Perfect. So let's go ahead. Let's remove this label which says action, and let's say drop-down menu like that, which we have imported. Now let's add the drop-down menu trigger, and let's go ahead and give it an icon of more vertical from Lucid-React. So make sure you import more vertical from Lucid React. So you should have the shield alert, you should have the shield check, and more vertical. Perfect. And let's go ahead and give this more vertical a class name. The class name is going to be h-4, w-4, and text-sync-500 like this. So a nice little vertical dots. Perfect. Now let's add the drop-down menu content and let's give it a prop of side left, like this. Now inside, let's go ahead and let's create a drop-down menu sub, like this. And let's add a drop-down menu sub trigger inside, like that. And the drop-down menu trigger inside is going to have a class name of flex and items dash center, like this. And inside, add an icon shield question from Lucid React. So make sure you imported shield question and put it inside of the menu sub trigger, like this. Let's go ahead and give this a class name. So class name is going to be W-4, H-4, and MR-2, like that. And go ahead and give it a span of role, like this. So when I click here, now we have a role. And once we hover on that, we're going to have which options to change the user from. Perfect. So let's go ahead. And after this drop-down menu sub trigger, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a drop-down menu portal, like this. And inside, drop-down menu sub content, like this. Great. And now inside we're gonna write drop down menu item, like this, and this one is going to say guest, like this. So let's see if that works. There we go. So now when I hover, it gives me an option to turn this user into a guest. Perfect. So let's just make this a bit prettier. So above this guest text, let's add a shield icon. So import shield from Lucid React. So I have shield alert, check, and question. Great. Let's close this self-closing tag. Let's give it a class name of H-4, W-4, and MR-2. So let's see how that looks. There we go. And one more thing I'm going to do is below this guest text, I'm going to do a conditional. So if member.role is equal to guest, in that case, go ahead and render a check icon from Lucid React one more time. So import the check. Great. Let me just find where we are. Okay. And inside of here, I'm going to give it a class name of H-4, W-4, and ML-auto, like this. So after I hover, I should have a check icon next to guest because this user is only a guest in my server. Perfect. So I'm just going to zoom out just a little bit so you can see this structure better. Perfect. So it's very long because we have the drop-down menu and inside we have a sub menu and a sub trigger, and then we need to do a portal. So yes, you can always visit my GitHub if you have a feeling like what you're doing is wrong. Don't worry about it, but just follow slowly and you should have no problems. Perfect. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add another drop-down menu item, the same as I did for this guest right here. So let's just go ahead and let's copy that and paste it here. And instead of guest, this one, so I just added a new one below the menu item here. Instead of guest, this one is going to be moderator, which means that member role we're going to check for is moderator, like this. Let's see how that looks like. So role, there we go. And let's just modify from using the basic shield to shield check. And we already have that imported. There we go. So now you can see that the guest is selected, but moderator is not selected. Perfect. And great. So those are the only roles we can change for. So no need to do anything else here. Perfect. So now go ahead and find where drop-down menu sub ends. And before the drop-down menu content ends, go ahead and add drop-down menu separator, like this. We already have that imported like that. And inside, just add a simple drop-down menu item, like that. My apologies, it's not a self-closing tag. So close it like this. And all we're gonna say is kick, like this. So let's see how that looks. There we go. Perfect. So we can kick and change the role. let's just go ahead and style this a little bit. So I'm going to use the gavel icon or gavel, like that from Lucid React. And let's give it a class name of h-4, w-4, and margin right -2 like this. There we go. So we can now kick and we can change from guest to moderator and vice versa. Perfect. And one more thing I want to do, you can find where this conditional content ends right here and just write loading ID is identical to member.id. So if we currently made any Axios request for this ID, either kicking them or changing their role, we're going to display a small spinner. So go ahead and add loader to from Lucid React. Make sure you import that from Lucid React. It is a self-closing tag. And we're going to give them a class name of animate-spin text-sync -500, margin left, auto, w-4 and h-4. So let me demonstrate how that should look if I change this. There we go. So we're going to have this little spinner. So just bring this back to loading ID is identical to member ID. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's create the functions which we are going to call to kick the user and change the user role. So let's do the role change first, because once we kick the user, we have to do the whole invite thing to get them back into the server. All right, so go all the way to the top before we return anything. And let's go ahead and write const on role change. It's going to be an asynchronous arrow function like this. It's going to accept member ID as its first parameter, which is a string, and a role, which is a type of member role, and you can import that from @prisma/client. So let me just zoom out a bit so you can see the function in one line. On role change, a synchronous function which accepts the member ID and the role. And let's find the member role here. So @prisma/client, and I'm just going to move it to the top with the other imports. Perfect. So what I'm going to do inside is I'm going to open a try and catch block. So let's do the catch one first. I'm going to go ahead and write console log error like that. And let's do finally set loading ID to be an empty string, which means that in the try block, we had to set loading ID to be member ID like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and install a package which is going to help us with generating URL queries. So let's go ahead and shut down the application and run npm install query-string like this. Perfect. Let's go to the top and let's import QS from query-string like this. So let me run my application again, npm run dev like this, and I added this import QS from query-string. I'm going to refresh this page. And let me just open this model again. So every time you shut down your application and run npm run dev, make sure to refresh the page. Perfect. So let me zoom this in a bit and let's continue working with this here. So let's go back inside of our on role change function and let's write const URL to be qs.stringify URL like this. The first argument is going to be URL, which is going to be backticks /API/members/member ID like that. So we are going to target this API route and we're going to add the query to be server ID, server ?.id, which we have from the data of the model store, and member ID, which we are going to modify like that. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's write const response to be await Axios, which you can import from Axios. So make sure you do that. I'm just going to move it to the top of my imports like this. Perfect. Await Axios.patch URL, because this is going to create a string. If you take a look, it's going to return a string. And let's go ahead and pass in the role as the change. Perfect. And after that is ready, let's go ahead and call a router. Whoops, we don't have the router, so let's add it. So at the beginning of your members model, just write const router to be use router from next/navigation like this, and make sure you've imported the router from next/navigation. And I'm just adding it to the top with the other imports. Perfect. So we have this router now. So let's go call router.refresh right here to update our server components. And then let's call onOpen. Let's see if we destructured it here. So we did. Make sure you have onOpen destructured from the use model right here. Perfect. Let's call the onOpen to call this members model. But all I want to do actually is update the data. So I'm going to pass the server to be response.data like this. There we go. So now if you try, well, we can't try anything yet. We have not added we have not added this function to any onClick. So copy this on role change and let's go ahead and add it where needed. So I'm just going to zoom out just a bit. Find this role span and go ahead and find this drop-down menu item, which has a guest label and has this check and this shield right here. And in this drop-down menu item, add an onClick. Let me just collapse this in a new line. So onClick is going to be an arrow function, which is going to call onRoleChange to be a member.id and guest as the role I'm changing it to. So when we click on guest, which is this thing right here, so when I click on guest, I'm gonna call the onRoleChange, passing the current member ID that I clicked on and a guest as the new role for that user. Perfect. And I'm gonna do the same thing for this one where it says moderator right here. So onClick is going to be an arrow function onRoleChange member.id and moderator like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's try that now. I'm going to open my inspect element here, and what I'm expecting is that when I click on guest or moderator, I get a 404 error. So when I click here, there we go, we have a 404 not find. Perfect, that's exactly what we need because the route doesn't exist, but our local client functions are obviously working. So let's go ahead and let's create that route now. So I'm going to close everything for simplicity now. And let's go inside of our app folder, inside of API, and create a new folder called members like this. And inside, go ahead and create another folder. In brackets, write member ID like this, and inside write route.ts like that. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's write this patch function first. So export asynchronous function patch, which takes in the request, which is a type of request, and params, which are type of params, which are an object. We have the member ID, which is a type of string. So just make sure that this folder member ID matches the params member ID. Great. Let's open a try and catch block as always. Let's log for development. So members ID patch error like that, and return new next response from the server internal error with a status of 500 like this. Perfect. Now inside, let's get the current profile, await current profile like this, and make sure you've imported that from lib current profile like that. If there is no profile, in that case, what we can do is return new next response, unauthorized, and give it a status of 401 like that. Perfect. If there is no, okay, so yeah, what we have to do now is we're also passing some query alongside our member ID. So before we go any further, below the profile, what I want you to do is add const search params are equal to new URL request.url like this, and const role is going to be, role is going to be await request.json like this. So we need this too in order to check some more stuff. Perfect. And now let's destructure our server ID. So const server ID is equal to search params.get server ID. So just make sure you don't do any typos. This two should be the same. Server ID, capital I. Perfect. And let's go ahead and check if we don't have the server ID. In that case, we're going to return new next response saying server ID missing with a status of 400 like this. And now let's check if we don't have the params member ID. So if there are no params.member ID, let's go ahead and return new next response member ID missing status 400 as well. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's actually update this server. So const server is equal await db, which you can import from /libdb. So make sure you do this import right here. Perfect. Await db.server.update like this, where id is server ID, which we are going to get from our query search params. So usually we are able to do that in this params, but look at our URL. It's not inside of the server ID. It's independent. All right. So we have the server ID and we define that right here. And we're also going to use the profile ID to confirm that only the current profile.id, which is going to be the admin, can modify this. So data members update like that, where id is params.member ID like that. Profile ID is not the current profile.id, so we don't want our user, our admin, to accidentally be able to change their role if they use just the API. So this is just a check that whoever is updating this is not updating themselves, because only an admin can update this, and an admin cannot change change their own role. So server needs to have an admin. That's the point. That's why we do this protection. All right. And now let's go ahead and let's just pass in the data role like this. So outside of this, where add a data and role like that. Perfect. So outside of this data, you can go ahead and add include. And what we're going to need are members, where we're going to need profile. So include profile true, and order by role ascending like this. There we go. And let's just go ahead and return new next response.json server like this. There we go. Perfect. So now we have this patch function, which finds the server using server ID and the current profile ID as an admin. It looks through the members. It finds the member that matches the member ID param. It checks that it's not the currently logged in member. And then it updates the data role from whatever we pass the role, which is going to be either moderator or admin. And it also includes the members and their profiles ordered by ascending order of role in the results, because we are going to need that to continue rendering this members model. Perfect. So we have this ready. Let's go back inside of our components, models, members model right here. And let me just double check the on a role right here. So I think this can work, but I also think we don't need the member ID in this query at all, because we are actually sending it here. So I'm going to remove this from my query. And let's see if this is still going to work. So I'm kind of confident that it's actually going to work. Let's change role to moderator. It's loading. Let's see. There we go. It's officially working. I'm going to refresh the entire thing just to confirm that even when I refresh, there we go. So this user is officially now a moderator. Let's try bringing them back to guest. There we go. Their shield is gone, and I'm gonna refresh again. So it works 100%. Perfect. And now let's do the kick option here. So the kick option is gonna be, well, really not that difficult. Let's go ahead and first create the local version here. So after, before the on role change in the members model, let's write const on kick, which is also going to be an asynchronous arrow function, which accepts the member ID as a string, and that's it, nothing else. Let's open a try and catch block. So if there is an error, all we're gonna do for now is log this error right here. Oops, okay. And in the finally, we're gonna set loading ID to an empty string, which means in the try, first thing we do is set the loading ID to member ID like this. Perfect. Now inside, let's go ahead and generate our URL. So const URL is equal to qs.stringify URL like that. And we're going to do URL to be backticks /API /members /member ID. So the same thing that we have at the bottom. And let's add a query, server ID, server $.id. And I'm pretty sure we don't need that member ID which we added before. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and write const response to be await axios.delete URL like this. Let's call router.refresh after that is finished. And on open members, and let's pass in response.data as the new server data. Perfect. Now what we have to do is we have to create our delete function. So let's go back inside of our route, which is located in API members member ID route right here. And let's do it above the patch function. So export asynchronous function delete like this. It's going to take a request, which is request. It's going to take params, which are a type of params, member ID string like that. And let's open a function. Let's open the try and catch block. Let's do the good old console logging here. So log member ID delete error. Oops. Okay. So all I did was wrote member ID delete error and return new next response internal error with a status of 500 like this. Perfect. And now inside, let's get the current profile using await current profile. We already have that imported. And we're going to do the same thing. So if there is no profile, in that case, return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401 like that. If, whoops, one more thing. So we have to add the const search params from new URL request.url like this. And const server ID is equal to search params.get server ID like that. Okay. So if there is no that server ID, return new next response server ID missing like that with a status of 400. Perfect. Now let's do if there is no params.member ID, return new next response member ID missing with a status of 400. There we go, and we are almost there. What we have to do now is kick the member from our server. So const server is equal await db, which we already have, dot server dot update again, where ID is server ID, profile ID is profile, current profile.id, and the data which we are going to modify is going to be members like this, delete many, ID params.member ID like this, and profile ID should not be the current profile.id. So we don't want the admin to accidentally kick themselves even if they just use the API. So it's one thing to protect yourselves on the front end, but you need to do the same thing on the back end. That's why, regardless of the fact that I'm not even rendering the horizontal dots right here for myself, it's important that I also protect that in the API, because front-end validation can easily be bypassed. Make sure that you always protect your data and your intended functionality on the backend as well. All right, so not profile ID, so that doesn't happen. And after we're finished with this, so that's good enough, let's add include members, include profile true like this. And let's go ahead and just order by, order by role ascending like this. There we go. So what we are doing is we are updating the server, which matches the server ID, where the current user is the admin. We are looking into the members, and we are going to delete members which match this member ID, but not this profile ID. So we don't want the user to delete themselves. Perfect. And then we include the members and their profiles because we need them for this model. Same thing as the update function. Perfect. So I think that this should all already work. Let's go ahead and let's try it out. So I'm going to refresh everything for good luck. And I'm going to go back to my manage members. I'm going to click kick. And I forgot to add the click functionality. Okay, so let's go back inside of the members model. I forgot our on kick is not used anywhere. So let's go all the way down, down, find the gavel, find the kick text, and on the drop-down menu item, add on click to be an arrow function, which calls the on click and passes in the member.id like this. Perfect. So again, I'm gonna refresh for good luck and hope for the best. After I click kick, we get a loading and it seems like the user is still here. So let's go ahead and let's see what happened. It seems like I have a 500 internal server error. Okay, so the way I'm going to debug this is by looking into my terminal here. And it says cannot read properties undefined reading headers. All right, I'm gonna pause the video and I'm gonna explain to you exactly what I did and how I found this. All right, so what I did wrong and how I found out is I tried this request a couple of more times to confirm that I'm getting the error. So I pressed kick again, I got the error again, and what I did was I peeked back inside of my route where I have the delete function, and I went step by step to see where could this go wrong, and then I noticed that I'm actually not doing anything with this server function, which means that what I have to do is write return next response.json server like this. So that was my mistake. I forgot to return anything from the API route. So inside of your delete function, make sure that you use this server which you update and just return next response.json. So let's go again. I'm gonna go ahead, refresh for good luck. I'm going inside of my members, and as I assumed, yes, so now it says that it's deleted. That's because we successfully actually did this part, the updating and deleting. What was not successful is the returning of this one. So our code works, but just to demonstrate this, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click invite people. I'm going to copy this URL. I'm going to log out and go back with my new profile. All right, so I just logged out and I'm going to use that copied invite link in my URL. Let's see if, there we go, I'm successfully part of the server now, and I can only leave it because I'm not an admin. I cannot manage members or invite people or change the settings. So I'm going to go back and log in into the admin now. All right, I'm back. You can see by my icon right here at the bottom, and let's check now. So manage members right here. There we go. So I joined again, and now if I try kick, it should in real time remove my user. Perfect. So you successfully finished managing user, managing their roles, kicking them, and you have a nice little manage members model to see who is an admin and who is not an admin. Perfect. So you have a bunch of working functionalities already. We have to do the create channel and the delete server functionalities next. Amazing job so far. So let's go ahead and let's create a model which is going to open when we click on this create channel button right here. So first thing we have to do is we have to visit our use model store. So let's go inside of hooks, use model store right here. And after members, go ahead and add create channel like this, and we can leave the model data and everything else exactly as it is. Great. Now what I want to do is I want to go inside of my components, models, and I'm going to copy the create server model and I'm going to paste it in the models. Once I have that copied file, I'm going to rename it to create-channel-model because it's going to be very similar. Let's go inside of that newly created file and go ahead and rename the component to create channel model like this, and change this constant is model opened to check for the type create channel like this. As always, just make sure you're doing that in the proper file so you don't override your working create server model. Once you've created the create channel model, let's go inside of components, providers, model provider, and let's add that to the bottom after the members model. So create channel model like this, and make sure you've imported it from /models create channel models, and you already know I'm going to replace that to /components because I prefer it that way. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components server header right here, and let's go ahead and find the drop-down menu item which says create channel. Once you're in here, go ahead and add that item an onClick function, which is going to be an arrow function which calls the onOpen create channel like this. Great. And now if you go ahead and try, I'm going to refresh here. And if I click on create channel, there we go. We have the identical model to create server. And now we're going to go and slowly modify it to match our create channel model. Perfect. So I'm going to close everything here. Let's go inside of components, models, create channel model, and let's go step by step and remove what we don't need. So first thing, we have to go to this form schema and remove the image URL because channels are not going to have images. Now let's go ahead and remove that from the default values in the form use form. So you can remove the image URL from here as well. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's find the form and go ahead and find this div which says class name space -y-8 and px-6. And below that, you're going to remove everything, which is just going to be this div which centers this form field which has the file upload. So we are not going to need that. So I'm going to go to the end of that div like this, and I'm just going to press remove, and I'm going to remove the extra spaces. And once I save, you can see how that looks. So now there is no more drop zone here for image upload. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's change the title from customize your server to create channel like this. And we can also remove the dialog description because we are not going to need it for this model. That means that we can also go to our imports and remove the import for file upload because we are not going to need it. And we can also remove the import for dialog description because we are not going to need it as well. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's find the form field which says server name like this. So find the form label which says server name and rename it to channel name like this. And we also have to change the placeholder in its respective input to be enter channel name like this. There we go. So now we have a nice model which says create channel, has a channel name, and says enter a channel name. Perfect. What we have to do now is we have to add a new component from ShadcnUI, which is going to enable us to use it to pick a type for this channel. Because remember, channels can have types. They can be text, audio, or video channels. So let's go inside of ShadcnUI right here and go ahead and find the select component. So it's just below scroll area for me. Go ahead and find the installation right here, copy the npm, and go inside of your terminal. I'm going to shut down the application, and I'm going to go ahead and add this command. So let me expand my screen. npx shadcn-ui at latest add select, and go ahead and press enter and confirm this installation. Once that is done, you can go ahead and npm run dev your project again. Perfect. So I'm just going to expand this back, and as always, I'm going to refresh my page here. And once that is done, I'm going to go ahead and open my create channel model again, and I'm just going to collapse my screen like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's import everything we need from that newly created, newly installed select component. So just below this use model, I'm going to add an import from add/components/ui/select like this. What we are going to need is the select component. We're going to need the select content. We are going to need the select item, select trigger, and select value like this. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our form schema right here and let's modify the rules a little bit. So let's go ahead and let's add the new field, which is going to be the type of this channel. And that's going to be the only options available for this type are going to come from our Prisma schema. So let me just quickly visit our Prisma, schema.prisma. Let's go ahead and let's find the channel, which is right here. There we go. We have the model channel, and in the type we have the channel type. So we are going to use this enum, and we only want these options to be validated. So let's go back inside of our create channel model and let's write z.native enum, and inside we're going to write channel type, and you can import this from @prisma/client like I did right here. And I'm just going to copy it and move it to the top with the global imports like that, and you can save that file. Perfect. And now let's also modify the name a little bit. So it can pretty much look like this, but one thing I want to modify about it is that it also restricts the user from putting the name general inside. So only one general channel can exist. Perfect. So after this min has been finished, so after this, go ahead and add .refine like this. Go ahead and write name to be name is not equal to general like that, and go ahead and open an object for a custom message which will say channel name cannot be general like this. So notice that I'm using different types of annotations because my message is inside of this double quotes, so use a single quote inside, because if you try and use double quotes you can see that the string ends here. You can also just write this if you want to, but I want to be more specific by adding single quotes like this. And let's also modify the error message for this name. So it's no longer server name, it's channel name is required. Perfect. So we have modified our form schema to prevent the user from writing general as the channel name. And I think we can already try that out. So if I type general inside, there we go. And now it says channel name cannot be general. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. Now let's go ahead and let's add a new form field, which is going to allow users to select the proper channel type. So let's go ahead. You can ignore these errors for now. We're going to resolve that later. So find the end of this form field right here. So it's a self-closing tag. So find this self-closing tag and go ahead and open a new form field, which is going to be also a self-closing tag. Control is going to be form.control like this. Name is going to be type like that. And render is going to be destructuring the field option like this. And it's immediately going to return a form item like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's just resolve this error which says that type is not assignable as a name. So we did add it to the form schema, but we forgot to add it to default values. So let's go ahead and add the type here to be like this. There we go. We resolved that now. And let's go ahead and let's see what this is going on about. Okay, so what we have to do to resolve this, I'm pretty sure, well, if you look at our schema Prisma, we use a default value for the channel type here. So let's go ahead and let's change this from an empty string to channel type.text like this. And there we go. So the default channel will have, the default type of a new channel is going to be text, and then the user can switch it to something else. So just go ahead in your form, use form, default values, and set the type instead of an empty string to be channel type.text. And there we go. Now we no longer get that error in our onSubmit form. Perfect. And now we can focus back on creating this form field where users can select their own type. So we stopped at adding this form item inside of this render prop right here. So let's go inside and let's add a form label, which is going to say channel type like this. And let's go ahead and let's add the select option, which we already have imported, and let's give it some props. So it's going to have a disabled props if we are loading. It's going to have the onValue change to be field.onChange, and it's going to have the default value of field.value like this. Great. Now let's go ahead inside of this select right here, and let's add the form control, which we already have imported. And inside, let's add the select trigger component, which we also have imported. Let's go ahead and let's give it some class names. So class name is going to be bg-sync-300/50, border -0, focus ring-0, text-black, ring-offset-0, focus ring-offset-0, capitalized, and outline-none like this. There we go, perfect. And now inside of this select trigger, go ahead and add select value, which we already have imported. It is a self-closing tag, and let's give it a placeholder of select a channel type like this. There we go. And now below this form control right here, let's go ahead and let's add the select content, which we already have imported. And let's go ahead and do object.values of channel type, which we have imported from Prisma.map, get the individual type like this, and just go ahead. Let me just zoom out so you see how this looks in one line. So just create a .map type, which opens a render like this. And inside, you're gonna go ahead and write select item, which we have imported. Let's go ahead and give it a key to be type. Let's give it a value to be type, and the class name of capitalize, like this. And inside, what we're going to do is render the specific type in lowercase, so our capitalized class can work properly. Great. And what we have to do outside of this select, but still inside of form item, is just a form message like this. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's refresh this entire thing. Let's go back inside of create channel, and there we go. You can see that my channel type now has a default value of text right here. Perfect. So what we have to do now is we have to modify our onSubmit function. So let's go ahead and find the onSubmit right here. And instead of going to /API/servers, what we have to go is go to /API/channels like this. But it's actually not going to be just that simple. So we're going to have to add a query which holds the server ID in its params. So in order to do that, let's add a useful import QS from query-string like that. And then let's go back to the onSubmit function, and let's actually create a stringified URL. So const URL is equal to qs.stringify URL like this. The URL is going to be /API/channels, like we changed below. And we're going to have a query, which is going to hold the server ID, which are going to be params $server ID like this. And it seems like we don't have the params here. So let's go ahead and resolve that before we continue. So go to the top of your function here, or actually you can do it below this use router, and just add const params to be use params from next/navigation. So make sure you did this import use params and use router from next/navigation. Great. And now that we have the params, the error should no longer be visible here. Perfect. And now change this hard-coded URL here to this new constant URL, which is going to append this server ID query so we know where to create that channel. Perfect. It seems like our model is now ready to call an actual API route. So let's go ahead and create that first, and you can already try it out. So now if I open my inspect element here, if I try like this, I get an error. If I type general, I also get an error. But if I try test channel, I should get a 404 error like this. So let's resolve that so we actually go to an existing route. I'm going to close everything here. I'm going inside of my app folder inside of API. And here I'm creating a new folder called channels like this. And inside I'm going to create a new file route.ts like that. Let's go ahead and let's write export asynchronous function post like that, which holds the request to be a type of request like this. Go ahead and open a try and catch block. As always, let's go ahead and write console log channels post and error like this, and return new next response from next/server internal error with a status of 500 like this. Perfect. We resolve the catch, and now let's go ahead and get the current profile. So const profile is equal to await current profile from @/lib current profile. I'm just going to separate those imports like this. Great. And let's go ahead and let's destructure the name and type from the body. So name and type, which we are going to send from the form, we can get from await request.json like that. And let's get the search params. So destructure search params from new URL request.url like that. And now let's go ahead and write const server ID to be equal to search params dot get server ID like this. There we go. Let's go ahead and check if we have no profile found. In that case, we can return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401 like this. Now let's go ahead and check if we have no server ID. In that case, return new next response missing server ID missing like this with a status of 400 invalid request like that. And now let's check if the user bypassed the front-end validation and actually managed to send an API request with the channel name general. We don't want that to happen. So let's write if name is equal to general. In that case, return new next response. Name cannot be general with a status of 400. So let me just briefly explain why am I doing this general protection. So it's not like I don't want users to have general 1 and general 2. So general 2 is completely fine. I'm doing this because later on, when a user visits a server, we're going to automatically redirect them to a general channel. So that's why I'm protecting this name so our code can stay working. Perfect. You can, of course, after you finish this entire project, play around with the settings and modify them to your liking. Now let's go ahead and let's actually create this channel and update the server accordingly. So this is going to be a bit different because both the moderator and the admin can add new channels. So we're going to write a bit of a different query. Const server is equal to await db. Let's import db from @/lib/db. So make sure you do this import right here. db.server.update like this, where ID is equal to server ID, members is equal to sum, profile ID to be profile.id. So what we've done so far is we created a query that only a member can add a new channel. And now we're also going to check that that member also needs to have a role in open an array member role, which you can import from @prisma/client. So make sure you do this import right here. I'm going to move it to the top. We're only going to allow it to members who are either an admin or member role who is either a moderator. So only those two can do that. Perfect. So now once we finish with our where query, we can go ahead and add the data we want to update. The data we want to update is just channels, create profile ID to be profile.id and name and type like this. There we go. And now let's go ahead and just write return next response.json server like this. Perfect. So now we can go ahead and actually test this out. The only problem is we are actually not listing our channels anywhere. So let's go ahead and open our Prisma Studio so we can look at data in the database. So I'm going to open a new terminal and write npx Prisma Studio like that. That's going to open a Prisma Studio for me. And you can click on this little plus icon here or just close everything and you will see this options right here and click on channel. Right now, if you have only one server, you should have the initial general channel, which was created when we created the server. And now let's go ahead and test that if once I click this create channel, it's going to work. So I'm going to write test-channel and let's keep the type to be text. I'm clicking create. Okay, it seems like it's working. Let's refresh this channel and we should have 2 channels now. There we go, test channel right here. And you can see that they're matched to a profile and they are also matched to the server. Perfect. So our channel creation officially works. Beautiful. So we actually have 2 more actions to do. One is the delete server and the other one is to leave server, which is an action that only guests have. Perfect. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's go ahead and let's create a model for the delete server and for the leave server model. So first one I actually want to do is leave server model, because once we delete this server, that is automatically going to delete all the members as well. So make sure that once you click on manage members, you have at least 1 more member inside. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm gonna go ahead and click invite people. I will copy this URL and I'm going to log out, go into another account and paste this URL inside of my browser so I become a new member of this server. Alright, so I logged out and I'm not part of any servers in this account, so I get this prompt to create my own server. I'm going to paste that invite link inside of my URL here and now I should join the Code with Antonio server. There we go. And now the only option I have here is leave server. So let's go ahead and let's do that option here. Perfect. So first thing we have to do obviously is we have to go inside of hooks, use model store, and after create channel, add leave server like this. So just leave server and we can leave the model data and everything else exactly as it is. Perfect. So I'm gonna go ahead inside of my components, models, and I'm actually going to copy this invite model because it's the simplest of all of these, so we can easily modify it to match our simple yes or no model. So copy the invite model and rename it to leave-server-model like this. Make sure you are inside of that file and rename the invite model to leave server model like that, and change this is model open to use the leave server like this. Now let's go ahead inside of our providers, model provider, and let's add that new one to the bottom. So leave server model like this. There we go. And I'm just gonna rename this to add/components like that. Perfect. So now let's go inside of our components, server header right here, and not the delete server, but the leave server, which only guests can see. Inside, add on click, arrow function, on open, leave server, and pass in the data of server inside of an object in the second argument like this, because we need to know what server to leave. Great. So now if I go ahead and try and click leave server, there we go, the invite friends model is opened. So I'm going to keep this opened, and now let's go ahead and let's slowly modify this. So go inside of components, models, leave a server model like this. Let's remove the origin. We're not going to need that, which means we can also remove the invite URL. Like that. We can remove the onCopy function and we can remove the onNew function like that. And inside of here, you can go ahead and you can remove everything inside of this div right here. So let's do it that way. I think it's going to be a bit simpler like that. So just have this div, have this simple dialog content, header, title, and I'm just going to say leave server inside. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's change this title from invite friends to be leave server like this. Below this dialog title, let's bring back our dialog description from add/components UI dialog, so don't accidentally import it from Radix. So there we go, dialog description, okay. And inside I'm going to write, are you sure you want to leave? I'm going to add a span element and I'm going to go ahead and write server ? .name like this and question mark at the end. So now it says, are you sure you want to leave edited server, which is what we renamed our server. Great. And let's go ahead and give this span a class name of font-semi-bold and text-indigo-500 like this. So now it says, are you sure you want to leave edited server? And let's give a class name to this dialog description here to be text-center and text-sync-500 like this. There we go. So are you sure you want to leave, and the name of the server here. So we already have the server destructured from the data because this was copied from the invite model server. Perfect. So let's go ahead now and let's add a dialog footer. So go outside of this dialog header right here, and we are going to remove this div, and we're going to add dialog footer from add/components/UI dialog like this. So make sure you have that imported. Great. And let's go ahead and give this dialog footer a class name of bg-gray-100, px-6, and py-4 like this. And let's go ahead and add a div inside with a class name of flex, items-center, justify-between, and w-full like this. Inside of that div, we're going to create two buttons. So add a button. We already have it imported. If you want to confirm, just make sure you have button from add/components/UI button. So you should have this because we copied this from the invite model. And let's add cancel here like this, and let's copy and paste the button below that, and this one is going to be confirmed like this. There we go. So they are now on the sides. And for this first one, let's go ahead and let's give it a prop of disabled to be is loading. Do we have is loading? We do. Okay. On click for now is going to be just an empty function, and variant is going to be ghost like this. This one is going to be quite similar. So disabled, if we are loading the request, variant is going to be primary, and on click is going to be an empty arrow function for now. Great. So let's see where we get this loading from. Okay, that's here. We don't need this copied state, so we can remove that like this. And we actually don't need to destructure on open from the use model, and everything else can actually stay the same. Let's just clean up our imports. So we don't need use origin, we don't need the input, we don't need the label, and we don't need these Lucid React icons, but we are going to need Axios, so leave that here. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's actually use this on close button into this first button which says cancel. So instead of an empty arrow function, I'm gonna write on close here. So now once I click on cancel here, it should close the model, and once I click again, it should open it. Perfect. So that's what we want. And now let's do the confirm function here. So I'm gonna go to the top right here, and I'm going to write const on click to be an asynchronous arrow function. Open a try and catch block. For now, just log the error like that, and in the finally block, set is loading to false, which means in the try one we are doing set is loading to true, and then await Axios, which we have imported, .patch backticks /API/servers/ open an object server $.id/leave like this. And then call the onClose function, router.refresh. Oh, we don't have the router. So let's go ahead and below the use model, add const router to be use router from next/navigation. So this import right here, I'm just going to move it to the top. There we go, router from next/navigation. So we have the router now, and now we can call router.refresh. And let's do router.push to a / like this. Perfect. So now if I go ahead, and actually we did not assign this on click, so let's just assign this on click to this second button instead of this empty arrow function like that. Okay, so now if I open my inspect element, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a 404 error. There we go, patch 404 not found. So let's go ahead and let's actually resolve this now. So we're going to go ahead and close everything. We're going to go inside of the app folder, API, servers, server ID, and create a new folder called leave like this. And inside create route.ts like that. There we go. So let's write export asynchronous function batch like that. with a request, and let's extract the params. Params is an object of server ID string, like that. Let's open a try and catch error block. And let's just console log server ID leave error, so we know where it's coming from in development. And let's return new next response from next/server internal error with a status of 500, like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and get the current profile. So const profile is equal to await current profile from add/lib current profile, and I'm just going to separate these imports like that. If there is no profile, let's go ahead and return new next response unauthorized, like that, with a status of 401. Great. If there are no params that server ID, in that case, return new next response, server ID missing, like that, with a status of 400, like this. Great. So let me just do this and let me expand my window a bit. Okay, great. Now let's go ahead and let's write const server equals await db, which you can import from add/lib/db. So make sure you have this import, and it's going to be db.server.update, where id is params.server id and profile id is not profile.id. So we ensure that admin cannot leave the server themselves. So any profile ID is okay, but not the profile ID that created this server, aka the admin. Okay, and now when we solved where is the ID, what is the profile ID, let's also solve the members. So only members can actually leave this. So let's write members sum profile ID to be profile.id, like that. And then we can write data members delete many profile ID profile.id, like that. Great. So let's take a look. So we are updating the server that matches the server ID. We are only doing this if the person leaving the server is not the person who created the server, aka the admin. We are confirming that the person who is trying to leave the server is actually a part of the members, and then we are deleting that profile. We are deleting that member using the matching profile ID from the members list. Perfect. And let's just do return next response .json server, like this. So now if I go ahead and try and click confirm, we have a loading state and I should be refreshed, and there we go. I'm not a part of any server, which means that I have to create a completely new server. So I'm just going to do that quickly. I'm going to use this image from Unsplash and I'm going to create my other profile server here, like this. And there we go. So now I'm just a part of this other server. Perfect. And now you can either create a new server like I just did, or you can log out and go into what for me is Code with Antonio server. Basically, I want you to be in a server where you are an admin so that we can do this delete server function now. So I'm gonna do this inside of this account. You can log out and go back to the old one where you are the admin. Basically, just make sure you have the delete server function because that's the only one left here. So let's go back inside of our use model store. So I'm going to close everything here. Go inside of hooks, use model store, and after leave server, add a delete server model like this. No need to modify anything else. Great. And now we can copy and paste this leave server model because it's a very simple confirm or cancel model, and we can easily reuse it. So I'm gonna go ahead and write delete-server-model like this. And let's name this delete server model. And let's change the isModel_open constant to be delete server like this. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's add this to our components providers model provider right here. So at the bottom, I'm adding delete server model like that. And I'm going to replace this import with /components like this. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of components, server header right here, find the delete server one and add on click to be an arrow function which calls on open, and it says delete server, and let's also pass in the server as the data like this. There we go. So now if you try, make sure you're an admin of this server so you have all these options, and click delete server, and there we go, it says leave server. Great. And instead of saying leave server, it's actually going to say delete server. So let's go inside of our models, find the delete server model, and there actually isn't too much to modify here. So let's go ahead and let's find our text that says, are you sure you want to leave? And instead of leave, well, actually, we're not going to do this. Let's first change the title, which is going to say delete server like this. And now let's change the description to say, are you sure you want to do this like that? Add a break like this, and then add a span, which is going to say server (name) will be permanently deleted like this. And let's give this span a class name of text-indigo-500 and font-semi-bold like this. So let's see how that looks now. Once I click on delete server, there we go. Are you sure you want to do this? Server name will be permanently deleted. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's just change the on click here. So instead of going to patch server ID leave, is going to do axios.delete /API/servers, and no need for the leave one. So we are going to add a new delete function inside of our existing route for update, where we already have this route, we use it to update the server. So now we're just going to add a new one to delete one. Great, so let's do that route now. I'm going to close everything, make sure you save that file, go inside of app, API, servers, server ID, and in this route.ts like this. So we already have the patch function here. So what we can do is we can just copy that patch function. Okay, let me just see, I changed something here, just a second. Okay, so basically just find this patch function here, and you can go ahead and copy the entire patch function and just above that paste it like this and rename this patch to delete like this. Perfect. Now our delete function is going to look for the current profile, but no need to look for this information because we're not going to have it. Perfect. And this one is going to be a bit simpler, so no need to pass any data. And instead of using db.server.update, we're just going to do .delete like this. There we go. And instead of server ID patch, it's going to be server ID delete in this catch function. So a very simple delete function which we copied from this patch function. Perfect. And I think that this should already work. Let's go ahead and try this out. So now once I click confirm, it's loading, and it should be a similar action when I left one. There we go. So now it works. We officially have no servers. So I'm gonna go ahead and create another server. I'm gonna call it code with Antonio2 like this. Let's go ahead and let's just quickly confirm that all of our actions are working. So we have invite people. I can generate new links with no errors. I can go ahead and change the server settings. So code with Antonio3 and save that, for example. There we go. It works. It works here as well. I can manage members like this. Perfect. I can create a new channel. That works. And I can delete this server. Perfect. So you completely finished all the actions needed, both for the guest view, for the moderator view, and for the admin view. Great, great job. So now let's go ahead and let's create an item below this drop down right here, which we are going to use to search for our items. So I'm talking about this space below this code with Antonio navbar right here. So we finished all of these drop down items. So now we're going to create a new component, which is going to be used to search throughout the entire server. So let's go inside of our components. Let's go inside of server sidebar right here. And what we have to do is we have to go below the server header here and add a scroll area from /UI scroll area. So I'm going to replace this with /components UI scroll area like this. Great. Let's go ahead and give this scroll area a class name of flex-1 and px-3. And inside, create a div with a class name of margin top 2 like that. And inside of that div, the first item we are going to add is server search like this. If we save, we are going to get an error because server search is not defined. So let's go inside of this server folder and create a new file, server-search.tsx like this. Mark this as US client and go ahead and export const server search and just return a div saying server search component like this. Now go back to your server sidebar and import this server search from /server search like this. So same thing we did with the header. And now the error should go away. And while you're developing this, please be in desktop mode so you can actually see this server search component here. So either expand your screen or zoom out a bit. Great. So now let's write the interface for the server search. So go back inside of the server search component right here and let's create an interface server search props like this. So it's going to have a data, which is going to be an object, which is going to be an array like this. And now let's fill in this data right here. So it's going to have a label, which is a type of string. It's going to have a type, which is going to be either a channel or a member like this. And it's going to have its own data, which is going to have an icon, which is react.react node. It's going to have a name, which is a string, and it's going to have an ID, which is a string as well. And this is also going to be an array like this, pipe undefined like this. There we go. So now let's go ahead and let's just destructure this data here. So data, and let's assign this props right here, server search props like this. Great. So now we have to go back inside of server sidebar and we actually have to fill that data property here. Before we do that, let's go ahead and let's create some icon maps right here. So I'm going to go below this interface in the server sidebar and I'm going to write const icon map like this. And I'm going to write channel type, which we already have imported here. So make sure you have channel type from @prisma/client like that. So if channel type is text, we're going to go ahead and render an icon of hashtag. So hash from Lucid React. So make sure you import the hash from Lucid React and I'm just going to move it to the top right here. So make sure you have this. Great. So we have this hash now and I'm just going to expand my screen a bit and zoom out even more just so I can see this sidebar here. And I'm going to give this hash a class name of margin right 2, h-4 and w-4 like this. Let's go ahead and copy this 2 more times. The second one is going to be audio and the last one is going to be video like that. And let's also not forget to add the commas at the end of these objects here. Great. So now we have the audio and let's give this a mic icon, so a microphone, and let's give this one a video icon. So all of them are from Lucid React. Make sure you have those imported. So hash, mic, and video from Lucid React. Great. So now that we have the icon map, let's go ahead and write const role icon map like this. And in here, we're going to work with member role. So add that from Prisma client as well. Make sure you have it imported here at the top. So if member role is guest, we are not going to display any icon. So you can just write null. Now, if member role is moderator, in that case, we're going to go ahead and we're going to render a shield check from Lucid React. So make sure you have the shield check imported from Lucid React like this. And let's go ahead and give it a class name of h-4, w-4, margin left-2 like this, text-indigo-500, and that's it. And actually not margin left, but margin right, my apologies, like this. So let me expand this even more to see if I can fit that in one line. Basically, it's supposed to be like this, just in one line. And just copy it one more time and change this moderator role to admin like this. And instead of shield check, it's going to be shield alert from Lucid React. And don't forget to add a comma right here for the moderator. So we have the guest, which is null, moderator, which is shield check, and admin, which is shield alert. So make sure you have shield alert, shield check, video, mic, and hash imported from Lucid React right here. Perfect. So now that we have here, now that we have both the icon map and the role icon map, we can go ahead and we can actually generate the data needed for the server search, because we have the text channels, audio channels, video channels, and members. So let's go ahead inside of this server search here, and let's write data, which is going to be an array of objects. So first object is going to have a label of text channels like this. It's going to have a type of channel. It's going to have its own data, which is going to be text channels (map), get the individual channel like that, and return an immediate object like this with an ID of channel.id, name of channel.name, and icon of icon map, channel.type like this. So make sure you don't accidentally use the role icon map. We are only using icon map for now for these channels. Great. So you can copy and paste this, just add a comma here like this. The second one is going to be voice channels. So inside of our system, we're going to call them audio channels, but I think for user experience, it's maybe better to call them voice channels, right? So type is still channel, but instead of iterating over text channels, we are now iterating over audio channels, which we have separated in this constant right here by filtering through channel type. Great. And this can stay the same. And now let's go ahead and copy this one more time. Just remember to add a comma here. This one is going to be video channels like this, and instead of audio channels, it's video channels like that. So just make sure you have both text channels, audio channels, video channels, and also a constant for members here. So let's go ahead now and let's add the last element here. So add a comma, and you can copy and paste this like this. And instead of a label being video channels, the label is just going to be members like this. And type is going to be member, because we are no longer working with channels here. So we know how to work if user clicks on that in the search. And instead of iterating over video channels, we're going to iterate over members like this. And instead of using the channel name for this, we're going to call that member like that. So it's going to be member.id. Name is going to be member.profile.name. And icon is going to be not icon map, but a role icon map, and not channel.type, but it's going to be member.role like this. There we go. Perfect. So we have everything needed for our server search component. You should have no errors here if you've written this interface correctly. And now let's go ahead and let's actually style this server search so it doesn't just say server search like it does now. If I zoom in, it's just saying a server search component. So let's just modify that a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this and add a fragment instead. And I'm going to add a native HTML button element, which is going to have a paragraph in which we will say search like this. And let's go ahead and give this button a class name. So this button is going to have a class name of group px-2, py-2, rounded-md, flex, items-center like this, gap-x-2 like this, w-full, hover, bg-sync-700/10. On dark mode, hover is going to be bg-sync-700/50 like this, and it's also going to have a transition like that. Great. Now let's go ahead, and you can see how that looks when I hover. Quite nice effect. And now let's go ahead and give this paragraph. Actually, let's go above the paragraph and let's just add a search icon from Lucid React. It is a self-closing tag, and make sure you have search from Lucid React imported. And let's go ahead and style it by giving it a class name of w-4 h-4 text-sync-500, and on dark mode it's going to be text-sync-400 because it looks just a tiny bit better and we like details. And now let's go ahead and do the class name for the paragraph. So paragraph is going to have a class name of font-semi-bold text-sm text-sync-500 like this. Dark is going to have text-sync-400 to match the icon. Group-hover, so when we hover on the button, text-sync-600 is going to change the color to, but on dark mode, on hover, BG is going to change. Oops, my apologies. So we're not here yet. So after the group-hover text-sync-600, go ahead and write dark group-hover text-sync-300 like this, and just add a transition like that. Great. So let's go ahead and let's see how this looks. There we go. Great. Great. And now let's go ahead below this paragraph and let's go ahead and add a KBD element like this, which is just going to say a span like this, and inside you're going to go ahead and write CMD like this, or control. So I'm using Mac, so I'm going to write CMD like this, and then K like this. So it's going to be a shortcut. Okay. And let's go ahead and give this CMD a class name of text-extra small like this. And let's go ahead and write a big class name for this KBD. So class name is going to be pointer-events-none inline-flex h-5 select-none items-center gap-1 rounded border. So just border to activate the border, bg-muted like that. px is going to be 1.5, font is going to be mono, text is going to be of 10 pixels, so very small text like this. Font is going to be medium, text is going to have a muted foreground color, opacity, actually, we don't need opacity, and let's just do ML-auto like this. There we go. Great. So you can see how we have a nice little shortcut here. Great. So that was a lot of code for just this, but I think it's worth it because it looks quite nice here. But one thing I want to replace, I don't want to write this CMD like this. I actually want to use a small little icon for that, but I'm not sure what is the shortcut for it. So I just copied it and pasted it from my project right here. And you can see, let me just expand to show you how this looks now. You can see that now it looks much better, right? I'm not sure how to do that icon, so you can go to my project and just copy it, or you can leave this as CMD, or you can leave it at control, depending on whether you're using Windows or MacBook, right? But I want to use that small little icon because I think it just looks nicer, but I'm just not sure how to display that manually. So how to do a shortcut which triggers that icon. So decide for yourself whether you want to use this icon. You can copy it from my GitHub, or you can just do control like this. So I'm going to leave it at the icon. And now let's go ahead and let's go inside of ShadcnUI here, and let's find the command. So we have to use this command component right here. This is what it's going to look like. And let's find the installation. So copy it for npm like this. Let's go inside of our terminal here. I'm going to shut down Prisma Studio. We no longer need that, so I can just shut down that terminal as well. And let's install npx ShadcnUI at latest add command like this. So just press Y to confirm this installation. And after that is done, you can go ahead and run npm run dev again. Great, so I'm going to close this. And let's go ahead and just refresh our localhost here. I'm just going to expand it a bit. And what we're going to do now is we're going to add a state right here in the server search const open set open to be use state from React, and default value is going to be false. So import this use state from React right here. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's add an onClick to this button to trigger onClick, an arrow function set open to be true like this. Great. And outside of this button right here, let's go ahead and let's add command dialog from /UI/command like this. So make sure you have the command dialog from /UI command, and I'm going to replace it to /components like this and separate it from the other imports. Perfect. Let's go ahead and give it an open prop to match our open, and on open change is going to be set open like this. Great. Let's go ahead and write command input here from /components/UI command. It is a self-closing tag. Make sure you have it imported here. So everything we're going to import is going to come from this right here. Let's go ahead and let's give this a placeholder of search all channels and members like this. And now go ahead and add command list from /components/UI command. So make sure you have that. And go ahead and add command empty from /components/UI command. Again, just confirm that you have that. And inside, you're going to write no results found like this. And let's see if we can already test this. So I'm going to go ahead and click, and there we go. You can see that when I click on the search, it opens this small little model. So I'm actually going to keep it open like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's iterate over our data here that we are passing. So all channels, all text channels, audio, video channels, and members. So outside of the command empty, add data.map. Go ahead and destructure the label, type, and data like this. And go ahead, open an arrow function, write if data length return null. So if there are no items, we can just return null. Otherwise, go ahead and return a command group from /components/UI command. So make sure you have command group imported here. And inside, let's go ahead and give it a key of label. And let's give it a heading of label as well. And let's go ahead and let's write data (map). So this is this inner data now, (map), and go ahead and destructure the ID, icon, and name like this, and return command item from /components/UI command. So again, make sure you have that imported as well. Let's give the command item a key of ID like that. Let's go ahead and render the icon. And let's go ahead and write span name like this. There we go. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's write our onClick functions, which are going to activate once we click on this individual command item. So you can see how this looks. So I only have the general channel here, so that's the only thing showing. But if I create a new channel, let's say an audio channel, and write test audio. So let's create that because we finished all of that. And if I try now, you can see that I have a voice channel. And if I go ahead and create a video channel saying test-video here, you can see that in my search, I now have a video channel, audio channel, and a general channel. And one more thing I'm going to show you is I'm going to go ahead and invite some people here. So I'm going to go here. I'm going inside of my other account and I will invite myself. So I just joined, I logged in into another account. I'm pasting the invite link right here. And there we go. Now I am a guest here. And you can see that I can see the other members now. And you can see how this one has a shield icon right here because they are an admin. Perfect. So what I want to do is I just want to actually go back to my admin view rather than this one. Perfect. And while we're here, it seems to me that we are showing an indigo color for this admin. So let's just quickly fix that. So keep this open and go back inside of your server sidebar and find the role icon map right here. And for the admin, instead of text indigo, use text rows, because it should be red. There we go. So now it looks better. Now it's indicating that this is an admin right here. Perfect. So now log out and go back into the admin of this account. Sorry, this server. Great, so I'm back as an admin here, and if I click on search, you can see that I can see the guest member right here, and you can try and search, and you can see that it works for video, audio, general. So absolutely amazing. Users can now quickly access any any channel or member inside of this project. Perfect. What I want to do now is, well, first let's actually create this shortcut that when we press Command key or Control key, it actually opens this without us needing to click manually here. So go back inside of your server search component, which is located inside of Components, server search right here, where we have all these command items. And let's go at the top right here, just below the use state. And let's create a use effect. So use effect from React like this. Make sure you imported use effect from React. And inside, let's write const down to be an event of keyboard event like this. And let's go ahead and write if event.key is equal to k and e.meta_key or e.control key like this. So if that's the case, in that case, go ahead and e.prevent_default and set open, reverse of the current state like this. And now go ahead and write document.add_event_listener like this, key down, activate the function down, and on unmount, go ahead and write document, remove event listener on key down, and the down function like this. So let me just expand my screen so you can see this use effect. So we are watching for the key K and the meta key or the control key, and then we trigger the manual open and we add that listener to the document and we return the listener to prevent overflows. So now if I try command key, you can see that it opens my command to search general and other stuff right here, and I can also click on it manually. Beautiful job. So I can actually trigger that manually now, which is great. And let me just zoom that in. What we are going to do now is we're going to create functions which are going to happen once we select any of these items. So we want to redirect to those channels or to those members. So let's go ahead and let's add the parameters and the router. So const router is equal use router from next/navigation, and const params is equal use params from next/navigation as well. So make sure you have use params and use router from next/navigation like this. Great. And now what I'm going to do is write an onClick function just below this use effect. So const onClick like this. Let's go ahead and accept the ID and the type in this function. And let's write the props for that, which are going to be ID of type string, and type is going to be channel. And let me just expand my screen. So channel or member like this. And let's go ahead and open this function like that. So let me zoom out so you can see how this is supposed to look. So we have an ID and type, and the type of ID is string, and the type can only be channel or member like this. And once we select something, we're going to turn off that command. So set open is going to be false like that. If type is equal to member, in that case, we're going to return router.push open backticks /servers /params question mark.server ID /conversations /ID of that member like that. And if type is channel, in that case, we're going to return router.push backticks slash servers slash params question mark dot server ID slash channels slash ID, like that. Perfect. So now if you try, well, first we can try it. We have to assign this on click to the command item. So go ahead and find the command item, which currently only has the key ID, and add on select to be an arrow function, which calls the on click and passes in the ID and the type like this. So I'm going to zoom out so you can see it in one line. So command item has the key, and on select, on click, and passes in the ID of that current item alongside with the type of the group which it is in. So if it is a channel, we are going to redirect to slash channels. If it is a member, we are going to redirect to slash conversations and then that member's ID. So if you try any of those right now, you're going to get a 404 request. On general, there we go, a 404 request. And if I try on a member, there we go as well, a 404 request. That's because none of these pages exist yet. We have not created any chat pages yet, but all of these are gonna be chat pages. Great, so you finished the second component here, and now we can go ahead and actually render our channels and the rest of our members in this sidebar. So now let's go ahead and let's create a list of our channels and our members in this sidebar right here. So make sure you are in desktop mode so that you can see this sidebar here. I'm going to close everything and I am going inside of my components, server sidebar right here. So last thing we did was this server search right here. So what we are going to do now is a list of all of our channels. So let's go ahead and find the end of this div which holds the server search. So right here, but still inside of the scroll area. And let's go ahead and let's add the separator from /UI separator. So don't accidentally import that from Radix. So I'm going to change this to add components like this, and I'll just move it with the other stuff up there. And let's go ahead and give this separator a class name of bg-sync-200. On dark mode, it's going to use bg-sync-700. rounded-md and my-2 like this. Great, and I'm just going to refresh this, and there we go. You should see a very small line here. So now let's go below this separator here, and let's write text channels.length like this, and go ahead and add double exclamation points at the start and add a question mark here. So we are going to turn this into a boolean, right? So this is going to result to either true or false. So if the length is a positive number, that means that we can go ahead and render the text channels. And if it is a negative number, it's going to turn into a false, meaning that we will not render those channels. So go ahead and write end like this. And inside, go ahead and add a div with a class name of margin bottom 2 like this, and inside you're going to render a server section, which is a self-closing tag. Right now server section doesn't exist, so that is going to throw an error. So let's go ahead inside of our components a server and create a new file, a server-section.tsx like this. Go ahead and mark this as use client like this, and let's export const server section and just return a div saying server section like this. And go back to your server sidebar, and now you can import the server section from /server section. So let's check that out. So we have the header search, and now we have the server section, and no error should appear now, and you should have a small text saying server section in your server sidebar. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's add the props inside of this server section. So go back inside of this component and write interface server section props. Label is going to be a string. Role is going to be an optional member role. Make sure to import that from Prisma client like that. Section type is going to be either channels or members like that. Channel type is going to be an optional channel type from @prisma/client again, so member role and channel type like that. And server is going to be optional with a type of server with members with profiles from @/types. So I'm going to separate those two, and there we go. So those are our types. So now let's go ahead and let's extract all of those: label, role, section type, channel type, and a server. And let's map the props. So server, section, props, like that. Great. So now let's go back inside of our server sidebar and let's assign all of those props here. So key, my apologies, not key, section type is going to be channels, like this. Channel type is going to be channel type, which we already have imported here, .text, like this. Role is going to be our current role, which we already defined in a constant in this server sidebar. And label is going to be text channels, like this. Great. So just confirm that you have the channel type imported from @Prisma client, and make sure that you have this constant role, which looks through the server members and looks at your own and then extracts the role out of that. And then we pass that here, and that is the current logged in user's role. Perfect. So now let's go back inside of this server section and let's start developing. So inside of the server section here, go ahead and give this div a class name of flex items dash center justify dash between and py dash 2, like that. Go ahead and remove this div and create a paragraph which is going to render the label, which now says text channels. And let's go ahead and give this paragraph a class name of text that's extra small, uppercase, font dash semi-bold, text dash sync dash 500, and on dark mode we're going to use text dash sync dash 400, like that. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's conditionally render some actions for this channel section. So if role is not member role dot guest, so if we are either a moderator or an admin, and if section type is equal to channels, like that. So I'm just going to zoom out so you can see it in one line. In that case, go ahead and render the following. We are going to render an action tooltip from /action tooltip. So go ahead and import this from /components action tooltip, like this. And inside, sorry, not yet, but let's go ahead and let's give this action tooltip a label of create channel and the side of top, like this. And let's go ahead and let's create a native HTML button element here, which is going to hold our plus sign from Lucid React. So make sure you import the plus sign from Lucid React, and I'll just move it to the top here. And let's go ahead and give this plus sign a class name of h-4 and w-4. And let's go ahead and give this button a class name of text-sync-500, hover text-sync-600. Dark mode is going to use text-sync-400. Dark is going to also, dark hover is going to be text-sync-300 and transition, like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and take a look at how that looks now. So if you are not an admin, you will not be able to see this plus button. So make sure that you're an admin or a moderator in this server. And now you can see that we have the text channels, and I can use a shortcut to create a channel from here. And we can actually already add a model to trigger that. So let's go ahead to the top of this server section and let's use our good old open from use modal. From /hooks use modal store, like this. So make sure you import this. And now what you can do is use this button to add an on click here, like that, and call on open. And we're gonna call the create channel, like this. So you can see that now, once you click on this plus icon, a create channel option appears. Beautiful, great. Now let's go ahead and let's add some alternative options, because this server section is also going to be used to load a list of our members, and we're not going to have a plus icon to add new members. Instead, we're going to have a cog or a settings icon, which is going to open the Manage Members portal from the sidebar as well. So go below this conditional right here and create a new conditional saying if role is equal to member role.admin, so only admin can access this, and if section type is equal to members, then go ahead and render the following. Again, we're going to render an action tooltip. In fact, maybe let's not write this all over again. Let's just copy everything inside of this conditional and paste it like here. There we go. So like that. And let's go ahead and let's just change a couple of stuff. So instead of this being a plus, this is going to be settings like this from Lucid React. So make sure you import that like this. And instead of on open create channel, this one is going to open members and a data server, which we have from our prop. Perfect. So we cannot yet see this because we have not added that specific member section yet, but you're going to see it very soon. But that's it for our server section inside. Now what we have to do is go back to our server sidebar where we render the server section here, and let's go ahead and iterate over our text channels and map them. So text channels.map individual channel like this, and let's go ahead and let's return a server channel like this. And once you save, you're going to get an error because that does not exist. So let's go and create that. So I'm going to go inside of my server again. So this is inside of the components folder, and create a new file, server-channel.tsx like that. Let's mark this as use client like this. And let's write export const server channel like that, and return a div saying server channel like this. Very simple. Let's go back inside of our server sidebar and let's import this. So server channel like that from /server channel. So the same way we did with section, search, and header. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's create an interface for this before we add any props here. So back in this newly created server channel component, go ahead and create an interface, server channel props like that. It's going to accept a channel, which is a type of channel from @prisma/client, a server, which is going to be a type of server, because we're not going to be working with members or their profiles, and an optional role of member role from @prisma/client like this. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's extract those here. So channel, server, and the role, and let's map them to the props, server channel props like that. And now let's go back inside of our server sidebar and let's give them everything they need. So first, let's do the key, which is going to be channel.id, and then let's do channel to be channel like this, role to be role, and server to be server like this. Let's go back inside of the server channel and let's actually do some development here. So first thing I want to do is create another icon map here. So const icon map is an object. If the channel is channel type channel type from @prisma/client. So let me show you everything I have imported here. Channel type, member role, and a server. So make sure you have the channel type. So channel type.text. In that case, we're going to render the hash icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have this imported here. And you can just go ahead and copy this 2 more times. If the channel is audio, in that case, audio. In that case, go ahead and add the mic icon from Lucid React. And if it's video, go ahead and add the video icon from Lucid React. So hash, mic, and video like this. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's add const params to be use params from next navigation, and const router to be use router from next navigation as well. So make sure you have use params and use router from next/navigation. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create a dynamic icon using this map here. So I'm going to write const capital I, so icon with a capital I like this, because it's going to be rendered as a component. It's going to be an icon map, open brackets, channel.type like this. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's replace this div right here with a button like that. Let's go ahead and add on click to be an empty arrow function, and let's write a class name which is going to be dynamic. So import cn from /libutils. Make sure you have the cn here, so I'm just going to separate those two. There we go. This is what I just imported. Great. And let's go inside, and for the first default values, let's add line-clamp-1, font-semi-bold, text my apologies, so I went way ahead of myself. Okay, so what we're gonna do is write group px-2, py-2 like this, rounded-md, flex, items-center, gap-x-2 like that, w-full, on hover, bg-sync-700/10 like that, and on dark, on hover, background is going to be sync-700/50. Let's give it a transition class, and let's give it a margin bottom of 1 as well. Great. So now we have that. And I'm just going to zoom out to see if we are already seeing something. It appears not yet. Okay. Inside of this button, let's render the icon. So icon, which we got from here like that. And let's give this icon a class name of flex -shrink -0 w-5 h-5 text-sync-500 and dark text-sync-400 like that. And let me just expand to see if we are seeing anything, and there we go. You can see that we are starting to see our first text channel inside of here. So right now the only thing we have rendered is this icon, but slowly more stuff is going to appear here. Okay, so we have this icon right here. Now let's go ahead below the icon and add a paragraph like this, which is going to render channel.name. So now let's go ahead and give this paragraph a class name. So class name is going to be dynamic again. So cn, let's give it the default classes of line-clamp-1, font-semi-bold, text-extra small, text-sync-500, group-hover, text-sync-600 like this, dark, text-sync-400, but dark group-hover is going to be text-sync-300 and transition like this. So we have a lot of classes, more than usual. That's because we are working with handling both the light mode and the dark mode at the same time. Okay, and now let's create the second, which is going to be the dynamic class here, which we forgot to do in this button, so we'll get back to that. So add a comma at the end of this initial class in the cn for this paragraph here. And let's write if params $.channel_id is equal to the current channel.id. In that case, render the class text-primary on dark mode, render text-sync-200 like that. On dark mode, group-hover is going to be text-white like this. So let's go ahead and let's see this now. So there we go, you can see how our channel is looking now. Great. And let's just go ahead, let's go back to this button element, and after the end of this first initial class inside the cn library here, add a comma, and let's write if params $channel ID is equal to channel.id. In that case, add a class name bg-sync-700/20, and on dark, that's going to be bg-sync-700 like that. Great, so let me zoom out a bit so you can perhaps see this a bit clearer like this. Great, so we have a lot of classes. That's because for every hover color, we are also doing the equivalent in dark mode, right? So we are having a fully customized light and dark mode. That's why we have so many classes. I know it's a bit hard to follow, but you can always just visit my GitHub and copy it if you're having trouble with it. Even I am getting confused in all of these classes, as you saw in the beginning when I started this component. Great. So what we're going to do now is we're going to enable some additional actions when we hover on this general class name, right? Because we're going to be able to delete the channel or edit the channel, or if it's general, in this case, we're not going to be able to do anything with it. So we're going to display a little lock icon here. So let's see how we're going to do that now. So go ahead and find the end of this paragraph right here. I'm going to zoom in back. So find the end of the paragraph and write if channel.name is not general, like that. And if a role, whoops, I went out of this conditional, and if role is not equal to member role, which we have imported .guest. So if this channel is not a general channel, and if the current role of this logged in user is either a moderator or an admin, or in other words, not a guest, only then are we going to render a div with the class name of ml-auto flex items-center and gap-x-2 like this. And let's add the action tooltip, which we can import from /action tooltip. So like this, and I'm just going to replace that with /components like that. And let's go ahead and let's give this action tooltip a label of edit like this. And inside of the action tooltip, let's add the edit icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have edit hash mic and video from Lucid React. Great. And let's go ahead and let's just style this. So I'm going to go ahead and give this one a class name of hidden, but on group hover is going to be visible or block. W-4 H-4 text-sync-500 on a hover text-sync-600 like this. In dark mode, the default text is going to be text-sync-400, but in dark mode on hover, it's going to be text-sync-300 and transition like this. Great. And you can go ahead and copy this entire action tooltip here and paste it below and replace the edit icon with the trash icon like this from Lucid React. So make sure you have the trash icon here. And now, if you try, you're going to notice that nothing actually appears here. So let's create a new channel here called new channel. Leave it at the text. Make sure it's a channel type text because we are only rendering the text channels now. And there we go. Now you can see we have the edit and the delete options right here. And let's see if this looks right in light mode. There we go. We have both of those here. Perfect. Great. So now let's go ahead and let's add a little lock icon to the general channel right here to indicate that this channel cannot be modified in any way. So find the end of this conditional rendering right here. And after that, go ahead and write if channel.name is equal to general. In that case, let's go ahead and render a lock icon from Lucid React like this. And let's give it a class name of margin left auto W-4 H-4 text-sync-500 and on dark mode text-sync-400 like that. And just make sure you have the lock imported from Lucid React. So now you should see that our general has a lock button, but our new channel has an edit and delete option right here. Great. So we're going to go back here to actually enable these modals to edit and delete. But for now, let's just wrap up the entire sidebar here. Great. So we successfully finished the server channel. What we have to do is, of course, add this on click and enable the edit and the trash buttons here. But let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our server sidebar now. And the same way we did with text channels, so we added a conditional for the length of the text channels array. We rendered the server section which says, okay, these are text channels, and then we iterated over them. We're going to do the same thing, so you can copy this entire thing. So starting with the text channels length, including the server section and the mapping, and paste it just below there like this. So now if you take a look, we're going to have two sections of text channels here. But what we are going to change is that this one, the second one, is not going to be text channels, it's going to be audio channels, like that. And we're also going to render audio channels.map here. So let's go ahead and replace the label with voice channels, because remember, towards the user, we are calling them voice channels. Only internally, we are calling them audio channels. And change the channel type to audio like this. Great, so let's go ahead now, let's see how that looks. There we go, look at this. I already have a voice channel, so if you don't, just go ahead, click create a channel and create a new one. So new audio like this, and it's gonna appear here any second. There we go, new audio. Perfect. Now let's wrap it up by also copying this entire thing one more time and creating the video channels. So let's go ahead and paste it here, do the video channels thing right here, and the video channels.map. Let's call this video channels, and channel type is video like that. Perfect. Let's go ahead. And there we go, I already have one, so you can test one more time if you don't. So new video like that. Type is video and click create, and there we go. You now have a new video channel here. Perfect. What's left to render in this sidebar are all the members available here. So we want to render this list right here, not including ourselves, right? So we don't want to render ourselves, because in here we are going to render members which we with whom we can talk to, right? So when we click on them, we're going to open a conversation between one-on-one for that exact member and us. Perfect. So let's go ahead and you can copy this one more time, the video channels right here, and paste it. And change this to be members.length, change this server section to be section type members. That means that you don't need the channel type like that, and change the label to members like this. Like that. And go ahead and pass in the server option, which is optional. So server like this. So we are going to need them for members, but we are not going to need them for channels. So you can see in this server section where we have channels, we are not passing the server because we don't need them. So we need the server in the server channel, but not in the server section for section type channels. But when it comes to members, we do need that server. You're going to see why in a second. Great. So instead of rendering this video channels, we are going to render members, and instead of calling this channel, we're going to call it an individual member. And inside, we are no longer going to render just a server channel, we're going to render a server member like this. So go ahead and save that file, and let's go ahead now and let's just go inside of server and create a new file, server-member.tsx like this. And let's go ahead and mark this as use client, and let's export const server member like that, and return a div saying server member like this. Go back to server sidebar, and as always, just import the server member from /server member like this, and you should no longer be getting any errors. Great. So one more thing that I want to do before we begin this is just add a bit of more padding to these individual sections, because it kind of looks cluttered. So let's see how we can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and find where I'm just going to zoom in so I can see a bit better. Okay, so around each of this mapping, I want to add a specific div. So let's see how I can do that. What I'm going to do, I'm going to create a div around this text channels.map like this. So I'm just going to map that. There we go. So now it's wrapped in a div, and I'm going to give this div a class name of space-y-2 pixels like that. Great. And I'm going to copy and paste this and do the same thing for the audio channels here. And don't forget to end the div like that. I'm gonna copy it one more time, and I'm gonna go to the video channels around the map and close it here, indent this thing, and one last time for the members, I forgot we also have them. So around this map, like this, render it here. There we go. So let's take a look if that improved. And I feel like now it has a bit of a more space between them. Yes, they don't look as cluttered. Great. So now let's go ahead. And yeah, you can see that now, since we added the section type of members here, we have a create channel. It still says create channel. Oh, so we found a mistake. Great. So this should say manage members, right? So let's fix that very quickly. Let's go back inside of our server section. So it's this component right here. So because we said the section type is members, inside, see, if section type is members, and if we are an admin of this server, we are showing the settings button and we are opening the members modal, passing in the server. So let's change this label to be manage members like this. So let's see how that looks now. There we go. Now I can easily create a channel whenever I want, and I can also easily manage members without going all the way to here. Perfect. So let's finish up this server member component. Let's go inside of the server member component, and first thing I want to do is create an interface. So let's go ahead. I will zoom back in and write interface server member props. Member is going to be a type of member from Prisma client, which is also going to have a profile, which is a type of profile from Prisma/client, like that. And a server is going to be a type of server from @Prisma/client. So member, profile, and the server right here. Let's go ahead and let's destruct those two. So member and server, and assign the props here. So server member props like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go back to our server sidebar here, and let's give them the appropriate props inside. So first thing I'm going to do is give it a key of member.id. I'm going to pass in the member, and a server like this. Great. So let's go back to server member now. And first thing first, I want to create a role icon map here. So const role icon map is going to be an object which is going to use the member role. So import member role from Prisma client like I did right here. So if member role is guest, there's going to be no icon next to its name. If member role is moderator, in that case, it's going to be a shield check from Lucid React. So make sure you have that imported, and it's going to have a class name of h-4, w-4, margin left-2, and text-indigo-500 like that. So I'm just going to zoom in a bit so you can see that in one line, copy and paste it, and don't forget to add a comma. Change the last member role to be admin. Instead of shield check, it's going to be shield alert, like this, and change the text indigo to text rows like this. There we go. Perfect. So we have our role icon map ready. And now let's go ahead and let's just add const params to be use params from next/navigation. Const router is equal to use router from next/navigation. So we're just preparing this because we're going to need it later. All right. Let's get this individual icon, but since this is already a component, we don't have to name it in a capitalized way. We can just do const icon is equal to role icon map member.role like this, right? In our server section, let's take a look at our server section just so I can explain the difference quickly. You can see, is it server section? No, it is server channel, I suppose. Yeah. So you can see that inside I had to put a capital icon. That's because I am just working with a type of Lucid icon. But in my server member, you can see that I'm not working with that. I'm working with a React component. So I can just name it like this, and then I can easily just render it as an icon. You can see the difference. I can just render this and this is going to work. But in my server channel, I cannot do that with this. Instead, I'm rendering it as a different element like this. So I could have done that here as well, but looks like I got ahead of myself and already wrote it in this way. So if you want to, you can refactor it, but you know, as long as it works. Let's go back inside of the server member now. So I just briefly explained why this is happening. And we actually don't have to render this icon right now. Let's instead replace this div with a button like this. And let's go ahead. And yeah, we can already render the icon inside. And let's go ahead and let's give this button a class name, which is going to be dynamic. So import cn from /lib_cn. Sorry, lib-utils, my apologies. All right, let's go back to the class name here. And let's go ahead and write group px-2 py-2 rounded-md flex items-center gap-x-2 w-full hover bg-sync-700/10 on dark on hover bg is going to be sync 700/50, a transition class, and margin bottom of 1 like that. And let's add a comma and a dynamic class params $.member_id is equal to member.id. In that case, we are going to render bg-sync-700/20, and in dark mode, it's going to be bg-sync-700 like this. So let me zoom out just a bit so you can see how this is supposed to look like. So I have this class name, these are all the default classes, and then I added a little comma here and added a dynamic class here. Great. So let's go back inside. And let's go ahead and let's render the user avatar, which we created a couple of steps back. So import user avatar from /user avatar or /components user avatar like this. And let's go ahead and give this user avatar a source of member.profile.image URL. And I am also going to give it a class name because remember we added a class name prop to this component so we can modify it whenever we want. And in this case, I want it to look a little bit smaller. So I'm going to write class name H-8 and W-8. That is for small devices, but on medium, we're going to have H-8 and W-8 like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and create a paragraph, which is going to render that profile name. So member.profile.name. And inside, let's go ahead and give this paragraph a dynamic class name. So class name cn font-semi-bold text-sm text-sync-500 like this group-hover text sync 600 like that, dark text-sync-400, dark group-hover text-sync-300, and a transition like this. And for the dynamic ones, if params $.channel ID is equal to member.id like that, let's go ahead and add text-primary like this, dark text-sync-200 like this, dark group-hover text-white like this. Great, so let's take a look at how this looks now. So just make sure that you have a member inside of your member list right here. If you don't, just go ahead and invite yourself, log out, paste the link, and just go back in here. And there we go. You can see that now we have all of our channels here. We have all of our members here. We can already open some stuff here. Perfect. So one more thing that I want to do before we go back inside of the server channel and server member, so we activate these models here, is just quickly modify this create a channel buttons here. So you can see that right now when I click on text channel, the default channel type is text. So that is completely fine. But when I click on voice channel, it would be cool if it was selected to be audio by default, wouldn't it? Right? And same for video channel. It would be cool if it pre-selected video for me. So let's go ahead and quickly do that. So let's go back inside of the use model store. Make sure you save all these files. Go back inside of the use model store and let's extend our model data. So besides the possibility of accepting a server, let's go ahead and write channel type ? Channel type from Prisma client. So make sure you import that like this. Great. And no need to change anything else here. And now let's go ahead and let's go inside of components server, inside of server section right here, where we call, let's find this create channel option right here and pass in the data channel type like this, and we already have the channel type in the props right here. Perfect. And now that we pass in that, we can go back inside of our components modals, inside of the create channel model right here, and let's go ahead and let's fix this quickly. Just below this form, let's add a use effect from React like this, like that, and let's extract the channel type from the data now. So in this use model, we can get the data, and below this is model open. Let's extract the potential channel type from the data like this. So there is a potential that we have a channel type, and in this use effect, let's go ahead and write if there is a channel type. In that case, form.setValue type is going to be channel type like this. And let's go ahead and add an else here. Form.setValue of type channel type.text like this. Great. And let's just pass in the channel type here and the form. And now let me just take a look at what this error is. So we can easily resolve that by going back into this const form use form and just add channel type pipe channel type.text. Great. So let's take a look at now. I'm going to refresh this, and if I click on voice channel, it's pre-selecting audio. If I click on video channels, it's pre-selecting video, and text channels by default is using the text option. Great. So I just wanted to modify that, and now we can go ahead and create our edit and delete options, as well as our actual on-click options, so they redirect somewhere. Great job so far. So before we move on, there are a couple of things that I want to fix before we actually do this edit and delete models. So first thing is that when I hover on the trash icon, it says the edit and it should say delete. So let's go ahead and let's resolve that. So I'm gonna go ahead and collapse everything here. I'm going inside of components, inside of server, and go ahead and pick the server channel right here and go ahead and find these two action tooltips. The edit one has the correct label, but the trash one should have the delete label like this. So let's go ahead and see that now. There we go. Now it says delete. Great. And what I notice is that when I switch to light mode, this sidebar seems to have the wrong color. Also, this one seems to be a bit too dark, and you can see that this plus icon is almost not noticeable. It doesn't have any border around it. So let's go ahead and let's quickly resolve that. So I'm going to zoom out just so I can see my sidebar at the same time. And let's close everything and let's go inside of components, navigation dash sidebar right here. All right, and I feel like we've made some mistakes here. So first thing that I notice here is that I have a background for the dark color, but I don't have it for the regular light mode. So after this dark BG color, go ahead and add regular BG, which is going to be a hex code of E3, E5, E8 like this. There we go. So now after I save, there we go. That already looks a bit better. Let me zoom in. Yeah, so now this is clearly separated from this one. Perfect. And even this looks better now. Great. So that's just one thing that I wanted to do. So every now and then, make sure to switch to your light and dark mode just to, make sure that everything is still working fine. Perfect. So now we can go ahead and create this edit and delete functions here. So let's go ahead and let's visit our use model store hook. So I'm going to close everything and go inside of the hooks, use model store right here. And after delete server, I'm going to go ahead and add delete channel like this. So that's going to be our new model. And let's go ahead and let's add a new option for the model data here, which is going to be channel. So it's an optional type of channel, and you can import channel from @prisma/client. So I have channel type, and server imported from Prisma client. Make sure you have those as well. Perfect. Now let me close everything and let's go inside of components, models, and I'm going to copy and paste the delete server model because it's the most similar one we can reuse. So let's paste it here, and I'm gonna rename this copy to delete-channel-model like that. Go inside of that file, make sure you're inside, and rename this to delete channel model like that, and change this constant is model open to delete channel like this. Great. Now we can go back inside of the providers, model provider, and go all the way down and add the delete channel model like this. And let's just fix this. So add/components like this. There we go. Perfect. And now let's find a way to trigger that. So we have to go inside of components, inside of server, and pick the server channel right here. And let's go ahead and let's add our const on open from use model like right here, so inside of the server channel, and I added an import of use model from add/hooks use model store right here, and I destructured this on open function. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's find this trash icon and go ahead and add on click to be an arrow function which calls the on open delete channel like this, and pass in the server and the channel like this. There we go. So we already have both server and channel from our props right here. So channel and server. So that is safe to do. And let's try that out now. So in here, I'm going to go and press delete. And there we go. We have a delete server prompt. So let's modify this delete server prompt to actually be the delete channel prompt. Perfect. Let's go inside of components, models, delete channel model right here. And alongside the server, let's immediately destructure the channel because we are going to need it here. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's change this from delete server to delete channel like this. We can leave the are you sure you want to do this, but instead of rendering the server.name, so let me just zoom out a bit so you can see inside of this span where we render the server.name, instead we're going to render channel.name like this, and I want to add a little hashtag before that so it indicates that it's a channel. So are you sure you want to do this? Hashtag new channel will be permanently deleted. So that looks good enough for me. And now let's go inside of this onClick function right here. And before we do anything, let's import our query string. So import QS from query -string like this. Let's go back inside of the onClick. And let's go ahead and let's write const URL to be qs.stringify URL. The URL is going to be backticks like this /API/channels/channel?id like that. And the query is gonna hold the server ID from params ?server ID like this. So let's go ahead and just add the params. So const params is equal to use params from next/navigation. All right, so now we have that. And let's go ahead now and let's change this to use this Axios right here. Perfect. And after we delete our channel, no need to go all the way to /. Instead, we can go to /servers /params.?server ID like this. Perfect. Great. So if I try this now, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a 404 error here. So let me try that. There we go, a 404 error. And now let's go ahead and let's create this route. Before we go there, it actually seems to me that we are actually destructuring this server for no reason at all. Or the other thing, we are using params instead of using that server. So let's actually change that. So this should still work, but I don't want to use params if we don't need to. So let's remove the params like this. Let's remove the use params. And instead of using params.server ID, let's use this destructured server from here. So we're going to write server ?.id like this. and same thing here, so server !.id. So both would work because we are only able to call these models when we are inside of server ID parameters. But still, let's follow some conventions, let's be consistent. All right, and now let's go ahead and let's actually create that route. So I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside of the app folder, inside of API. We already have the channels. So let's create a new folder, channel ID like this. And inside, go ahead and create route.ts like that. Perfect. Let's export asynchronous function delete like that, which is going to have a request and it's going to have params, which are going to be an object which store the channel ID, which is a string like this. Perfect. Let's open our try and catch block. Let's log the error inside of channel_ID delete error like that. And let's return new next response from next/server internal error and pass in, whoops, the status of 500 like that. Great, so we've done this a couple of times already. Perfect, let's get the current profile. So profile is equal to await current profile, and make sure you import that here. If there is no profile, return new next response unauthorized with a status of 401 like this. Great. Now let's also get the search params from new URL request.url like that. And let's get the server ID from search params .get server ID like this. Great. So if there is no server ID, let's return new next response server ID missing with a status of 400 like that. And if there are no params .channel ID, return new next response channel ID missing with a status of 400 like that. Perfect. And now let's actually delete the server. So let's go ahead and let's import db from /libdb. So like this. And now let's go ahead and write const server is equal await db.server.update like that. And inside, let's go ahead and write where ID is server ID and members sum profile ID is equal to current profile.id, which we store in this profile variable. And a role of that member needs to be either a member role, import that from @prisma/client, like I did right here, and I'm just going to move it to the top. So it needs to be either an admin or member role.moderator like this, one of the two. Perfect. And then let's go ahead and add the data. Channels, delete. We're going to delete the channel by the ID of params.channel_ID and name not general. So we are never going to enable a deletion of the general channel, even if we send that channel's ID. It's like a security measure for us, even though in the front end we disable it. But remember what I said, front-end validation can easily be bypassed, and you always need to do the same on the server. So just write return next response.json server as well. Perfect. So if we try this, I think it should already work. So let me refresh right here. Let's check out this test audio. I'm going to click delete, confirm, and let's see if that's going to work. There we go. It's been deleted. Let's try with this text channel. If I delete it, there we go. That's deleted. Let's try with new video. If I delete that, that seems to be deleted as well. Perfect. All right. And now let's do the edit functionality here. So in order to do the edit functionality, we have to go back inside of our use model store right here. And after delete channel, add edit channel right here. All right. And we don't have to modify anything here. Instead, let's go inside of our components, inside of our models, and use the edit server model. Sorry, no, not that. Go ahead and find the create channel model. So that's the one that is the most similar to ours because it has the select options and stuff. And just change it to edit-channel-model like this. make sure you are inside of that new file and rename this to edit channel model like this, and change this type to edit channel like that. Perfect. And now let's just go all the way to the bottom and change this from create to save like that. All right. And now let's go back inside of our components, providers, model provider, and at the bottom add edit channel model like that. From /models, edit channel model, and you already know I'm gonna modify that to /components. Perfect. And now let's go ahead back inside of components, server channel right here, and add to this edit icon on click to be an arrow function, which calls the on open like that, edit channel, and pass in the server and this channel like this. Perfect. So now if I try the edit, that should work as well. I just refreshed, clicked on edit, and there we go. We opened a create channel, and we're going to modify it to match the functionality of edit channel. So let's go back inside of the edit channel component, inside of components models, edit channel model right here, and change the title from create channel to edit channel like this. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and find this use effect right here. And we're not gonna need this inside, so you can remove this. You can leave the form inside and just write if there is a channel, and we don't have that. So let's just do that quickly. So I'm gonna remove this just so we don't get confused. So go back here to use model, we have data, go ahead and extract the channel and the server like this. And actually we are not going to have the channel type for this one, so you can remove that as well like that, and you can just remove this to be like that. Okay, so just channel and server from the data, and the default values are this, so a bit different than the create channel one. All right, now inside go ahead and check if there is a channel. Form.setValue name is going to be channel.name, and form.setValue of type is going to be channel.type like this. Great. And let's just see. Let's also add the channel here. So channel like that. And I think we can resolve this. Let me just explore a bit. So what we can do to resolve this is remove it from the default values, because we are going to fit it either way, but that seems to not work. Instead, let's try channel.type pipe like this and add a question mark here. There we go. That seems to have resolved it. Okay, so type can be either the initial channel.type or channel_type.next. Great. So you might be wondering, why am I even doing a use effect? Why don't I just do channel type, channel.name here? Well, the problem is that this model is rendered before we receive this channel data right here. So it needs to be re-triggered in the use effect, because this doesn't change dynamically. All right, so now I'm going to save this, and let's go ahead and let's try. So I will refresh this. Let me zoom out a bit. If I click on edit new audio, there we go. Channel type is new audio and channel type is audio. If I click on video, it says test video, channel type video. So it seems to work. Let's just create a new text channel just to test if it also works for that. So we have the new text channel. I'm going to click edit. I have the correct name and the correct type. Perfect. And what we have to do now is we have to modify the onSubmit function right here. So the onSubmit function is gonna actually be a bit different. So find the onSubmit QS stringify URL and add backticks /API/channels/channel?id. And in the query, instead of using params, we are no longer gonna be using params here. So you can remove that and remove the import for use params. Instead of using that, we're going to use the server from our data.id. So we have this server destructured from the data because we are passing in from the server channel component. Perfect. And I think that should be it. Now, of course, if I try, we are going to get a 404 error. So let's say edited channel like this. I click save. There we go. Actually, it's 405 because we have that route just and we don't allow this method. Okay, so now let's go ahead back inside of our channel ID. So I'm gonna close everything. Make sure you save those files. Go inside of the app folder, API, channels, channel ID, route.ts. So we already created this delete function, and let's just copy and paste the entire thing. So I'm gonna copy that and just below paste it, and let's rename this from delete to patch like this. Great, so it has the same params, and alongside search params, let's also add a name and type from await request.json like this, because we also need that. Perfect. And alongside checking for profile, server ID, and params.channel ID, let's also check if name is general. So if somehow they bypass the front-end validation, let's give them a return new next response. Name cannot be at single ticks, general like that, with a status of 400 like this. Perfect. So let me just expand this a bit. Okay. And now let's go ahead. And in this server, what we are going to do is not delete it, but we are going to modify it. So this is correct. The where query can stay the same. And now let's go ahead and modify this data a bit. So I'm going to delete everything and write it again so it's easier. So channels, update, where ID is params.channel ID, not name general, like that. So we cannot update the general. And let's go ahead and add the data, name, and type like this. There we go. And let's change this to channel ID patch like this. Great. All right, that seems to be okay. It seems I've triggered an error here. So let's see what that is about. Maybe you have that as well. Let's take a look at my terminal right here. Okay, so I'm just going to restart my application. npm run dev. Let's see if the error is still being triggered, or if that was a one-time thing during my development. It seems to be a one-time thing during my development. Okay. And now let's go ahead and try this. So I have this new audio channel, and let's see if I can rename it to edited audio. So I'm going to click save. Okay, it seems like there was an error. Let's go ahead and check it out. So it still says the same thing. Interesting. Okay, we have a patch function here, correct? Yes, we do, a patch function. Okay, so it should work. Let's see why it doesn't. I think it's because we left a post function inside of our model. So go inside of components, model, edit channel model right here. Let's go inside of the onSubmit. And yes, it is because we are doing axios.post when we should be doing axios.patch like this. So let's try this one more time. Let's change this to edited-audio and let's click save. And now it seems to be working. And there we go. This has changed to edited audio. Let's try with the text channel. Let's try general. It's not allowing us. Let's say edited text channel and click save. And now it's turned into edited text channel. Perfect. Let's see if I can do this new text, and I'm going to change the type to text and save this. Let's see if that's going to work. There we go. It's up with the text channels. Perfect. So we have the working delete. We have the working edit. Everything seems to be working exactly as we expect. We can also change this moderations from that shortcut that we added, this little icon right here. Perfect. And everything here seems to be matching as well. Perfect. So we are finally ready to start creating our chat headers and chat messages and chat inputs, and slowly, and also of course video chats, right? So we are ready to do that now. Great job so far. So now let's go ahead and let's actually create this actions when we click on channels and members, that we actually get redirected not to the server ID page, but either the channel page or the conversation page. So let's go ahead and let's revisit our server channel first. So go inside of components, server channel right here. And what we're going to do is we're going to add an onClick function. So const onClick like this. and go ahead and just write router, which we have right here. Make sure you have use router from Next navigation inside of the server channel component. Router.push open backticks /servers /params question mark dot server ID /channels /open object channel dot ID like this. And then we have to add that on click to this empty arrow function in the button. Perfect. So if you go ahead and try now and click on any channel, you're going to get redirected to a 404 page. Perfect. Well, not perfect, but we're going to fix it. One thing I want to bring your attention to is that if I try and edit, a model opens and then I get redirected. That's because this global button on click right here, right? Let me just expand my screen, is overriding this clicks inside on the edit and the trash. So let's go ahead and let's do this now. I'm gonna go ahead and write const on action, and we're gonna accept event, which is react.mouse event, and an action, which is a model type. And you can import that from @/hooks model store. So if you cannot import it, make sure that you have the export in front of type model type, like that. So just import the model type alongside use model from @/hooks use model store and confirm that you have the export in front of type model type. So now we get access to all of this here. Let's go back to our on action here. And let's go ahead and write event.stop propagation like that. And then on open action, so we know which model to open dynamically, and let's pass in the channel and the server as the data. And now let's use this on action instead of using this right here. So instead of calling on open here in the edit, go ahead and just call on action and pass in the edit channel like this. Let's see if that's correct. What did I just write? Oh, an event as well. My apologies. So an event, pass in an event, comma, edit channel like that. And same thing here, get the event from the arrow function and replace this with on action, pass in the event. And what is this one? This one is delete channel like this. Great, so let's try that now. And now I should not get over right. So if I click on edit, there we go. No redirect. If I click on delete, no redirect. But if I specifically click on a channel, I get a 404. So that's exactly what I wanted to do here. And I think I noticed one slight mistake here. And that is inside of our components server member right here, if I remember correctly. So in the button, I'm comparing params.memberID to be equal to member.id. But right here, I'm using params.channelID to check for member ID. So let's just change that. So above the user avatar, in this paragraph which renders the member profile name, change the dynamic class to look for member ID instead of the channel ID. So you won't be able to see any differences yet. That's because we have not created any of these classes. So all of them lead to 404. And now let's go ahead and let's add the onClick inside of this server member, because right now I can click as much as I want and nothing happens. So we are inside of that server member right here. And let's go ahead and let's add an onClick function. So const onClick is an arrow function which calls the router.push. So make sure you have the router and use router from Next navigation. And it calls the router.push /servers/ params.server_id, add a question mark here, /conversations /member.id like that. Perfect. And let's go ahead and add this onClick on this button here like that. Perfect. So now if I try and click on members, I get to a 404 page. So we did a very simple onClick function and added it to the button that holds our user avatar and the name of the member. Perfect. So we can now go ahead and actually create a very simple page, just like we have with this server ID page. And instead, it's going to render the channel ID page or the conversation ID page. So let's go inside of our main folder. So I'm going to close everything. Just remember to save your files. Go inside of app folder, main, routes, and we have the server ID here. So let's go ahead inside and create a new folder called channels, like that. And inside create another folder in square brackets channel ID, like that. And inside create a new file page.tsx, like this. So main, routes, server ID, channels, individual channel ID. And let's just go ahead and add channel ID page, like that, and a div channel ID page, like this. Perfect. So now if you go ahead and try and click on general, you should no longer get a 404. Instead, the general should be selected like this, and in the URL you should see the /channels and the ID, and you should see the channel ID page. And same thing for this other channels right here. Perfect. So let's go ahead and do the same thing for the conversations now, aka the members. So I'm gonna collapse everything, go inside of app, main, routes, inside the server ID, create a new folder called conversation, like that. And inside create a new folder called in square brackets member ID, like this. And inside a new page.tsx, which is just going to be member ID page with a div member ID page, like this. Great. And now if you click on this one, all right, we are still getting a 404, and I think I know why. Yes, I named this folder conversation when it should be conversations, multiple of them. Great. And now I think it should automatically, there we go. So you can see how it looks now. You can see how it's that selected. Very nice. Perfect. Let's go ahead and switch to light mode to see if this is still okay. And it seems to be looking good. Great. So I'm going to continue in dark mode to save my eyes. One more thing that I want to do now is that I'm going to remove my URL. Let me just click here. There we go. So you can just click on your server. I don't want this state to exist, so I always want user to immediately be redirected to the first channel we can find, which in our case is always going to be the general channel, because we don't allow anyone to delete this general channel. So whenever I refresh on this server ID or just click on this, I want to be immediately put into a general channel. So let's go ahead and do that now. So let's go inside, well, let me close everything. Let's go inside of our app folder, inside of main, routes, inside of server ID, and find the page.tsx that currently just says server ID page. And inside of here, let's go ahead and let's turn this into a asynchronous function, and let's go ahead and give it an interface of server ID page props. And it's going to accept params of server ID, which is a string like this. And let's go ahead and let's extract those params here, and let's add them to the props server ID page props, like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's fetch the current profile. So const profile is equal to await current profile from s/lib current profile, like that. Of course, make sure you don't accidentally have use client at the top. So this is a server component. If there is no profile, we can return a redirect to sign in from Clerk, like this. So make sure you import redirect to sign in from Clerk, like that. And I'm just going to separate this to imports. So that's if we don't have a profile. All right, and now let's go ahead and let's attempt to find this server. So const server is equal to await db, which you can import from s/lib db, like I did right here. db.server.find unique, like this, where id is params.server id, members, some have a profile ID of the current profile.id, so we are confirming that we are a member of this profile. And let's go ahead and add include channels where, and let's find the general channel using the name general, like this. So this is why we don't allow users to rename this channel or delete it, because we need it to redirect the user. And let's order created at ascending like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and write const initial channel to be server dot channels and pick the first one like this. And if initial channel dot name is not general, so make sure you don't misspell general here, in that case return null. So this should technically never happen, but just in case, we're just going to display an empty page, even though it should absolutely never happen. And instead of this return a redirect from next/navigation. So make sure you import redirect from next/navigation like that. And return a redirect /servers /params.server ID /channels and /initial channel dot ID. And let me just expand this so you can see it in one line and maybe zoom out. There we go. So we find the initial channel, we check if the initial channel name is general. If it is, we go ahead and redirect the user to server ID /channels /that initial channel .id. And there we go. You can see that now no matter how many times I refresh or if I click on this right here, oh, maybe it's not working. Let me try and refresh again. Okay, it seems to not be working. Let's go ahead and explore why. So I'm not exactly sure because this server ID page, I don't think this even exists in the code. So this could be some cache. Or maybe I didn't save this file. Maybe it's that. Okay, it was that. I didn't save my file. Okay, so now you can see that if I try and click on my server, you can look at my URL, how it's immediately redirecting to the initial channel. And yeah, I can go ahead and remove the /channels and just leave the server ID, and you will see that I'm immediately redirected back to the general channel. Perfect. So this is exactly what I wanted to do. Exactly that. Perfect. And now we can go ahead and finally start developing the header for our chat, the body for our chat, the input for our chat, the messages, the videos, the audios, everything else. Great job so far. So let's go ahead and let's create our chat header component, which is going to be displayed right here at the top. So in order to do that, the first thing we have to do is we have to go inside of our channel ID page. So I'm going to close everything just so we repeat our knowledge of our folder structure. So we're going to go inside of the app folder, main folder, routes, server, server ID, and our newly created channels folder, which holds the individual channel ID right here, and choose that page.tsx. So what we have to do in here is we have to load the current channel using the ID which we have, and we have to load the current member. So let's go ahead and let's turn this into a asynchronous function like this. And let's go ahead and let's create the props for this channel ID page. So interface channel ID page props like that. It's going to have params, and inside of those params, we are going to have a server ID, which is a string. And let me just zoom in a bit. And channel ID, which is also a string. So how do I know that we are going to have both the server ID and the channel ID? Well, because of the folder structure. So we are inside of server ID and we are inside of channel ID, which means both of those are going to be inside of our URL. So as long as you've named them correctly, you're going to have them inside of every server component inside of this structure. So now that we know that we have those, let's go ahead and let's extract the params from the props and let's just map them to channel ID page props so our typing is correct. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's fetch the current profile. So const profile is equal to await current profile from /lib current profile like I added at the top right here. If we don't have a profile, we can go ahead and return redirect to sign in from Clerk. So just go ahead and write this and make sure you have imported this from Clerk Next.js. And as always, I'm going to separate those two imports. Great. Now we can go ahead and import our database util. So import db from /lib db like this. And let's go ahead and let's fetch our channel using the ID. So const channel is equal to await db.channel.findUnique like this. And let's go ahead and write where ID is equal to params.channel ID like this. Great. And now let's write const member is equal to await db.member.find first like this, where server ID is equal to params.server ID and profile ID is equal to profile.id like this. Perfect. So we fetched the channel which holds this ID and we found a member using a server ID and its respective profile ID. So there can be many members with this profile ID, but the member we want to find is one that is inside of this server and holds this profile ID. Because remember, a profile can have as many members as it wants. So whenever we join a new server, we become a new member of that server, but that is still the same profile ID. So to identify the one member we want to find, we also have to specify the server ID. So that's why we are using find first and not find unique, because we have not specified in the schema that these two fields need to be unique. Perhaps we should have done that, but let's go ahead and let's continue developing with what we have. Great. So let's go ahead and now write if there is no channel or if there is no member. In that case, we can redirect from next/navigation. So make sure you import redirect from next/navigation, and I'm going to move it to the top. And let's go ahead and redirect the user back to / because they're trying to access a channel that they don't have access to. Great. And now that we have this, let's go ahead and let's write a class name here with bg-white on light mode, and on dark mode we're gonna have bg-open square brackets and a hashtag of 313338 like this. So 313338 like that. I added a one extra 3 if you didn't notice, but I removed it. Great. And a flex-col and h-full like this. Great. So let's see. I'm not even sure if the color has slightly changed or not, but anyway, this is how I want it to look like. Now inside of here, let's go ahead and let's remove this text and let's write chat header like this. And once you save, you're going to get an error because chat header does not exist. So let me just refresh this page to make sure it's loading. There we go. So chat header is not defined. Make sure you have your app running. Let's go ahead and let me close everything and let's go inside of components and create a new folder called chat. And inside here, we're gonna hold all of our chat components. So create a new file, chat-header.psx like this. Let's go ahead and let's import hash from Lucid React because we're gonna need that. And let's go ahead and let's just quickly fix the error. So export const chat header like this and return a div saying chat header like that. Let's go back inside of our page, which is located inside of the app folder all the way to the channel ID page here. And now we can safely import this from add/components chat header. Great. And now if you save this file, you should not see an error anymore. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's create an interface for this. So interface chat header props are gonna have a server ID, which is a string, a name, which is a string, a type, which is gonna be either a channel or a conversation. Because remember, we are going to reuse all of our chat components for both the channel view, the video or audio channel view, and also for direct one-on-one member conversation view. So we have to adapt the props to change the UI appropriately. And an image URL, which is going to be an optional string like this. Great. So let's go ahead and let's extract all of those here. So server ID, name, type, and image URL. And let's go ahead and map those to chat header props like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of text-md font-semi-bold. And let me just expand my screen so we can see as much as possible in one line. So font-semi-bold, px-3, flex, items-center, h-12, border-neutral-200, on dark mode, border-neutral-800, and border-b-2 like that. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's see how that looks now. And there we go. You can see that we finally have this little chat header here that matches the height of this drop down right here. Perfect. And if you're wondering, well, when comes the time that we actually enable the mobile view, where this is where we're gonna hold that little toggle button. So let's go ahead and let's just add it here now. So I'm gonna go ahead and write menu from Lucid React right here. So make sure you import the menu here. And there we go. So that's how that is going to look like. Of course, now it's not functional, but later we're going to turn it into a component, which is going to trigger a drawer, which is going to hold this navigation sidebar and this server sidebar. So that's how we are going to handle mobile. But before we get there, let's go ahead and let's write a dynamic render here. So type is equal to channel. In that case, let's go ahead and return a hashtag like this, and let's go ahead and give it a class name of w-5h-5 text-sync-500. Dark mode is gonna have text-sync-400 and margin right of 2 like this. And right now we're not seeing anything. That's because we have not passed any props to this chat header. So let's go back inside of our page, which renders the chat header, and let's just give it some props. So I'm gonna give it a name of channel.name. I'm gonna give it a server ID of channel.server ID. And I'm gonna give it a type of channel like this, because we are using this chat header for rendering our channel. And there we go. You can see how a little hashtag has appeared right here. So let's go ahead and let's continue the development here. After this hash right here, let's go ahead and let's add a paragraph, which is going to render the name like this. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of font semi-bold, text-md, and text-black, and on dark mode, text-white like this. There we go. Great. So we are not entirely done with this chat header, but we're going to continue the development of it when we enable our one-on-one conversations. So obviously it's okay that it says general for stuff like this, for these channels. You can see all of this is correct. When I click on new text, it says new text. On general, it says general. On edited audio, it says edited audio. But when I click here, we're going to modify this a little bit. Instead of showing a hashtag, we're going to show the actual user image and some other stuff. But we're going to come to that later. What I actually want to do now is I want to create the mobile toggle button. So I'm going to turn this icon of menu into an actual working toggle. So in order to do that, we have to add another component from ShadcN. So let's go ahead to ShadcN documentation and find the component under S sheet right here. There we go. And let's go ahead and copy the command it needs using npm like that. I'm going to go inside of my terminal here. I will shut down the application and I'm going to write npx ShadcnUI at latest add sheet like this. Great. And just confirm this installation like this, and you can npm run dev your application again. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go and close everything and go inside of your components and create a new file called mobile-toggle.tsx. So outside of any folder except the components folder. And let's go ahead and let's write export const mobile toggle. Is going to be a simple function, which is going to return for now. Let's add that menu icon from Lucid React like that. So very simple. And now we're going to go back inside of our chat folder, find the chat header and replace the menu icon with mobile toggle like this from /mobile toggle, or in my case, I'm going to replace it to /components and separate the two, and we can remove the import for menu from here. And right now, everything should say exactly the same because that's the only thing we added in the mobile toggle. So now let's go ahead and let's import everything we need from our new sheet component. So go ahead and import sheet content like that, and sheet trigger like this from /components UI/sheet like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and replace this with sheet like this inside a sheet trigger, which is going to have as child prop. And inside, we're going to add a button from ./UI button. So make sure you add this import, and I'm going to replace it with /components like this. So it's going to be a button, which is going to render our menu icon. And let's give this button a variant of ghost, a size of icon, and a class name of MD hidden. So we only want this to show on mobile devices. Perfect. And below the sheet trigger here, add a sheet content like that. Let's go ahead and give it some props. So a side is going to be left, class name is going to be padding-0, flex, and gap-0 like this. Perfect. So inside of this content, let's go ahead and create a div element with a class name of w-open square brackets 72 pixels like that. And inside, you're going to render the navigation sidebar from /navigation sidebar. I'm just going to replace that to as/components like this. So we get the navigation sidebar from the navigation folder. And we're also going to add a server sidebar from /server sidebar like this. And let's just replace this to components as well. Perfect. So let me just zoom out a bit so you can see it in one line. So we got the navigation sidebar from as/components navigation/navigation sidebar, as it is inside of this folder, the navigation sidebar. And same thing with the server sidebar inside of components server folder. So server, and we have the server sidebar right here. And one thing that is missing inside of here is the server ID, which means we are also going to need the server ID from the mobile toggle. So let's go ahead and just quickly add the server ID here, and let's map the props to it. So server ID is a type of string like this. And then we can safely pass the server ID here as well. Perfect. So now let's go back inside of our chat header component where we render the mobile toggle, and let's go ahead and pass in the server ID to be server ID like this. There we go. So you can see now when I expand, and let me just refresh to make sure all of this is up to date. Let's just wait a second for this to load for me, and there we go. You can see that now, when I have this active in desktop view, I don't have the mobile toggle. But when I collapse it, it becomes active. And if I click, you can see that the drawer opens. Amazing. So exactly what we wanted, and I can change the channels from here like this. I can trigger a model to create my own server, create my own channel. Perfect. So exactly what we wanted for mobile view. And we don't have to worry that this mobile toggle is all the way here in this chat header, because remember, we do a redirect. Whenever a user joins a server, we immediately join the general channel here. So they're always going to be, if they're on mobile, they're always going to see this button right here to trigger this. Perfect. So we have successfully wrapped up a big part of chat header. And now what we have to do is modify this chat header to match our one-on-one conversation view. So when I click on Antonio here, I want it to show the same chat header, but a little bit modified. So it's time for us to wrap up our Prisma schema. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to close everything, and I'm going to go inside of the Prisma folder schema.prisma right here. So far we've added the server model, the profile model, member, and the channel model. But we also have a couple of more models missing from here. So let's go ahead and let's create the model message like this. It's going to have an ID, which is a string ID, and a default value of UUID like this. It's going to have content, which is a string of db.text, so we allow long messages. We're going to have an optional file URL, which is an optional string, so we add a question mark at the end, with also a db.text, because URLs can get pretty long. Let's create a connection with the member ID who will send this message like this, and write a member at relation like this, fields, member ID, references ID, and on delete is going to be cascade like this. Let's see if I can expand my screen a bit more. And I seem to have made a typo here. So let me zoom out. There we go, like this. And now we have to add this relation back to the member. So let's go ahead and find the member right here, and after the server ID here, let's go ahead and add messages to be a message like this. There we go. And now you should no longer have this error right here. Perfect. But that's not the only relation we need. We also need a relation with the channel this message is being sent to. So channel ID is a string and a relation of channel at relation fields channel ID references ID and on delete cascade like this. So let me zoom out so you can see that. And now we have to go ahead back into the channel and add the relation. So let's find the channel. It's right here. And after server ID, go ahead and add messages, message like this. Perfect. And let me just go ahead back to the member here, and let's write these messages with a lowercase m. So messages like this. There we go. Perfect. And now before we wrap this entire thing up, let's also add a deleted boolean. So deleted is a boolean with a default value of false. So we're going to use a soft delete method. Once a user attempts to delete the message, we're not going to remove the record from our database, but we're going to clear the content and we're going to turn this to true. And let's also add at index to be a channel ID and at index to be a member ID like this. And let's also go ahead and write created at to be date time of default and now, and updated at to be a date time at default, at updated at like this. Perfect. So we've wrapped up our message model, which will be for the channels. Now we have to create a conversation model and a direct message model. So let's go ahead below that and write model conversation, which is going to have an ID of string at ID at default UUID like this. And now it's going to have two members. So member one ID is going to be a string and member one is going to be a relation to the member. But since we already have a couple of relations to the member, we have to give this one a name. So relation, and go ahead and write member one like this and pass in the fields, which are member one ID, and pass in the references, which is an ID, and on delete cascade like this. Perfect. And do the same thing for member two. So I'm going to copy and paste this. And let's rename this to member two ID like this. And this one is going to be member two. And this relation is going to be member 2 as well, and everything else can stay the same. Actually not, so we have to change this fields array to member 2 ID like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's find our member model, and let's just add these relations here. So to the conversation model using this member 1 and member 2. So go ahead and find the conversation model. Sorry, not the conversation model, the member model right here. And below the messages, go ahead and add conversations initiated like this to be a conversation like this, and a relation of member 1 like this. So can I zoom in? I can. Great. And we also need another one, which is going to be, so you can copy this, but this one is going to be called conversations received like this, and this one is going to be member 2 like this. So we created a relation back to the conversation model using the member 1 and member 2 fields, and in here we're going to store them as conversations we initiated and conversations we received like this. So we can handle both being the person who created a conversation with another member and also a person who got invited for a one-on-one conversation by some other member. So we need to handle both of those cases. Perfect. And now let's go ahead back inside of our conversation model here. And what we have to do here is just fix these warnings. So go ahead and add that index right here for member 1 ID, and add that index for member 2 ID like this. And also let's go ahead and let's write add that unique, and let's write a combination of member 1 ID and a member 2 ID like this. Perfect. So each conversation can only exist with a unique member 1 and member 2 ID. So we cannot have more than we cannot have two of these conversations with the exact same members, because in every server we're going to have a different member ID ourselves, and the other user is also going to have a different member ID themselves. Perfect. And let me actually see if I even need an index for this one. It seems like I don't, right? So it seems like it's only asking for the member 2. So let's remove this member 1 ID. It seems like the only thing we need is the member 2 ID. If you're having issues, you can just add both of them. But as you can see, when I remove the 2, this is the error, the warning. But when I remove the 1, there's no warning. So I can keep it like this. So let me just zoom out one more time so you can see how it looks in one line, like that. Perfect. And we are not done yet. So what we have to do now is we have to create our last model, which is going to be direct message model. So the reason we have to create a different model and we cannot reuse this message one is because this message one is best to keep separated and only used for the channel relation. You can see that we have pretty strict channel relations here. So we can go ahead and create a very similar one called direct message, which is going to be used inside of one-on-one conversations with the members. So let's go ahead and write model direct message like that, which is going to have an ID of string, at ID, and default of UUID like this. It's going to have content, which is a string, and db.text, and it's going to have file URL, which is an optional string, and db.text like this. Now let's add a relation to the member ID, which is a string, and member, which is going to be a member relation fields, member ID, references, ID, and on delete cascade like this. So let me zoom out so you can see it. Great. And we're also going to have a relation to the conversation we are in. So conversation ID is a string, and conversation like this, add relation fields, conversation ID, references ID, and on delete cascade like this. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's go inside of our conversation here. And below this member 2, let's go ahead and add direct messages to be direct message and an array like this. And that way we fix the error for this one. And now we have to go all the way to the member to add a relation with the direct message. So find the member right here, and you can go just below messages and just add direct message like this, direct message, and make sure this is direct messages like this, so multiple. Perfect. So we have a relation with both of those now, and we can go back safely inside of our direct message here. And let's go ahead and zoom in back, and let's wrap this up by adding it a created at field, which is a date time of a default value of now, an updated at, which is date time, at updated at like this, and it's also going to have a deleted, which is a boolean with a default value of false. And let's just not misspell this, so boolean, and let me just move it above these dates like that. And lastly, let's just create these two indexes to fix these errors. So at index is going to be a member ID, and at index is going to be a conversation ID like this. Perfect. So make sure you have no errors and no warnings. You can always go to my GitHub and just copy the entire Prisma schema. And now let's go ahead and push all of that. So save that file. Let's shut down the application, run npx prisma generate to add all of these new models to our node modules, and npx prisma db push to push those new collections to our Planetscale or whatever you used for your MySQL database. There we go. So all of that is ready, and now we are ready to modify our individual member page. So when I click on members, did I start this? Let me just go ahead and start the application. So npm run dev like this. Let's just wait a second for this to load. So basically what we're gonna do now is similar to the channels. We have this chat header which says the general channel. We're gonna do that now, but for the member ID page. And we can do that now because we have all the necessary models to create conversations and then load the other member's name in here, right? When I click on this user, I expect their user to show. Perfect. So let's continue. And first thing we want to do is create a util for finding our one-on-one conversations or creating our one-on-one conversations. So what is the flow that's going to happen once I click on this member right here? So we're going to check whether we already have a one-on-one conversation with this user, with this member, or if we don't, we're going to go ahead and create one, because as opposed to channels, which are immediately created and everyone can be a part of them, members don't work like that. So we are only going to create a one-on-one conversation if anyone ever clicked on that user. Great. So let's go ahead inside of our lib folder and create a new file called conversation.ts like this. Great. And let's go ahead and let's create two functions here first. So what I want to do is import our database from ./db, and I think you already know I'm going to replace that to @libdb like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and first create our find conversation function. So const find conversation like this is going to be an asynchronous function. I'm just going to zoom out just a bit like this, which is going to take the member1 ID, which is a string, and it's going to take a member2 ID, which is also a string like this. And that's going to be an arrow function. So this is how it should look like in one line. And inside, let's go ahead and write return await db.conversation.find first like this, where, and like that, open an array, open an object. Member1 ID is equal to member1 ID from our params, and member2 ID is equal to member2 ID from our params right here. And once we find that user, that conversation, let's include the entirety of member1, including their profile, so we can load their name and image, and same thing for member2. So include and also a profile true like this. Perfect. So we immediately return this await function in the find conversation. Great. And now let's create another function, const create new conversation, which is an asynchronous arrow function, which takes in member1 ID, a member2 ID, and it is an arrow function. And this is how it looks like in one line. Great. And inside of here, we're going to open a try and catch block. Inside of this catch, we don't have to log any errors. Instead, we can just return null like this. And let's go ahead and write return await db.conversation.create like this, data member1 ID, member2 ID like this. So this is a shorthand, right? This is the same thing as writing this, just using a shorthand. And let's also include the member1, and let's include their profile true like this, and same thing for member2, include their profile to be true like this. Perfect. And let's go ahead and let's just wrap this find conversation inside a try and catch block as well. So I'm gonna head and write a try block here, wrap this entire thing, and in the catch block I will just return null like this. There we go. Just in case something goes wrong, we safely return null instead of blocking the entire application. So now we have these two functions, create new conversation and find conversation, but we're not using them anywhere. So at the top, create a new function, which we are going to export. So export const get or create conversation. which is an asynchronous function, which takes in the member1 ID, which is a string, and a member2 ID, which is a string like that. Perfect. And let's go ahead and write let conversation is equal to await find conversation using a member1 ID and a member2 ID. And let me just zoom out. So first thing, we're going to try a combination where the first member is the member1 and the second one is the member2. But we're also going to do a pipe await find the conversation of member2 ID and a member1 ID like this. So we have a combination of the two, right? If we cannot find it in this order, we go ahead and try to find it in a reverse order like that. Perfect. So all of this is written in one line, as you can see right here. I know it's zoomed out, but I just want to show you how it's supposed to look. Great. And if there is still no conversation after both of those combinations, that means that we have to create a new conversation. So conversation is now equal to await create new conversation member1 ID and a member2 ID like this. Perfect. And at the end, just return the conversation like this. Perfect. So if you have a feeling you've done something wrong here, you can always just visit my GitHub and find this in lib conversation and confirm. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's find our member ID page. So I'm going to close this. I'm going inside of the app folder, main, routes, server ID, find the conversation, member ID, and find the page.tsx. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's create the interface for this. So interface member ID page is going to have params, which are going to have a member ID, which is a string, and a server ID, which is also a string like this. Let's go ahead and extract those params right here. And let's add the member ID page. And I made a mistake here, so let's name this props, member ID page props and member ID page props, so it doesn't get conflicted with this constant right here. Perfect. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and write const profile to be await current profile from @/lib current profile, which means we have to turn this page into an asynchronous function like that. If there is no profile, we can return, let me zoom in, redirect to sign in from @/clerk. So make sure you have this. And as always, I'm going to separate those two. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's find the current member. So const current member is equal to await db, which you can import from @/libdb. So make sure you add this line right here. db.member.find first, like this, where server ID is equal to params.server ID and profile ID is equal to profile.id. So that is the current member, and we're also going to include our profile inside like this. Perfect. If there is no current member, in that case something is going wrong, and let's go ahead and return redirect from next/navigation to a /page like this. So I'm just going to move the redirect to the top. Perfect. And after this, let's go ahead and let's get our conversation using our new library. So const conversation is going to be await get or create conversation from @/lib/conversation. So I imported that right here, and let me just move it to the top. So get or create conversation, which we just created here. Perfect. Let's go ahead and write get or create conversation and pass in the current member .id as the first ID and pass in the params.member ID as the other user. So this is how that looks in one line. Great. So we are looking at a combination of our currently logged in user and the member that we clicked on. And then we're going to find the both combinations, whether we initiated that conversation or they initiated it, or if none of those combinations, let's go ahead and create a new one with us as the initiator because we pass in our prop as the first one. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and write if there is no conversation. So if something went wrong here, in that case, we cannot load this page. So we're going to do a return redirect, open pointy brackets /servers, and let's just go to params.server ID, which is going to automatically join the general channel. Perfect. And if we did manage to create a new conversation or find one, in that case, let's extract the member 1, the member 2 from conversation like this. Perfect. And let's find const other member is equal to member1.profile ID is equal to profile.id like this. In that case, we are member 2. Otherwise, sorry, the other member is member 2, otherwise it's member 1. So basically what we are doing is we are comparing both member 1 and member 2. We are looking at their profile ID, and if it matches our current profile ID, we are picking the opposite member because I want to get the other member from these two. Perfect. I don't know which one is going to be us and which one is going to be the person we are talking to, right? Because either they could have initiated this conversation or we could have initiated it. If we initiated it, then we are the member 1. Otherwise, they are. Since we have no way of knowing that information using this code, what we have to do after we extract those two from our found or created conversation is that we use the member 1 profile ID, compare it with our own, and if that matches, that means we are member 1. So the other member is assigned to member 2. Otherwise, we are the member 1. Great. And now we can go ahead and add a div here with a class name of bg-white. Dark is going to have bg-#313338 like this. Flex-call, and h-full like this. Perfect. And instead of rendering member ID page, you're going to render the chat header from @components/chat/chat header. And let's pass in the image URL, which is going to be the other member.profile.image URL like this. The name is going to be other member.profile.name like that. Server ID is going to be params.server ID, and type is going to be conversation like this. Perfect. So now if I refresh right here, there we go. My conversation was successfully created and it says Antonio Herderas here, but my picture is not showing here because we have to go back inside of the chat header and resolve that. So let me show you what just happened. So I'm going to open a new terminal and I'm going to run npx Prisma Studio here. After I wrote that, I have opened my Prisma Studio inside, and I'm going to go ahead and open my conversations right here. And you can see that a new one was created, having the member 1 to be, let's see which member. I assume myself. There we go, the admin, which is tied to this profile, and another one, which is the guest. Perfect. So you can check in your Prisma Studio if that was correct. If it wasn't correct, so if you're for some reason not being able to see this name, go ahead and check inside of your terminal, not in the Prisma Studio, so where you're running the application, and scroll up and try to see if there are any error messages here. Right? If there are, go ahead and try to debug what just happened. And one piece of advice I might give you, after we've edited our Prisma schema, make sure that you shut down your application and rerun it again. Because even if you do npx prisma generate and db push, there is still cache left in the next cache and all of that stuff. So make sure you shut down the application, run it again, and then try this. So mine worked from the first try. If yours hasn't, and you are not able to debug, you can always visit my GitHub and go ahead step by step and see the differences between my what's it called, get or create conversation function, my Prisma schema, and find the differences. And if you still can't do that, you can always jump in my Discord and ask your question there. Everything can be resolved. Perfect. So now that we have this, we can go back and visit our chat header. So let's go ahead and visit our components, chat header here. And now let's finally use this image URL right here. So let's go ahead. And after this type channel hash, let's go ahead and write type is equal conversation. In that case, let's go ahead and write user avatar. And let's import this from /user avatar, and I'm gonna change that to /components like this. And go ahead and pass in the source, which is going to be the image URL, and go ahead and give it a class name of h-8 w-8 on MD. Keep the same values like this, and margin right off to like this. So let's go ahead and let's refresh this and see if anything changed, and there we go. You can see that now it matches the member that I'm talking to right here in the corner. Perfect. So you can see how now I differentiate between my channels and between my members. And you can also look at the URL. When I'm in a channel, it is /channels channel ID. When I'm in the members, it is /conversation, that specific member ID that I am talking to. Perfect. So for the other user, they're going to have a different URL. They're going to have /conversations and then my user ID, because they are talking to me, right? So they're not going to share the URL, but because of our conversation lib, which we created, we are able to find all kinds of combinations of those two users. Perfect. Great job. So you successfully wrapped up the main functionalities of initiating pages of channels and the members. What we have to do now is we have to implement Socket.io, so we can add a little indicator here in the top whether we are successfully connected to the WebSocket server or not. And regardless if you succeed in doing that or not, it doesn't matter, because then we're going to start doing the messages, and those messages can either work with a successful WebSocket combination, or they can work with polling. So regardless of what your experience is in this next part of the tutorial, which can be a little bit tricky because Next.13 has some problems with WebSockets, regardless of that, you will be able to have a real-time-ish experience in this app. Great job so far. So let's go ahead and let's create our Socket.io connection. In order to do that, we're first gonna have to install a couple of packages. So let's shut down our application. I'm also gonna close this Prisma Studio terminal. I no longer need it. And let's go ahead and let's run npm install socket.io like this. And after this has been installed, let's go ahead and immediately install npm socket.io-client like this. So we need one for the server and one for the frontend. Great. And you actually don't need to run your application right now because we're going to do some coding. So let's go ahead and let's create a new folder. So outside of everything, we're going to create a new folder called Pages. So Pages is an old way of routing with Next 12, but since Next 13 app router still has some issues with Socket.io, we're gonna leverage the fact that this Pages folder is still supported, and in here we're gonna go and initialize our IO connection. And you don't have to worry about Pages being deprecated or something. So Next.13 is still in an early transition, and I am sure that because of all the legacy code and applications, the Pages folder will be supported for a very long time, so you don't have to worry. And when an update comes that Socket.io is able to be done in the app folder, I'm gonna create instructions on how to do that. But for now, using the Pages folder is perfectly fine for this solution. So let's go inside of this Pages folder, create a new folder called API, and inside, go ahead and create another folder called Socket. Inside of this Socket folder, create a file io.ts like this. So that's going to be our route /API/sockets/io. So in the Pages folder, we don't use the route.ts. Instead, we name our file as we want our route to be. Great. So let's go ahead and let's import server as net server from HTTP. Let's import next API request from next like this, and let's import server as server IO from socket.io like this. And now let's save this file, and before we continue, let's go inside of our types.ts file where we have this server with members with profiles, and let's go ahead and let's add some other imports here. So I'm gonna add import server as net server and socket from net like this, and let's import next API response from next like this, and let's also import server as socket.io server from socket.io. So we're gonna create a custom response type so we can use it inside of this Pages route. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's write export type next API response server IO is equal to next API response and socket, which is a type of socket, and server is a type of net server, and inside we have an IO, which is socket IO server, like this. Perfect. So now that we have that, we can head back into our io.ts file inside of the pages API socket folder right here, and let's import next API response server IO from /types like this. Let's go ahead and turn off the body parser for this route. So export const config API body parser is false, like this. And now let's write const IO handler to have a request of next API request, like this, and the response of next API response server IO, like this. Let's open an arrow function, and first let's check if we already have a REST socket server IO. So we are only going to write this code if there is no, so put an exclamation point, if there is no response.socket.server.io, like this. And then let's go ahead and write const path to be /API/socket/IO, like that. Const HTTP server is a type of net server, and it's a type of rest.socket.server as any, like this. And now let's write const IO is equal to new server IO. In the first argument, pass in the HTTP server, like this, and in the second one, go ahead and pass the path to be path, and add trailing slash to be false. Now, I am not exactly sure why, but this property is throwing me a TypeScript error, but I've seen in other projects it doesn't, and I've also confirmed that it's not due to the version I have, so I'm not sure if you're gonna have this TypeScript error or not. I have it, so what I'm gonna do is add a comment ts-ignore like this, because this is actually working for me. There is a difference if I add this and if I don't add this. So it's not true that this doesn't exist as a property here. You can even go ahead and look at the types inside. I think we have this server options inside, which extends the engine options. Let's go ahead and see if I can look at this. And somewhere inside, you should have the trailing slash. Well, I cannot find it right now, but when I looked at myself, it was somewhere inside, but for some reason it's not being passed here. So again, I don't know if you're gonna have this error or not, but make sure you have the add trailing slash false. So don't misspell it because you don't have TypeScript autocomplete here. And let's just write response.socket.server.io to be IO, like that. Perfect. And at the end, response.end, like this. And export default IO handler, like that. Perfect. So we have our API ready to connect to the socket IO. And now let's go ahead and close this, and let's go inside of our components providers and create a new file inside called socket-provider.tsx, like that. Go ahead and mark this as use client, like that. Go ahead and import create context, use effect, and use state from React, like this. And go ahead and import IO as client IO from socket.io-client. Now let's create the type for our context. So type socket context type is going to be a socket of type any or null, like this, and is connected is going to be a boolean, like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and write the actual socket context. So const socket context is equal to create context with the type of socket context type, which we just created above, and it's going to be an object with a default value of socket null and is connected of false, like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's export a hook where we are going to use this context. So export const use socket is an arrow function which just returns use context and pass in the socket context, like this. Great. And now let's actually write the socket provider. So go ahead and write export const socket provider So just make sure you export this constant as well as this one. And let's go ahead and let's pass in the children. Sorry, let's extract the children like this, and let's go ahead and give them a type of children.react.react node like that. So we can actually collapse this like that, just so it's easier to look at, and go ahead and return this component where we're going to add a constant socket and set socket from use state, and default is going to be null, const is connected, and set is connected of use state false like this. And now let's write a use effect, which we have imported. Don't forget the dependency array here. Whoops. And inside, let's go ahead and let's add const socket instance, the new client IO as any. So open it in brackets like this. Go ahead and open brackets again. process.environment.next_public_site_URL with a question, with an exclamation point. So I just want to quickly explain that this next public site URL is localhost by default in development. So that's why we don't add anything inside of our environment file. But later, when we deploy, we are going to change this next public site URL to match our deployment URL at the end. So this is all supposed to be one line like that. And then go ahead and pass in the options like this. So I'm going to zoom in back. The path is going to be /API/socket/IO, and add trailing slash is going to be false like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's add the connect and disconnect events. So socket instance.on connect, pass in the arrow function, set is connected to true like this. And socket instance dot on disconnect, disconnect like this is going to be an arrow function which set is connected to false like this. Then at the bottom we're going to go ahead and write set socket instance like this, and return an arrow function socket instance dot disconnect like this. Perfect. And let's just go ahead and return a socket context.provider like that, and render the children inside, and go ahead and pass in the value of socket and is connected like this. Perfect. So now we have this provider. Now let's go ahead inside of our app folder, inside of our main layout right here, and let's go ahead and wrap everything inside of this theme provider in a socket provider. So socket provider from add/components/providers/socket-provider, and wrap in the model provider as well as the children like this. Perfect. And make sure you imported socket provider from add/components-provider socket provider. So now let's go ahead and let's create a socket indicator, which is going to be inside of this corner right here, which is either going to be green or orange, depending on if our connection was successful or not. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and open our terminal. And we have to add a new component from ShadcnUI called badge. So let's go ahead and find the badge component right here, and let's go ahead and copy this for npm like that. I'm gonna paste that here. So npx ShadcnUI at latest add badge. Great. So go ahead and press enter and just wait a couple of seconds and then confirm it, of course, and there we go. And now you can npm run dev your application. And let's go ahead now and let's create our socket indicator. So I'm going to close everything here. I'm going inside of my components, and inside I'm going to create a new file, socket-indicator.tsx like this. Let's mark this as use client like that. And let's import use socket from /provider socket provider, but I'm just gonna change it to /components like that. And let's import badge from add/components/UI/badge, which we just added. Perfect. Export const socket provider, socket indicator, my apologies, is gonna use the is connected status from use socket, which we imported. If we are not connected, in that case, let's go ahead and return a badge like this with a fallback of polling every 1 second. And let's go ahead and give it a variant of outline and a class name, of bg-yellow-600, text-white, and border-none. Like this. Perfect. And you can go ahead and copy this return function and move it outside of this if clause. So this is going to be if we are connected, and instead of using bg yellow, we're going to use bg emerald like this. So let me just collapse this too so you can see that better, like that. So all in one line. I'm going to do the same thing here like that. Okay, and let's just change the text inside of this one, which is going to be live real-time updates like this. Perfect. And now let's go inside of our components, chat header right here. And let's go ahead and find the end of this paragraph, add a new div with a class name of ml-auto flex and items-center, and inside render the socket indicator like this, which we just created. So socket indicator, and I'm gonna change it to components like this. Perfect. So let's see what's going on here. Now I'm going to refresh. Make sure you do npm run dev to start your application. And let's see if we're gonna have any errors. So right now it says fallback polling every second, and there we go, mine has successfully connected. So it's normal that in the first few seconds it doesn't connect, and you can go ahead and check your network tab to confirm that you're not having any additional errors for your socket. So let me just find the socket or IO perhaps, let me refresh and see if that's gonna work. And there we go, you can see that my IO connections are not failing. And let me show you how it will look if something goes wrong. So if you have a mismatch between your API routes, so I'm gonna go inside of my components, providers, socket provider right here. So if I wrote an invalid URL here, let's add a typo here. And if I attempt to refresh, there we go. You can see that now it says fallback, and in my network tab, you can see that I'm having errors. So double check that your paths are correct. Double check that you have add trailing slash. So this path API socket IO needs to match the server one. This next public site URL doesn't matter now because locally that's default localhost, but later when we deploy, we're gonna have to change it. And also, let's go ahead and check the IO in our paths. So make sure that in your pages API, you also have a matching API route, and also add the add trailing slash right here. Perfect, great job. So you successfully created the connection to socket IO, and now we can go ahead and start developing the chat component. Again, if you try your best, if you copy my code and it still doesn't work, it could be that it's just a specific issue with your firewall or something like that, but you don't have to worry because you can still continue the tutorial because we are going to have live polling as well as a fallback. So let's go ahead and let's create our chat input, which is going to be right here at the bottom. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to do that first for the channels. So pick a channel like general or new text. Make sure you are inside of a channel, and let's close everything here. Let's go inside of the app folder, inside of main folder, routes, channels, channel ID, page.tsx like this. And below the chat header, add a div, which is going to say future messages. So we're not going to have them yet. And give this div a class name of flex-1 like this. So it takes up all the space. And at the bottom, go ahead and add a chat input component like this. And if you save, you're going to get an error because chat input does not exist yet. So let's go inside of our components folder, inside of the chat folder, and create a new file, chat-input.psx, like this. Let's go ahead and let's mark this as use client, and let's do a quick export const chat input like this, and return a div chat input just like that. Go back inside of the channel ID page and now import the chat input from /component/chat/chat input, so you can keep this header and input together like this. Perfect. And now if you save, there we go. So I have a space taking up future messages, and at the bottom I have a chat input. Perfect. Let's go ahead now and let's add this chat input some props. So interface chat input props is going to have an API URL, which is a string. It's going to have a query, which is going to be a record of string and any. It's going to have a name, which is a string, and a type, which can be either a conversation, if it's a one-on-one, or a channel. So we're going to reuse this chat input for both one-on-one communication and on the channels communication. So that's why we are making this as modular as possible, making it able to pass different API URL and the relevant query so that we can reuse it in different places. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's import all as z from Zod like this. And let's go ahead and quickly write the form schema. So const form schema is going to be z.object like that, which takes in the content, which is z.string with a minimum value of 1. And no need to do any custom error messages because we're not going to display error messages in the chat input. So now let's go ahead and let's extract all of those props here. So we're going to have the API URL, the query, the name, and the type like this. And let's just assign the props. So chat input props like this. Perfect. Now let's go back inside of the page. So the channel page here where we render the chat input, and let's give it all of those props. So name is going to be channel.name like that. Type is going to be channel. API URL is going to be /API/socket/messages. So we are going to create that route later. Right now it doesn't exist yet, but we are just preparing it. And the query that this route is going to need is going to be an object which has the channel ID, which is channel.id, and a server ID, which is channel.server ID like this. Perfect. So now we no longer have any type errors. And now let's go ahead and let's create our form hook here. So const form is equal to use form from react-hook-form. Make sure you import that. Okay. And inside, before you open it, go ahead and give it a type of z.infer, open pointy brackets again, type of form schema like that. And inside, go ahead and add a default values of content to be an empty string. Perfect. Now let's add a resolver, which is going to match this form schema. So go ahead and then import Zod resolver from @hookform/resolvers/Zod like that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and add a resolver here. So resolver single one is going to be Zod resolver. Actually, I'm typing this inside of default values. My apologies. So outside of default values, resolver is going to be Zod resolver form schema like this, and add a comma. There we go. So our form hook is ready now. And let's go ahead and write const is loading to be form state is submitting like that. And let's write const on submit to be an asynchronous function which has values which are a type of z.infer, type of form schema like that, and just log the values for now. So lowercase v like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's import everything we need for our form. So import form, form control, form field, and form item from /components/UI/form like this. And let's also go ahead and import input from /components/UI/input like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's start styling our form now. So go all the way to the return function, return this div, remove this div, and write form. Go ahead and spread the form constant which we have from this hook right here. Inside, add a native HTML form element and write on submit to be form.handleSubmit and wrap our on submit inside so we have access to these values inside. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's write a single form field, which is a self-closing tag like that. Go ahead and give it a control of form.control like that. Go ahead and give it a name of content and give it a render. Go ahead and destructure the field like that and immediately return a form item like this. Perfect. Inside of the form item, go ahead and return the form control like this. And now let's add a div with a class name of relative p-4 and pb-6 like that. Perfect. Inside of here, let's go ahead and let's create a button element here, which is going to be a type of button. So, okay, let's do it like that. Give it a type of button. That's important, so it doesn't accidentally get triggered when we press enter. On click can for now just be an empty arrow function, and give this button a class name of the following. So let's go ahead and let's write absolute like this, top -7, left -8 like that, height 24 pixels, width 24 pixels as well, bg-sync-500 on dark mode. It's gonna be bg-sync-400. On hover, we're gonna change it to bg-sync-600 like this. On dark hover, so dark hover, it's gonna have a let's see, bg-sync-300 is gonna have a transition class, rounded-full p-1 flex items-center like this, and justify-center like that. Perfect. And inside we are going to render the plus icon from Lucid React, which is gonna have a class name of text-white. Dark is gonna be text- and open a hex code 313338 like this. So make sure you have plus imported from Lucid React, and I'm just gonna move it to the top right here. Okay, so right now the only thing you should have is this plus sign, but we're gonna change that a bit. Okay, let's scroll down right here. So outside of this button, go ahead and add our input component, which is a self-closing tag. It's going to be disabled on is loading, which we have as a constant. And now let's give this a class name of px-14, py-6 like this, bg-sync-200/90. On dark mode, it's going to be bg-sync-700/75, border-none, border-0, focus-visible, ring-0 like that. It's also going to be focus-visible, ring-offset-0 like that. Text-sync-600, and on dark mode, text-sync-200 like that. Perfect. So now if you take a look, we have a beautiful input form right here. Great. So this button is going to be used to open a model to upload a file message, so either an image or a PDF file, but we're going to do that later. What I want to do now is actually try this out. So one more thing I just want to do is after this input, I'm going to create a div, and I'm going to go ahead and give it a class name of absolute top-7 and right-8 like this. And what I'm going to do inside is I'm just going to add a smile icon from Lucid React like this. So make sure you imported this as well. Great. So this smile icon is going to be our trigger for an emoji model, but we don't have that yet. For now, what I want to do is actually test this out to see if there's if we are actually logging these values. So I'm gonna go ahead and try, this is my message like that, and let's just press, and it seems to not be logging my values. So okay, let's take a look if we passed everything we need in this input. Perhaps we are missing, I think I know what I forgot to add. Yes, so I only added the class name to this input. After the class name, I also need to add the placeholder, which we forgot about. So the placeholder is going to be quite dynamic. I'm going to zoom out a bit just so you can see it in one line. So open pointy brackets like this and go ahead and write message and then open a special object. If type is equal to conversation, in that case, render the name of that user that we're texting. Otherwise, go ahead and render a hashtag plus the name of the channel that we are texting like that. So let's take a look at it now. I'm going to remove this message here. And there we go. Now it says message/general. If I go here, it says message new. If I go here, it says message edited audio. This, of course, is not going to exist for the audio. It's going to be in a different way. For members, it doesn't yet exist. We have to add it in that page separately. So let's focus on the channels now. Perfect. And one more thing we have to add to the input is we have to spread the field like this. Perfect. So now it should be working in my inspect element right here. I'm going to try, this is my message like that. Let me just clear this and press enter. There we go. Content. This is my message. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's actually submit that message to an API request. So let's go ahead and let's import Axios from Axios. And let's import QS from query-string like this. Perfect. Let's go back inside of our onSubmit function here. Let's change this to be a try and catch block. Let's get the error and let's console log the error like that. And in the finally, actually no finally here, my apologies. So in the try block, now go ahead and write const URL is going to be qs.stringify URL. The URL base is going to be our prop API URL, which you can see in our page is /API/socket/messages like that. And in the query, we're just going to pass the query, which in our case is going to be this channel ID and server ID. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and await axios.post URL and values like that. Perfect. And make sure you name the prop values like this so you don't get an error like I have. Perfect. And what I expect now in my inspect element is a 404 error. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to press enter. And there we go. We have a 404 not find. So now let's go ahead and let's create that route so we can finally create our first message. So now let's go ahead and let's create our failing API route, which is currently returning a 404. So if you take a look at our channel page file, you're gonna know that it goes to /API/socket/messages. So maybe you already guessed that we're gonna do that inside, not inside of the app router, but inside of the pages folder. So let me just find the pages folder. There we go. So we're gonna do it inside of the pages folder API socket inside of here. So we have access to this response, which can accept sockets, so we can send it back to all connected users. So let's go inside of pages API socket.io, and inside create a new file messages.ts like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and write that now. But before we continue, let's actually go ahead and create a new lib. So we have a lib called current profile, but this current profile, due to its nature, will not work inside of the pages folder. So what we have to do is we have to modify it to work for pages folder. So go ahead and copy that and paste it and rename it current-profile -pages. So we know it's only for the pages folder. And we can no longer use this out from Clerk Next.js. Instead, we have to use get out from /Clerk Next.js/server like this. And then we can go ahead and use get out like this, but we have to pass in the request. So let's get the request from this param next API request from the next package like this and pass in the request inside. and everything else can stay the same. So we just replaced the auth and we have to pass in the request because that's the way the pages folder work. Perfect. So we have this new thing now, and now we can go back inside of pages API socket messages right here. So let's go ahead and let's write export default asynchronous function handler like that. And this function is going to have the request of next API request from next and the response of next API response server IO from our custom types like this. Perfect. Now inside, let's go ahead and write if. Let me just zoom in. So if request.method is not post like this, in that case, return res.status 405.json like this, error, method not allowed like this. Allowed, okay. And now let's go ahead and open a try and catch block. So first let's resolve the catch. So catch error like this. Let's console log messages underscore post. And let's just pass in the error like this. And let's return response.status 500.json with a message internal error like this. Perfect. So now we can go back inside of our try block and let's write const profile is equal await current profile pages like that. And yeah, let's also go back inside of our lib folder current profile pages and let's just rename this to current profile pages as well, so we don't accidentally import it from this one, which is used for the app folder. So I'm just going to close those and let's go ahead and import the current profile pages from /lib current profile dash pages like that. And let's go ahead and pass in the request like that. Perfect. And let's also immediately destructure the content and the potential file URL from request.body like that. And let's also go ahead and get the server ID and channel ID from request.query like this. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's check if we don't have a profile. So if there is no profile, in that case, you can go ahead and return res.status 401.json with an error unauthorized like that. Perfect. So let's go ahead and copy and paste this. And let's check the same thing for server ID. So if there is no server ID, status is 400 and error is server ID missing like that. Let's copy and paste this. And let's do this one for channel ID. So the error is going to be channel ID missing. Let's copy it again. And this one is going to be for the missing content. So if there is no content, in that case, content missing like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's import our database util. So import db from @/libdb like that. Let's go below this check for content and let's go ahead and get our server. So const server is equal await db.server.find first like this, where ID is server ID as string, members is sum, profile ID is equal to profile.id. So we are just confirming that the user trying to send this message is actually a part of this server. And let's go ahead and let's include the members like that. Perfect. So if there is no server, in that case, return rest.status 404.json with a message of server not found. So message server not found like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's find the channel. So const channel is equal await db.channel.find first, where ID is channel ID as string like that, and server ID is server ID is server ID as string, and instead of semicolons we are using commas like that. And let's just copy and paste this check for the server. So if there is no channel, it's a 404 message saying channel not found, like this. And now let's go ahead and let's try to find the member. So const member is equal to server.members.find, get the individual member, like that. If member.profile ID is matching the current profile.id, like that. So we find one member, perfect. And let's go ahead and copy this again. If there is no such member, so if in the entire member list of the server we could not find one that matches our profile ID, let's go ahead and return member not found, because that is not a part of our server. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and finally create the message. So const message is going to be equal to await db.message.create data is going to be content file URL channel ID, which is going to be channel ID as string, like this, member ID, which is going to be this member which we found in this constant, so member.id, like that. And let's go ahead and let's include member, like that, and let's also include profile true, like this. Perfect. And now we can already just do this, return response.status of 200.json message, like that. But I also want to do something else. I want to immediately emit a socket IO to all the active connections. So the way I'm going to do that is by creating a unique channel key. So const channel key is going to be open backticks chat, open colons, open an object, channel ID, comma, colon messages, like this. Perfect. So we are going to watch this channel key also when we create a hook for watching socket messages on the front end. So we're going to get back to this constant later to confirm that you don't do any typos here. And let's just do response question mark socket question mark server question mark IO dot question mark dot emit. Let's pass in the channel key as the first argument and the new message as the second argument. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's open our Prisma Studio so we can watch our newly created message, because currently there is no other way. So npx Prisma Studio, like this. And I'm gonna go ahead and open my message table right here. As you can see, it's currently empty. So let's now try. I'm also going to open inspect element here just to confirm there are no errors when I type. So hello there. Let's send. It seems to be working because this was disabled. Okay. And let's go ahead and let's look at our Prisma Studio where I have the message. And let's see if a new one was there. And there we go. Content is hello there. We have the member ID. We have the connection to the member, channel ID. The deleted status is false. Everything seems to be working fine. Great. Now let's go ahead and create a model for uploading file messages. So let's go ahead and let's create this pop-up right here, which is going to enable us to send file messages. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go inside of hooks, use modal store right here. And inside of this use modal store, we're going to have to add a new model type, which is going to be message file, like this. And we're also going to have to add an API URL, which is going to be an optional string, and a query, which is going to be an optional record of string and any inside of this model data right here. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's find the most appropriate model we can copy. So inside of models, the model I want to copy is the initial model because it already has the drop zone inside. So copy the initial model and let's go ahead and let's rename this to message-file-model.tsx, like this. So make sure you are inside of message file model here. Let's go ahead and let's rename it to message file model, like that. And now what we have to do is change a little bit of how it works. So first things first, let's go ahead and remove this use effect for mounting. Let's go ahead and remove this state for is mounted, and let's remove this if clause for if it is mounted. Perfect. And now above this use router, let's go ahead and add const is open on close type and data from use model from /hooks use model store. So make sure you add this hooks use model store import here. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's create a constant is model open to be is open, and type needs to be message file like this. And then we're going to use this is model open to handle our open status. So let's change this dialog open to not be hard coded, but to use is model open. And now let's go ahead and let's create our const handle close function. So handle close like that, which is going to reset the form and call the onClose, which we extracted from the use model here. And now let's go ahead and go to our dialog and add on open change to be handle close like this. Perfect. So of course we're gonna have to modify it even more, but for now this is enough for us to go inside of the components providers model provider right here and add the message file model from /models message file model, and I'm just gonna change it to /components like this. There we go. So add the message file model, and now we can go ahead inside of our chat input here. So components chat input, go ahead and the structure on open from use model. So we have to import that use model from /hooks use model store. So make sure you have this new import right here inside of the chat input, and then let's find the button, which we have an empty handler on, and let's replace this to call on open message file, and the data it needs is going to be the AP URL and the query like this. So make sure you pass in both of those. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's already try this out. So if I click here, there we go. I have this initial model opening. Perfect. So now we'll keep it opened. Make sure you pass in both the API URL and the query, that it is the correct model. And I can close this and I can go inside of components, models, message file model right here. Perfect. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove the name from the form schema. So we're not going to need that. And I'm also going to go ahead and change the title right here. So instead of customize your server, it's going to be add an attachment like this. And I'm going to change this description to be send a file as a message like this. I'm going to go to this form right here, and I'm going to find where is the form field that renders the input for the server name. And I'm going to delete that entire form field. So let me zoom out so you can see. So leave this form field with the file upload, but remove this form field with the form item, label, and an input like this. So remove that entire thing and just zoom in. There we go. Let's change the button from create to send like that. And now let's go ahead and let's change this file upload endpoint to use the message file. So if you remember, in the file upload, we are either allowing a message file or a server image. That is because inside of our core file UploadThing router, we allow server image, which only accepts an image, but for our message file, we accept both an image or a PDF. So you can see the text here change to images and PDFs. Perfect. So let's go back inside of our message file model here right now. And let's go ahead and let's change our onSubmit function here. So it's going to be a little bit different, and we have to go ahead and let's actually remove this use effect. We're not going to need it. Let's remove the form message and form label, and let's remove the input import. Perfect. And instead, let's go ahead and let's import QS from query-string like this. Perfect. Inside of the onSubmit function right now, we're going to go ahead and generate our URL. So const URL is equal to qs.stringify URL like that. And let me just expand my screen a bit. Okay, so stringify URL. inside passing the URL to be API URL. But we don't have it yet because we have to destructure it from our data. So let's find our data right here. We have it from the use model, and let's go ahead and let's extract API URL and query from the data like this. Perfect. So now we can go back inside of this onSubmit function and add a pipe empty string here because it's a possibility that this API URL has not been passed. Let's also pass in the query like that. And after that is done, let's go ahead and write axios.post like this. Instead of this, we're gonna add this newly generated URL using query string like this. And let's go ahead and spread the values like that and add content manually to be values.file URL like this. There we go. And let's just see. Okay, yes. Let's go ahead and rename the form schema image URL to file URL. And let's change the server image is required to attachment is required for a proper message. And let's also do the same thing in default values. We don't need the name. And let's change this to file URL. There we go. And now in here, we should no longer have this error for the content right here. And we no longer need the window.location.reload. Instead, we can call the onClose function, which we have right here, destructured from the use model. Perfect. And let's just go ahead and change this name to be file URL like this. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's try that out now. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to select an image right here, which is my YouTube profile picture. And after I click send right here, let's see if it's going to close the model. So this would indicate that it is successful. So I'm going to refresh right here and I sent a couple of messages, so don't get scared. I have a lot of messages, but there we go. This is my newest file, which uses the UploadThing and has a file URL here. So let me just go ahead and remove all of my messages. You don't have to do this, but I just want to demonstrate to you that it's working. So I'm going to refresh here. This Prisma Studio, there we go, no messages inside. Let's just wait a second for it to load, no messages. But if I go ahead and well, you know what, let's do this. Let's actually go back and let's find our onSubmit function. And instead of using onClose, let's use handleClose. So this is going to reset our form as well, like that. So we have handleClose reset written here. Perfect. Okay, let's try again. So I'm going to go ahead and upload my profile picture from YouTube. I'm going to go ahead and click send like this. And let's go ahead and refresh this. And in a couple of seconds, there we go. So now you can see the file URL right here. Perfect. And one thing I want to bring your attention to is that we currently don't have a way to display PDF files. So I'm going to upload a PDF file in here. And you're going to see that we see nothing is happening. We successfully uploaded it, but nothing is happening. So what we have to do is we have to go back to our file upload component. So I'm going to close everything. I'm going to go inside of components, inside of file-upload right here. And we have a solution for rendering images, right? But we don't have a solution for rendering PDF files. So go below this if clause right here. And let's go ahead and render if there is a value and if file type is equal to PDF. In that case, return a div. And let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of relative flex items-center p-2 margin top-2 like this rounded-md bg-background/10 like that. Inside, render a file icon from Lucid React. So make sure you have file icon imported from Lucid React like this. Let's give this file icon a class name of h-10 w-10 fill-indigo-200 stroke-indigo-400 like that. And inside, add an href like this. And the href is going to point to value like that. Okay, let's give it a target of _blank so it opens in a new file. And let's give it a rel of no opener like this, no referrer like that. And let's give it a class name of ml-2 text-sm like this. So you can already see some progress here. Text-indigo-500 dark, text-indigo, text-indigo 400, whoops, and hover underline like this, okay? And inside, we're going to render the value like this. There we go, perfect. And we also have to add a delete button. So I'm just gonna copy this button from my if clause to render the image, and I'm gonna paste it below this href here, like that. And let's just modify it a little bit. So I'm going to use -top2, and I'm going to use -right2 like this to position it just a little bit better. So let's take a look at this now, and there we go. So now you can click to open this file, and you can also remove it like that. So perfect. Now I can add a PDF file, for example, and I can upload that as well safely. And let's click send like that. And in my Prisma Studio, I should have a new message now, which successfully has my PDF file. Perfect. So you have finished the file upload configuration. Now we just have to do the little emoji thing. Great job so far. So let's go ahead and let's create this emoji pop-up right here. So first thing we have to do is we have to add a popover from ShadcnUI. So let's go ahead and let's find the popover component right here. Let's go ahead and copy the installation. And let's go ahead and install it in our terminal. So I'm going inside of my terminal here, and I'm going to shut down the Prisma Studio. I'm going to shut down my application, and there we go. And npx ShadcnUI latest add popover like this. Confirm the installation by pressing Y, and after that is done, we're gonna have to install our emoji package. So go ahead and run the following: npm install emoji-mart at emoji-mart/data and at emoji-mart/react. So let me zoom out so you can see it in one line. npm install emoji-mart at emoji-mart data and at emoji-mart react like that. And go ahead and press enter. And after all of this has been installed, go ahead and npm run dev your application again. Great. So let's go ahead and let's find where in our chat input we have this little message right here. So refresh your application, of course, and let's go inside of components, chat input right here. Let's find this smile icon and let's replace it with emoji picker like this. And don't import it from anywhere. So just save the file and you should get an error because we don't have this emoji picker anywhere. So now let's go ahead and let's create it. I'm going to close everything. I'm going inside of my components and create a new file, emoji-picker.tsx like this. Perfect. And now let's just go ahead and mark this as use client like that. And let's export const emoji picker like that. And let's return a div saying emoji like that. Let's go back inside of our chat input, and now we can safely import the emoji picker from /emoji picker, and I'm going to replace that to /components like that. And the error should go away, and now we have a text saying emoji here. Great. So let's go back to the emoji picker component inside, and let's go ahead and write an interface. So interface emoji picker props is gonna have onChange value, which is a string, and a void like that. So go ahead and extract the onChange from here and map it to emoji picker props like this. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's import everything we need from the popover component. So import the following from add/components/UI/popover, which we just added. So popover content, and popover trigger like this. Great. Instead of rendering a div, we're going to render a popover component. like that, and go ahead and add popover trigger component. And inside, render a smile icon from Lucid React. So make sure to add this import. I'm gonna move it to the top like that. And let's go ahead and give this smile a class name of text-sync, and it is a self-closing tag. So let's just make sure we close it. So text-sync-500 on dark mode is going to be text-sync-400. On hover, it's going to use text-sync-600. On dark hover, it's going to use text-sync-300 like that, and it's going to have a transition class like this. There we go. So now we have our emoji icon back, and you can see how it has a nice hover effect. Perfect. Outside of the popover trigger, go ahead and add the popover content, which we have imported. And go ahead and give it a side of right, like that. Give it a side offset of 40. And let's just go ahead and render these underneath each other like this. And let's go ahead and give it a class name of bg-transparent, like that, border-none, shadow-none, drop-shadow-none, and margin bottom of 16 like that. And inside, we are going to render a picker. From Emoji Mart React. So before we do that, let's actually import that here. So let's import directly picker from @emoji-mart/react. Let's import data from @emoji-mart/data like this. And let's also just prepare use theme from next/themes like that. We're going to use it in a moment. Great. Let's go back inside of the popover content and let's add our picker, which is a self-closing tag like that. And let's go ahead and let's give it the data of data. Let's give it an on emoji select like this to get an emoji, which is a type of string like this, and on change emoji.native. So this is actually not a string. Let's give it an any like that. So let me zoom out. So on emoji select like that, get this emoji object and call the onChange function with emoji.native, which holds the string like this. So let's save this and let's see if this is working right here. So once I click here, there we go. I have an emoji popping up. Perfect. But one thing that doesn't work is when I switch to light mode, it is still in dark mode. So let's go ahead and resolve that. So switch to light mode if you prefer, and go ahead and add a const resolved theme from use theme, which we imported just a moment ago. And now use this resolved theme and give it to this picker here. So theme is resolved theme like that. Perfect. And I'm just going to refresh. And now there we go. Now it's white. And if I go ahead in dark, now it's dark. Perfect. And I think that I'm seeing a little drop shadow here. So let me just see if I can resolve that. Yes, so I have a shadow-none instead of none as it should be like that. And I think that's gonna resolve that little shadow. There we go, perfect. And all we have to do now is actually add some functionality, because right now when I select, I have an error. So let's go ahead and let's go back to our chat input component. So components chat input right here. And on this emoji picker, go ahead and give it an onChange like this. Get the emoji, which is a string like that, and do a field.onChange. So I'm just going to zoom out so you can see it in one line. Field.onChange, and go ahead and open backticks, reuse the current field value, and then just render an emoji next to it like that. So emoji field onChange, what is the current value, and add a space and just an emoji like that. So let's go ahead and write test. Let's click here, let's click somewhere, and there we go. You can see that an emoji has appeared here. Perfect. And now I can send that message and it is going to have an emoji. Perfect. Great job. And while we are here, let's also reset this form once we send the message, because right now I submitted a message, but this stayed here. So let's just quickly go inside of our onSubmit function here, and after the Axios post, let's go ahead and let's do form.reset like that, and let's go ahead and let's add a router. So const router, use router from next/navigation. So make sure you add this import for next/navigation. I'm gonna move it to the top, and you can remove this import for Smile. And what I'm going to do is also call router.refresh like this. Great. So now if I try and write a message, this is a message, and after I submit and it's successful, it's cleared. That's exactly what I want. Perfect. We are now ready to render our messages. So let's go ahead and let's finally render some messages, or at least prepare the chat messages component. So we have to go all the way back to our app folder, main, routes, servers, server ID, channels, channel ID page right here. And we can now remove this div which says future messages, and instead we can render the chat messages like this. If you save, you're of course going to get an error, so just make sure to refresh the page so you have this error visible. And now let's go inside of our components folder inside of chat and create a new file, chat-messages.tsx like that. Let's go ahead and let's mark this as use client, and let's just do an export const chat messages like that, and return a div saying chat messages. There we go. Now go back inside of the channel page and just import that from add/components/chat/chat messages. So the same way we did for the chat header input, and now chat messages. And if you save, the error should go away. So let's go back inside of this component now, and let's write an interface that we need. So interface chat messages props. It's gonna have a name, which is a string. It's going to have a member, which is a type of member from @prisma/client. It's going to have a chat ID, which is a string. It's going to have API URL, which is also a string, a socket URL, which is a string, a socket query, which is going to be a record of string and string, like that. A param key, which can either be channel ID or conversation ID, like that, and param value, which is a string, and a type, which can be either channel or conversation. So we need all of this information to create a modular chat messages component, which can be reused both in one-on-one conversations and in channel conversations. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's extract all of those values here. So I'm going to go ahead and write name, member, chat ID, API URL, socket URL, socket query, param key, param value, and type, like this. And let's assign all of those to chat messages props like this, and you should have no errors. Perfect. Now let's go back to the page.tsx right here, and let's go ahead and give it all of those values. So member is going to be the current member, which we have. Name is going to be channel.name. Type is going to be channel, because we are in channel ID page. For the conversation, we are obviously going to change it to conversation. API URL is going to be /API/messages. So this is where we're going to fetch our messages from. And then socket URL is going to be /API/socket/messages. So this is going to be where we are triggering new messages. Great. And now socket query is going to be channel ID with channel.id and server ID with with channel.server ID, like that. Param key is going to be channel ID, like that, and param value is going to be channel.id, like this. Perfect. And let's just change, but after name, let's also add a chat ID to be channel.id, like that. There we go. So member, name, chat ID, type, API URL, socket URL, socket query, param key, and param value. And now you should have no errors here. Perfect. So let's go inside of chat messages now. And let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of flex-1. So it takes up all of the space. Flex-call, py-4, and overflow-y-auto, like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's replace this text chat messages with a self-closing div. So it's going to be a self-closing div with a class name of flex-1, like that. And then below that div, we're going to render chat welcome, like this. We don't have that, so we're going to get an error. Chat welcome is going to have a type of type and the name of name, like that. So let's go ahead and let's create the chat welcome now. So inside of chat components, create a chat-welcome.tsx. Let's go ahead and let's write export const chat welcome, like this, and return a div chat welcome, like that. Go back to your chat messages, and now you can import chat welcome from /chat welcome, and I'm just gonna keep it separated, and no need to transform it in @/components because they are in the same folder. Great. And now let's assign this types inside of the new chat welcome component, which is right now right here at the bottom. Great. So let's go ahead and write an interface here. So interface chat welcome props, like that, are going to be name, which is a string, and type, which can either be a channel or a conversation, like that. So even that is going to be dynamic. Now let's go ahead and extract both of those, so name and type, and let's map them to the props, chat welcome props, like that. Perfect. And you should now no longer have these errors in the chat messages component. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name. So class name space -y-2 px-4 and margin bottom -4. Let's remove this text now and let's write type is channel. In that case, go ahead and render a div with a class name of h- open square brackets 75 pixels, w-75 pixels as well, rounded -full, bg-sync-500. On dark mode, it's going to be bg-sync-700. It's going to be a flex, items-center, and justify-center as well. And inside, go ahead and render a hash from Lucid React. So make sure you have this import. And let's give this hash a class name of h-12, w-12, and text-white, like that. There we go. So now you can see that we have a nice little hashtag here because this is a channel. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's go below that and let's add a paragraph here with the class name of text-xl, md, text-3xl, and font-bold, like that. And inside, we're going to dynamically render using type equals channel. If that is the case, we're going to write welcome to and the hashtag. Otherwise, we are going to just not render anything, and then we're going to render the name. So this is going to say welcome to /general, but when we can go to one-on-one conversations, it's just going to say the name of the person we are speaking to. So no need to say welcome to that person's name, but if we are in the channel, we want that to appear. Perfect. And now let's go ahead below that and add another paragraph with the class name of text-sync-600, dark, text-sync-400, text-sm, like that. And inside, go ahead and let's dynamically render. So if type is channel, in that case, go ahead and render in backticks. This is the start of the hashtag, open a special object, name channel, like that. Otherwise, go ahead and render backticks again. This is the start of your conversation with the person we are speaking to. So just the name, like that. There we go. So now this says welcome to general. This is the start of the general channel. If I switch to new text, it says new text, and new text here. But when we come to our members, we don't have that yet. But when we add it, it's going to say, this is the start of your conversation with Antonio, and it's just going to say Antonio here without this hashtag icon. Perfect. So we just created our chat welcome component, and now we can actually go back to our chat messages and we can start actually fetching the data. So let's go and let's install the TanStack React query package. So I'm going to go inside of my terminal and I'm going to write, let's just write npm install add tanstack/react-query like this. So install that package right here, and then make sure you do npm run dev again like this. Now let's close everything. Just to refresh your localhost, go inside of components, go inside of providers and create a new file called query-provider.tsx like that. Go ahead and mark this as use client, import query client and query client provider from add tanstack/react query and import use state from React. Go ahead and write export const query provider, which is going to accept the children. And let's go ahead and give this children a type of react.react node like that. Go ahead and return a query client provider like this and just render the children inside. Now let's go ahead and let's create a const query client is equal to use state, open an arrow function, new query client like this. So just that, we don't need the set query client. We can just work with this and pass in the client to be the query client like that. Perfect. So now that we have that, let's go inside of our app folder and find the global layout.tsx. And now we have to go inside of our socket provider and just wrap the children in the new query provider. So query provider from add/components/providers/query provider. So this component which we just created like that. Make sure you added the proper import from add/components providers query provider, so not from any package. Great. And now we are ready to create the use chat query hook. So let's go ahead and do that. Go inside of hooks and create a new file use-chat-query.ts like that. Let's go ahead and let's import QS from query-string. Let's import use params from next/navigation, and let's import use infinite query from tanstack react query, and let's also add import use socket from add/components providers socket provider like that. Let's create an interface chat query props, which is going to accept the query key, which is a string. It's going to accept API URL, which is a string, param key, which can either be channel ID or conversation ID, depending on whether this is used inside of one-on-one conversation or a channel, and a param value, which is a string like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's write export const use chat query like that. Go ahead and add the query key, the API URL, the param key, and the param value like that, and just map them to chat query props like this. There we go. And let's go ahead and return this. And now let's extract the is connected from our socket. So const is connected from use socket like that, and const params is equal use params like this. And now let's go ahead and let's create a function to fetch our projects. So const fetch projects, my apologies, const fetch messages like that is asynchronous. Go ahead and open the object page param is going to be undefined. So this is gonna be a page param is gonna be our cursor for infinite loading, right? We're gonna have to modify the API for messages for that. So get this page param, and now let's generate the URL using QS. So const URL is equal to QS.stringify URL. Let's get the base URL, which is API URL prop. The query is going to be a cursor, which is page param, and open this kind of like an array, so square brackets, and write param key, which is going to be param value, like that. So either a channel ID that we are querying the messages from, or the conversation ID that we are querying the messages from. So this way we can reuse this use chat query for both one-on-one conversation and for the channels. Great. And let's also add options here to skip null, true, like this. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and write const response is await fetch URL and return response.json, like that. Perfect. So now we have our const fetch messages function here. And now let's go ahead and let's actually write the query. So const data fetch next page has next page is fetching next page and status. All of that from use infinite query, like this. And go ahead and give it a query key, which is going to be an array and query key inside. A query function, which is going to be fetch messages, like that. And get next page param, which is going to take the last page, and is going to return last page (next cursor. So make sure to put the question mark here, because there is a possibility that the API fails and then the last page is not going to return this and your site will crash. And now we have something cool here called refetch interval. So we can do it every second by default. So this is what I was talking about. This is polling, right? So it's going to refetch all messages every second. Well, not all messages, but this specific page that we are on. So using this, you can actually enable some kind of real time for your users. This is what I was talking about. Even if your WebSocket is not working, you can still rely on this for a pretty good experience. But since we do have WebSockets, we're going to do a conditional if we are connected. So if our WebSocket is working, in that case, false. Otherwise, use the polling. So only if our WebSocket server fails, and instead of this saying live real-time updates, it says the polling issue, only then are we actually going to use the polling. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's just return all of that. So return data fetch next page has next page is fetching next page and status, like that. Perfect. Great, and it seems like we actually don't need the params inside. Let's see. Yeah, let's actually remove the params. We don't need the params, and you can remove this import of params. My apologies. Great. And now let's go back to our chat messages. So components chat messages here, and we can add that chat query here. So let's go ahead and write const object is equal use chat query from add/hooks /use chat query, like that. Go ahead and pass in the query key, which we have from our props, the API URL, the param key, and the param value, like that. And let's go ahead and let's extract the data, the fetch next page function, the has next page function, a boolean, is fetching next page boolean, and the overall status, like this. And let's just see, I have this query key which seems to be missing from here, so let me just see what is up with that. Okay, so the query key is something we can generate from here. So go above this and just write const query key, open backticks, like this, and write chat colon chat ID, like that. That is going to be our query key. Perfect. And now that we have this, we can go ahead and render stuff according to this status right here. So I'm going to go ahead and write if status is loading. In that case, go ahead and return a div with the class name of flex-call flex-1 justify-center and items-center like that. And inside I'm going to render a loader2 from Lucid React. So make sure you add the loader2 from Lucid React and let me move it there, and let me separate this two as well. Okay, and let's give this loader2 a class name of h-7w-7 text-sync-500 animate-spin and my-4 like that. And below that, let's add a paragraph which is going to say loading messages 3 dots like that, and the class name is going to be text-extra small text-sync-500 like that, and dark mode is going to use text-sync-400 like that. And there we go. You can see that now it's infinitely loading our messages. That's because we actually don't have this API URL created yet. Perfect. So now you can go ahead and copy this entire status loading and paste it below. If status is equal to error, in that case, we are not going to show this. We're going to show the server crash from Lucid React. So make sure you have that imported. And let's remove the animate spin class because we don't want our error to be spinning, right? And let's just write something went wrong like that. Perfect. And now let's just see. I'm pretty sure we're gonna get this error right now because our API route does not exist. There we go. So now it said for a brief second it was shown an error and it said something went wrong. Perfect. So what I want to do now is actually create that API route. So let's go inside of our app folder. Make sure you save all of these files inside of the app folder API and create a new folder called messages like that. And inside, create a new file, route.ts. So yes, this is still inside of the app folder because this is only for fetching the messages. We can do that inside of app router. Great. Let's go ahead and let's write an export asynchronous function get, which has a request, which is a type of request like this. Let's go ahead and open a try and catch block. Let's resolve the error. And inside of this error, let's go ahead and write console log messages error, messages get like that, and pass in the error. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's your error message, right? Whatever it's easier for you to find in the terminal, and return new next response from next server internal error with a status of 500. Like that. Perfect. And now let's go back inside of our try block and let's get the current profile. So profile is await current profile. So not current profile pages, but current profile, the old one, the old reliable one. Great. And now let's also import DB while we are here. So our database util. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's get the search params. So const search params are equal new URL requested URL like that. Let's get the cursor. So const cursor is equal to search params.get cursor. Const channel ID is equal to search params.get channel ID like that. So cursor is going to be used to tell the infinite load from what message to load the next batch of messages. So there are many types of querying and pagination and loading. You can use the takes and skip method, or you can use the cursor method, for example. And for infinite loading, cursor, I think, is the preferred method, and it makes way more sense to me. Great. So now if there is no profile, let's go ahead and return new next response, unauthorized, with a status of 401 like that. Great. And now let's copy and paste this. And if there is no channel ID, in that case, next response is channel ID missing with a status of 400 like that. Let me just expand my screen a bit. Okay. And now let's go ahead and let's create. So below this channel ID, let messages to be a type of message from @prisma/client like this. Let's move it to the top. and let's give it a default value, sorry, message an array and a default value of an array like that. If we have a cursor, that means that we can query from that cursor. So messages is going to be await db.message.findMany like that. And now we have to define our message batch. So you can do whatever you want here. I'm going to create a constant here called const messages underscore batch. So by default, I'm going to fetch 10 by 10. So my infinite load is going to work 10 messages, then I'm going to scroll to the top, another 10 messages, then another 10 messages. You can define this to 50 if you want to, or 100, right? But for this tutorial, I'm going to use 10, right? So we see that effect. Great. So now that we have that, if we have that cursor, let's write the following. We're going to take messages batch. So we're going to take those 10. We're going to skip 1 because we don't want it to repeat the certain message that the cursor is at. Let's add the cursor. So this is built in Prisma. ID is going to be that cursor. So we are going to start from that message that we passed from the infinite query on the front end, where channel ID is channel ID, or you can use the shorthand like that. So that's the param key that we are using from that use chat query, and the channel ID value is the param value. And let's include member of each of that message, and let's also include profile of each of that member so we can properly render that message. Great. And last thing, let's order by created at descending like that, because we are going to do an infinite query. It means that we are going to do reverse messages. Great. That's if we have a cursor. But if we don't, so else, in that case, we're going to go ahead and write messages are equal to await db.message.findMany again. Take messages batch like that, where channel ID is equal to channel ID, and we are going to include the member. So no need to do the cursor thing. So member include profile true like this, and let's also order by created at, which is going to be descending because we are doing a reverse loading of messages in an infinite load. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's add let next cursor is going to be null like that. If messages that we managed to load, so if messages.length is equal to messages batch like that, in that case, next cursor is going to be messages batch. So the last one from the batch -1.id. So we're going to create the next cursor for the next infinite load using the information of the currently fetched messages. So if the length of the new messages is 10, then we can pick the last one and get the ID. But if it happens that the messages length is lower than the messages batch, that means we've reached the end of our infinite load and no need to change the next cursor. And that's going to tell the 10-stack React query that we've reached the end and there is no next page. Great. And let's go ahead and let's return a next response.json like this. Items are going to be our messages, and next cursor is going to be the next cursor like this. Perfect. So now we have that. And I think you can already try and refresh here. And now there we go. No more errors, it seems. So let's go back to our chat messages now. So components chat messages component. And what I want to do now is I actually want to show you like a very quick way to render these messages right here. So below the chat welcome, go ahead and create a new div. This div is going to have a class name of flex-call-reverse. So this is very important. It needs to be in a reverse order, and margin top-auto like that. And inside, we're going to render the data that comes from our use chat query, like right here, which uses the infinite query inside. So we are going to write data !pages !map like that. We're going to get the first group of messages. Let's also get their index. Go ahead and open this. We're going to render a fragment from React. So make sure you import the fragment. So we have to import the fragment. I'm just going to move it to the top like this. We have to import it in this way because we're going to give it a key. So give this fragment a key of ID like that. a key of I. My apologies, like that. And inside, we're going to render group. So this group that we have .items.map, like that. And this one is going to have a message. And this message type is going to be a message with member with profile. So let's just quickly create that type. So I'm going to go to the top and I'm going to write type message with member with profile, like that. So that's going to be a message from Prisma client. Make sure you add that message from the Prisma client here. Extend it by adding and member, which is going to be a member from Prisma client. We already have that. And a profile is going to be a profile from Prisma client. So I have member, message, and profile from @Prisma /client. So make sure to create this new type, and then we can go back inside of iterating our group items here, and we can assign that to this message right here. And let's go ahead now that we have that, and we can now safely go ahead and return a div, and inside I'm gonna go and render message.content, like that. And let's give this a key of message.id, like this. And there we go. We can finally see our messages now. So I'm going to go ahead and write new message here. And it's not going to be immediately transmitted here because we have not set up our socket on the front end, right? So right now we still have to refresh. But when I refresh right here, there we go. It says new message right here. And if you go to another channel, you can see that this is completely empty. So this is a new channel, right? Which means that when I refresh here, only then are we gonna see that. Perfect. So we are now ready to go ahead and style these messages. And after that is done, we're going to enable the socket IO on the front end. So it's real time. After that is done, we are also going to add another hook, which is going to control the scrolling of our application. So when we get a new message, we want to get scrolled down. But when we scroll up purposely to load new messages, we don't want to get interrupted by that. So we're also going to do that. Great job. So we're finally seeing some messages, and now we're going to build a message item component. So let's go ahead and let's style each of these messages right here. So instead of using this div right here, we are going to render a chat item like this. And when you save this, you should get an error because we don't have that component. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of components, chat, and create a new file, chat-item.tsx, like this. Let's mark this as use client, and let's export const chat item like that, and return a div saying chat item like that. Go back into the chat messages, and now you can import chat item from /chat item. So the same way we did with welcome. Great. And now you should have a repeating chat item for as many times as messages you have in your database. So what I want to do is create an interface for the chat item props. So let's go inside of the chat item and let's create an interface chat item props like that. Let's give it an ID of string, a content of string, a member of type member from Prisma client. So make sure you import that. And each member is going to have a profile of type profile from Prisma client as well. We're going to have a timestamp, which is going to be a string, a file URL, which is going to be either a string or a null like this. We're going to have a deleted prop, which is going to be a boolean, a current member prop, which is going to be a member from Prisma client. So we already have it, no need to import it twice. All right. We have the current member, and we're also going to have the is updated prop to be boolean like that. And the socket URL is going to be string like this. And socket query is going to be a record of string and a string like that. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's assign those props. So I'm going to immediately assign the chat item props like that. And now let's go ahead and let's add all of those. So we are going to have an ID. We're going to have a content member timestamp like this. Let me just scroll a bit so you can see. we're gonna have timestamp, file URL like this, deleted like that, current member like that, is updated, socket URL, and socket query like this. Great. Now let's go back inside of the chat messages and let's go ahead and assign all of those props here. So go to the chat item here in the chat messages component, and let's start by giving it a current member of member. Let's also give it a key of message.id like that. Let's give it an ID of message.id while we are here. Okay, let's give it content of message.content. So let's just not misspell content like I did here. All right. Let's go ahead and let's write file URL to be message.file URL like that. Deleted is going to be message.deleted. All right. Timestamp is going to be format. So we have to add a format from datefns. So let's quickly go inside of our terminal. I'm going to shut down my application and let's write npm install date-fns like this. And we can immediately do npm run dev on our application. Now let's go ahead to the top and let's import format, from date-fns, and let's create a constant to define the date format. So const date underscore format is going to be d YYY, another y like that, HH capital, and like this. Great, so just do it exactly like that. And now let's go all the way back to rendering of our chat item. Use format like that, new date message.created@, and use the date format like that. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and add the is updated prop. We're gonna do that by comparing the message that is updated at is not equal to message.created@. So if they are not equal, obviously it was updated. And let's add the socket URL, which is going to be socket URL from the props we have, and socket query to be socket query from the URL that we have. Great. And now let's also alongside member give it alongside current member, let's also give it a member. And for that, we're going to do message.member like this. Great. So make sure you have all of the props needed like this so you don't get any errors inside. Perfect. Now let's go back inside of the chat item component. And what we can do is we can already start rendering it. So let's go ahead and let's give this div a class name of relative group flex items dash center on hover bg dash black slash 5 like that, p dash 4 transition, and w dash full like this. Okay, and let me just refresh this so I know it's up to date. All right, now inside of that, let's go ahead and let's create another div with the class name of group flex gap dash x dash 2 items dash start and w dash full like this. Okay, and now here create another div with the class name of cursor dash pointer hover drop dash shadow dash md and transition like that. Great. And inside we're gonna go ahead and render the user avatar of the person who sent this message. So import user avatar from /user avatar or /components user avatar like that. And I'm just going to separate the two. And let's give this a source of member.profile.image URL like that. So don't use the current member, instead use the member, so the person who sent the message. And now we can see my messages here. Great. Now let's go ahead outside of this div holding the avatar like that, create a new div with the class name of flex-call and w-full, and inside create a new div with a class name of flex items-center and gap-x-2 like that, and inside one more div, class name flex items-center like that. And in here, we're going to create a paragraph, which is going to remember member.profile.name like that. And let's go ahead and give this a class name of font-semi-bold, text-sm, hover, underline like that, and cursor-pointer. Like that. There we go. Great. And now let's go below this paragraph and let's add an action tooltip from /action tooltip. So make sure you add /components like that. I mean, you don't have to. And inside, for now, I'm just going to render a paragraph which says role. And let's go ahead and let's give this tooltip a label of member.role like that. So now, when you hover over my role, it's going to say admin like this. If the person who sent the message is actually an admin, right? If it's a moderator, it's going to say moderator. So now let's quickly replace this paragraph with an actual proper component. So in order to do that, let's create a role icon map. So below the interface, outside of the chat item component, create a const role icon map, which is going to be, well, just an object. If we are a guest, in that case, null. If we are a, whoops, let's not use semicolons, but this. If we are a moderator, it's going to be, oops, shield check from Lucid React with a class name of W-4, W-4, so H-4, W-4, margin left to and text-indigo-500. Add a comma, copy and paste this. And this one is going to be admin. And instead of shield check, it's going to be shield alert from Lucid React. So make sure you have both shield check and shield alert from Lucid React. And I'm going to separate those two. And let's change this to rows like that for the admin. Great. And now that we have the role icon map, we can go all the way to the bottom and find this paragraph which says role inside of this action tooltip and actually render the role icon map with member.role. Like this. There we go. And now you can see next to my name that it says that I'm an admin. Perfect. So let me just zoom out just a bit here so it looks a bit better. Like that. Great. Now let's go outside of this div holding the action tooltip. Let's add a span, and inside we're going to render the timestamp like this. And let's just style it by giving it a class name of text.extra small, text-sync-500, and on dark mode, text-sync-400, like that. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's go outside of this div right here, which holds the span. And what I want to do here now is just actually render the content for now. So let me just write content like this. There we go. So now you can see the content inside. Perfect. So before we continue, I actually want to create cases for rendering an image and a PDF, right? So let's go ahead and let's add some constants here. So I'm going to go all the way to the top to the chat item here before the return function. And let's go ahead and let's write const. So we're going to use a bunch of this constant is admin. That's going to be current member.role is equal to member role, which you can import from Prisma client. So make sure you imported member role from Prisma client. So if current member is admin, like that, const is moderator is going to be current member.role equals member role.moderator, like that. Const is owner. So if we are the owner of this message, then current member.id is going to be equal to the member ID of the message, like that. Can delete message. So const can delete message is going to be if it is not already deleted, and open brackets like this, if we are an admin, or if we are a moderator, or if we are an owner, like this. So that's the can delete message. Now const can edit message is going to be if it's not deleted, like that, and if is owner. So only an owner can edit the message, right? Not even moderators or admins can do that. That's not the practice even neither Slack or Discord follow, right? So we're just following them. Great. And one more thing I want to add, I also want to make sure that it doesn't have a file URL. So we shouldn't enable editing for PDFs or messages or image messages. Now let's write const is loading to be form. Oops, we can't do that yet. So we're gonna have a form later. Let's do is PDF. So file type. We don't have the file type yet. Okay, let's go ahead and let's just quickly create a file type above everything here. So const file type is equal file URL question mark dot split find a dot pop like that. And now we have the file type. So if file type is equal to PDF, and if we have the file URL like that, const is image is going to be if it's not PDF, and if we have a file URL. Great, so I just wanted to add a bunch of this constants here so that we can develop this easier. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's find where we rendered our content right here, right? So outside of here. And you can remove this content now. And let's do an is image first. So if it is an image, let's go ahead and let's render an href like this. And let me just align this like that. So the href for this one is going to be the file URL. So when the person clicks on an image, it's going to get open for them. Perfect. Let's give it a target of _blank. Let's give it a rel. Is it a rel? Yes. No opener, no referrer. Like that. Okay. And let's give it a class name of relative aspect dash square like that. We're also going to have rounded dash MD, margin top of 2, overflow is going to be hidden, it's going to have a border, it's going to have a flex, items dash center, BG dash secondary like that, and H dash 48 and W dash 48 like this. So you can see that I sent one image message, so now I have this right here. So if you don't, just click on the plus icon and send a message as an image. So make sure that you do that so you can see what you're doing here. Great. And inside, I'm going to render an actual image from next/image. So make sure you have imported image from next/image. Let's go down to it here. Okay. Find this image. Let's go ahead and let's give the image a source of file URL. Let's give it an alt of content. Let's give it a fill and let's give it a class name of object-cover like this. There we go. Now you can see the image that I sent as a file here. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's do the same thing, but for the PDFs, right? So I'm going to go ahead and write is PDF from the constants we made above. Create a div with a class name here. So what you can actually do to save some time, we can go inside of our components and find the file upload here, right? Let me zoom out a bit and find this one. If value and file type is PDF, in that case, this is what we're gonna have, but we're just gonna remove this button, right? So I'm going to copy that. So make sure it's file and file type PDF. So just copy this. If you don't want to copy it, you can pause the video and see how it looks here, like that. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, let me see if I can expand my screen a bit more. I can, great. So let me just properly indent all of this now. So it's PDF, I'm just going to indent it like this. I have to add the file icon from Lucid React, so make sure you have the file icon added. Okay, the href in this case is going to be file URL like this. This can say the same, and instead of rendering any value, let's write PDF file so it looks nicer in a message. And we're not going to have this button at all, like this. There we go. Perfect. So let me just zoom out for you. If you're getting stuck here, this is how you can do it. So just this div with these classes, a file icon, which you have to import from Lucid, and an href. So I just copied it from file upload because it's exactly the same. So for us to save some time. Perfect. And you can see I have my PDF file here. So it's shown like this. And if I click on it, it's going to open. Perfect. And now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's just add some use state fields here. So I'm going to go back to the top right here. And let's add const is editing, set is editing to be use state from React. Default value is false. Const is deleting, set is deleting. Like that, use state false. And make sure you have use state imported from React like this. Okay, now that we have those two, let's go back after this is PDF right here. And let's go ahead and render if, let me zoom back in. Okay, so if there is no file URL and if we are not editing, in that case, go ahead and render a paragraph like that. And let's go ahead and just write the content inside like that. There we go. And now let's go ahead and give this a class name like that, which is going to be dynamic. So add cn from add/lib_utils. So make sure you have this imported. Okay. In the first one, it's going to have text-sm, text-sync-600 like that. And on dark mode, it's going to have text-sync-300 like that. Great. Let's see if that is correct. Yes, it is. Okay. And if we are deleted, so if deleted, in that case, we're going to modify the style a bit by using italic, text-sync-500, and on dark mode, it's going to be text-sync-400, and it's going to be text-extra small and margin top of 1 like that. So this is the entire dynamic class name for the content. So if it's deleted, we're going to make it italic, we're going to make it an even more muted color, we're going to make the text even smaller, and we're just going to add a bit of a space from the top. Perfect. So you're going to see that this in action when we actually enable deleting of that. Perfect. And below this content, what I want to do is I want to write if is updated like this, and if it's not deleted, in that case, let's go and let's write a span element like this, and let's write just in parentheses edited like this. So a little indicator that this message has been edited. Let's give it a class name of text-10 pixels like that, mx-2, text-sync-500 like that, and on dark mode, text-sync-400 like that. Perfect. So you can't really see neither the deleted or the edited, but when we add those actions, you're going to see them working. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and find the end of this right here, find the end of this to divs like that, and go ahead and open a conditional can delete message like this. If we can delete message, go ahead and open a div like this with a class name of hidden, but on group hover, it's going to be flex, items-center, gap-x-2, like that, absolute, p-1, top-2, sorry, minus top-2, like this, right-5, bg-white, but on dark, bg is going to be sync 800, like this. We're going to have a border and a rounded -sm like this. So let's see if you can already see that. There we go. When I hover on my message, since I am the owner of this message, you can see that a small little dot appears, right? So we're going to turn this into our actions to edit and delete the message. Great. So now let's go inside of that. And inside, what I want to do is first open another conditional, can edit message. So if I can edit message, only then am I going to render this action tooltip, which we already have, which is going to have a label of edit like that. And inside, what I'm going to do is add an edit icon from Lucid React. So make sure you import that like this. Edit, file icon, shield alert, and shield check. Make sure you have all of those. Okay. And inside of this, I'm going to go ahead and give this a class name of cursor -pointer, ml-auto, w-4, h-4, like that. I'm also going to have it text-sync-500, hover, text-sync-600, on dark, on hover, it's going to be text-sync-300 and transition like this. Great, so let's see now. You can see that now I have a nice little edit button here. So let me go ahead and expand this. You can see when I hover on my message, since I can edit it, I have a nice little button here, right? And let's go ahead and switch to light mode. There we go, you can see it looks nice even in light mode. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's continue developing by adding the delete option. So this one is going to be very similar, but you can go ahead and copy this, just place it outside of the can edit message conditional like this. And let me just align this indentation. Instead of edit, it's going to be delete. And instead of the edit, trash from Lucid React like that. There we go. So make sure you have imported the trash icon. And now let's see. And we should have, there we go. Now we have the delete function here, and in here we have both edit and delete. So you can see how for the PDF file, I'm not having the edit option. Same thing for the image, but for the text message, I can edit and delete it. Perfect. So we have now added that. What I want to do now is that when we click on edit, this turns into an input that we can modify and then send a request to the database. So let's go ahead and let's find this can edit message right here. And on this edit, on click, go ahead and call an arrow function, which calls set is editing to true like this. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's import everything we need from the form and everything we need from the other components. Great. So inside of right here, go ahead and import from add/components/UI/form like this. Import the form, form control, form field, and form item like that. Let's also go ahead and let's import everything as z from Zod like that. And let's import Axios from Axios. Let's import QS from query-string because we're going to need both of those to create some requests. Let's import use form from React hook form like that. And let's import Zod resolver from add hook form/resolvers/Zod. Great. Now let's go ahead and create our form schema. So I'm going to go below the role icon map here and write const form schema is going to be z.object content z.string with a minimum value of 1. Whoops, like this. Great. Now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's create our form. So I'm going to go inside of my chat item here, and I'm going to go right here and write const form is equal use form right here. Let's go ahead and let's give it a type of z.info type of form schema like that. Let's add a resolver to be Zod resolver form schema. And let's go ahead and let's write default values, content to be content like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's write a quick use effect from React. So make sure you imported use effect from React. Let me just show you here. There we go. And in here, all I'm going to do is form.reset content to be content like that. And it's going to trigger on any content change. So this is going to make sense when we enable real-time message updating. When we receive new information here, let's immediately reset that form if the user tries to edit a message again, so that when we click is editing, we don't actually show the previous message. All right, and now that we have that, let's go ahead and let's import a couple of more components here. So I'm going to import input from /UI input, but I'm going to rename that to /components like that. And I'm also going to import button from /UI button, but I'm going to change it to this. Great. Now, what we have to do is we have to go and find where our general content rendering is. So this one, right? With is updated and not deleted, and this sign right here, and this conditional if it's not file URL, and if it's not is editing, then we render that. Great. So go just below that, and what you're gonna do here is write if there is no file URL and if is editing like that. In that case, let's go ahead and let's add our form element, which we imported. Let's pass in everything from the form inside, like that. Let's open the native form element like this. Let's give it an onSubmit for now, form.handleSubmit. And let's create our onSubmit now. So I'm gonna go to the top here, just above all of this stuff. So right here, const onSubmit is going to be just a very simple values. We're gonna add the type later, so console log values like that. Okay, and let's use this onSubmit back here. So pass in that on submit, all right. And let's go ahead and let's give this form a class name, which is going to be flex items dash center w dash full gap dash x dash 2 like that, and pt dash 2 like that. Great. Inside of the form, go ahead and render the single form field, which is a self-closing tag, and we already have it imported. The control is going to be form.control like that. Name is going to be content like this, and render is going to be a function which immediately destructures the field, and it returns a form item like that. Give the form item a class name of flex-1 like that. Inside, use the form control like that, and let's just fix the indentation. Okay, and inside create a div with a class name of relative and w-full like this. Great. And finally, let's add our input here. Let's give it a class name prop. So we're going to add p-2 bg-think-200/90. On dark mode, it's going to be bg-think-700/75 like that. Border-none, border-0, focus-visible :ring-0 like that. And let's also give it a focus-visible ring-offset-0 like that. Text-sync-600, and on dark mode, text-sync-200 like that. Great. And on the placeholder, we're gonna write edited message like that. And let's also go ahead and spread the field just like that. Perfect. So let's see if we can already see that. If I press on edit here, there we go. You can see how this turns into a nice input where I can write whatever I want. Great. And what I want to do now is just a button next to it, as well as a little text instructions on how to cancel if person accidentally clicked on that, right? So find the end of this form field right here, but still inside of this native HTML form element, and add the button which we imported and write save. Let's go ahead and let's give it a size of small and a variant, of primary like that. Great. And outside of the form, let's go ahead and let's create a span, which is going to say press escape to cancel like that, enter to save. And let's give it a class name of text dash open square brackets 10 pixels, so a very small text, margin top 1, and text dash sync dash 400 like that. Perfect. So let's try this out now. If I go and click edit on the message, there we go. I have the save button and I have the little span telling me press escape to cancel and enter to save. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's trigger this escape to cancel functionality right here, right? I'm going to go all the way to the top and I'm going to create a new use effect here. So we can do it before anything here. Use effect, I mean, it doesn't matter. Let's go ahead now. Right here, and let's write const handle key down event. Let's give it the type of any for now. If event.key is equal to escape, like that, or event.keycode is equal to 27, set is editing is false like that. Perfect. And now let's add window.add event listener key down to be handle key down like that, and return window.remove event listener key down like that, handle key down, just like that. Perfect. And I'm just going to replace this with double quotes just to be consistent. And now if I try and like click on something and click escape, you can see how it immediately cancels that entire thing. Perfect. So what I want to do now is an actual on submit, that when I change something and save, I want it to be sent to the server. Perfect. So the way we're going to do that is we're going to go ahead and create a proper on submit function. So let's find our on submit function right here. And let's go ahead and change these values to be a type of z.infer and pass in the form type of form schema like that. And let's make it an asynchronous function. Let's go ahead and let's open a try and catch block. And let's log the error like that. Perfect. Let's also extract const is loading from the form.formState.isSubmitting. And before we forget, let's use this is loading and find our form here. Let's give the disabled prop to the input if we are loading. And let's also give the disabled prop to the button if we are loading. Like this. Great. And now let's go back. Well, where am I? Okay. Let's go back inside of this onSubmit function here. What I want to do here is write const URL to be QS, which we have imported, stringify URL like that, and go ahead and write URL, open backticks, socket URL /ID like that. And the query is going to be socket query like that. Perfect. And now let's just write await axios.patch URL and values. Perfect. So now we have that, which means that if I go ahead and try, so I'm just going to zoom out a bit and open my inspect element here. And if I try editing a message, so try and edit any message you have. So edited message, I should get a 404 not found. Perfect. So that's exactly what I wanted. Let's go ahead and let's create that route now. So let's go ahead. I'm going to close this inspect elements and I'm just going to collapse everything here. Okay. And make sure you save all of those files. Go inside of your pages, go inside of your API socket right here. And let's go ahead and let's create a new folder called messages like this. Go inside of that folder and create a new file, message id.ts like that. And now what's going to happen is that we have this message.ts files and this messages folder. So what we have to do is drag and drop this messages.ts file into the folder like this, and just go ahead and rename it to index.ts, right? So that's going to hold the /messages. And just to confirm everything is still working, go ahead and try and create a new message. So new message like this. Let's see if it's going to work. Let's refresh, and I should have 2 new messages now. So there we go, new message 1 and this one sent right now. Great. So now let's go ahead inside of this newly created messages message id.ts right here. And let's go ahead and let's actually resolve updating and deleting our message. So export default asynchronous function handler like that. It's going to take the request, which is Next API request from Next, and a response, which is Next API response server IO from our special types like that. And let's just separate the two. Perfect. Now inside, let's go ahead and first let's limit the route methods because we are doing this in the pages API. So if request.method is not delete like that, and if request.method is not equal to patch, in that case, return response.status 405.json with an error of method not allowed like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's open a try and catch block. Let's go ahead and let's console log the error, message ID like that, and an error like that. And let's just go ahead and return a 500 error, internal error. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's get our profile, but for the pages. So const profile is equal await current profile pages. So make sure you import that one and pass in the request. So make sure you have this import. Great. Let's go ahead and let's get the message ID, server ID, and channel ID. Whoops. From react.query like that. And let's extract the content from the request.body like that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's write if there is no profile. We can go ahead and just return 401 unauthorized. Great. Now let's go ahead and copy and paste this. If there is no server ID, we're going to say server ID missing with a status of 400. And let's go ahead and do that again, but for the channel ID, saying channel ID missing. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's attempt to fetch the server. So let's add our db util. So import db from /libdb. And let's write const server is equal to await db.server.find first, like that, where ID is server ID as string, members, some, profile ID, profile.id, like that, and let's include the members like that. Great. And you can just copy this one more time, paste it here. If there is no server, 404 with an error, server not found, like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's attempt to find the message, right? Sorry, the channel. So const channel is equal to await db.channel.find first, where ID is channel ID as string and server ID is server ID as string, like that. Great. And that's enough for the channel. And you can go ahead and copy and paste this and just slightly modify it. Instead of looking for the server, this one is for the channel, saying channel not found. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's attempt to get the individual member. So const member is equal to server.members.find, get the member, like that. And member.profile ID is matching the profile that we are in, .id, like that. If there is no member, you can go ahead and return another 404 error, saying that member not found. Perfect. Now let's go ahead and let's find the message. So let message is equal to await db.message.find first, like that, where ID is message ID as string, channel ID is channel ID as string, and let's also include the member, and let's also include the member's profile by setting the profile to true, like that. Perfect. Now I'm just gonna copy this one more time, like that, and inside I'm gonna say if there is no message or if message has been deleted. In that case, let's go ahead and write a 404 message not found, right? Great. Now let's go ahead and let's create some constants here. So const is message owner, message.member ID is equal to the current member.id. Const is admin, member.role is equal to member role. Well, let's import that from @prisma/client. So don't forget to do this. And I'm just going to move it to the top like that. If member role.admin, like that. Const is moderator is member.role is equal to member role.moderator, like that. And const can modify is going to be is message owner or is admin or is moderator, like that. Great. And let's immediately do an error here if we cannot modify this message. So if can modify with an exclamation point at the beginning, it's going to be a 401 and we are unauthorized to do this action. Great. And now let's go ahead and write if the method is a deleting method. So if rec.method is delete, in that case, message is going to be await db.message. Let's just not misspell this. So message is going to be await db.message. Dot update. Remember, we are doing a soft delete, right? So where ID is message ID as string, like that, and data. And now we're going to reset file URL, content, and we're going to change the deleted. So file URL is null the content will change from this to this message has been deleted, like that, and deleted is gonna become true. Perfect. And let's also let's just not misspell this, so deleted, like that. And of course let's include our member and let's include their profile, like that. Perfect, great job. Now let's go ahead and we can copy this entire thing, right? So if request method delete, let's go ahead and copy that here and change this one. The request method is patch. So if we are updating, let's also do just one quick change here inside, right? If we are not the message owner, in that case, return response.status 401.json and an error unauthorized, right? So only the owner of the message can do this, right? And is message owner, like that. Even if a moderator or an admin tries, they can still not do that. So only the message owner can edit their own message, right? So db.message.update right here, this is correct. Instead, we're not gonna change file URL, we're not gonna change the content, we're gonna do the content change using that variable. So this is the same thing as writing content which we extracted from the request body. And make sure to include the member and to include the profile. Perfect. And now go outside of this if clause and write const update key, backticks chat, channel ID, like that, colon messages, colon update, like that. And response, question mark socket, question mark server, question mark IO, whoops, server, question mark IO, question mark emit, update key, and the updated or the deleted message, and return response.status 200.json message, like that. Perfect. So now let's go ahead and let's try this. So I'm going to refresh this and I'm going to open my inspect element here. So I'm just going to delete everything that comes here. I'm going to attempt to update this from test to this is an edited message. Let's click save and let's see if we're going to get any errors or if it's going to work. All right. Ignore this. This is because we don't have an appropriate connection from the front end yet. Okay, let's see. I didn't get any 404s. Let's see if I refresh. Will that say this is an edited message? And there we go. Look at it. It says this is an edited message. And look at the little edited sign right here. Great, great job. So it officially works. One more thing that I just want to do is after we finish updating this, so let me just close everything here and let's go back inside of the chat item. So go inside of components, chat item right here on submit. So after it successfully submits, do a form.reset and do set is editing back to false, like that. Perfect. So now I'm gonna try again. Let's do the latest one. I'm gonna change this to this is a completely edited message. I'm going to save, and if it's successful, there we go. So I'm going to refresh this, and there we go, it's here. This is a completely edited message, so you can ignore that it disappeared. We're going to handle that using sockets and other things. Great, great job so far. So now we have to create the delete functionality. So let's go ahead and let's create the functionality that when we click on this delete trash icon, we actually have a model for that. So let's go ahead and let's head inside of our hooks, use a model store right here. And we have to add what I'm pretty sure is the last model in this tutorial, which is going to be the delete message model. So add a pipe and delete message like this. And we don't have to add anything here. What we are going to use is the API URL and the query. Perfect. So let's go ahead and let's find something similar. So components, models right here. We have the delete channel model. So how about we use that? I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste it and rename that to delete message model.tsx like this. Let's rename that file. Just make sure you are in the new one. So it's going to be delete message model and change the isModel open to delete message like this. Great. And we're gonna leave it for here for now. Let's go inside of components, models, providers, model provider right here, and just add the last one, delete message model, like that, and make sure you've imported it. And as always, I'm gonna change this to /components. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's head back into components, chat item right here. And I think I've prepared some is deleting here, but actually we're not gonna need it. So I got ahead of myself. So you can remove the is deleting here. And instead, what we're gonna add is our use model. So let's go ahead and add const on open from use model, which you can import from add/hooks use model store. So make sure you add this. There we go. Now let's go ahead and let's call this on open when we press on the trash icon. So let's go all the way down above everything, and there we go. So we have an on click for our editing, but for our on trash, we're gonna have on click, which is going to call an arrow function, call the on open, call the delete message model, and the data is gonna be API URL, which is going to be a combination of our socket URL, so open backticks and write socket URL /ID like that. And we're gonna pass in the query, which is going to be the socket query like that. Perfect. So I think we can already try it out. If I click on a delete, it should open the delete channel. Perfect. So let's now keep it open and let's slowly modify it so it does what we want for the delete message. Let's go inside of the components, models, delete message model right here. And first things first, let's just rename it. So instead of the title delete channel, it's going to be delete message. The are you sure you want to do this can stay, and we're just going to modify this. Well, nothing special. After the break, we're just gonna write the message will be permanently deleted like that. There we go. Everything else, in my opinion, can stay exactly as it is, but we just have to modify the onClick function. Before we do that, let's go ahead and let's extract something from our use model data here. So we are no longer working with the server and the channel. Instead, we are working with API URL and the query like that. So then we can go ahead and remove everything inside of this inside of this stringify URL options, and let's change them to use the URL, which is API URL, which we destructured from the data, which comes from the use model. And whoops, I scrolled a bit too far. And let's just add a pipe empty string. And let's pass in the query like that. And then we have the await Axios delete URL. After that, we have the on close like that. And there is pretty much nothing else we have to do. So we can completely remove those two. And let's see if that prompts us to remove anything else. Yes, we don't need this, so we can remove that. And that means we can also remove the import for that right here. Great. And I'm pretty sure that this should already be working. That's because this API URL, which comes from our chat item. So let's see how we define that. We call the socket URL /ID. Let's check out our channel page. So channel ID page to see what that is. So our API URL, our socket URL is /API/socket/messages, and we have the channel ID and the server ID. And we combined the socket URL with the ID of that chat. So it's going to be /API/socket/messages, that message ID. And then that is going to go inside of our pages folder, API socket messages message ID. And if you remember, we created both the patch function and we also handled the delete function because they are very similar. So let's see if we are courageous enough to do this. I'm just going to click confirm. I don't even know what message I selected, but since it's loading thus far, there we go. It says this message has been deleted. So you might be wondering how come this was in real time. Well, that's because remember, we have a 10-stack React query, which falls back to polling if our WebSocket fails. For a split second, it failed, and then it updated my message with polling. Perfect. So this means that we have officially finished deleting messages. So let's try the latest one. I'm going to delete the latest message. I'm going to click confirm. Okay. And I'm going to refresh. And there we go. This message has been deleted and I can no longer do any actions on it. Perfect. Amazing, amazing job. What we are going to do now is we're going to add a hook, which is going to connect to the socket IO and watch for all of these events. So take a look at the events we need to handle. Inside of this folder, API socket, we have to watch for when we receive a new message using this channel key. So chat channel ID messages. So we have to watch for that. And we have to watch for individual updating of a message. So either delete or edit. Both of them are going to use the same key because it's technically updating both of them. Perfect. So we are going to do that next. So one thing I want to do before we get onto the socket thing, I wanted to that when I click on a specific name from my message or their avatar, I want to get redirected to that member. So let's go ahead and let's go back inside of our components, inside of the chat, and go ahead and find the chat item component right here. What I want you to do is to import two packages. Two items. So use router and use params from Next.js/navigation like that. And then what I want you to do is go ahead inside of your chat item component and just create a new function, const on member click, like this. And let's go ahead and check if member has clicked on themselves. So if member.id is equal, and let's just do a proper arrow function. So if member, is this correct? Member.id is equal to current member.id. In that case, we can just return and break the function. Otherwise, let's go ahead and let's add the params, use params outside, const router is equal to use router. So we have both of those imported. And now let's use them here by saying router.push open backticks /servers /params question mark dot server ID /conversations /member.id like this. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's use this on member click in two places. So the first one is going to be in this div right here, which holds our avatar. So when I click on here, on click, I want to call the on member click. And I want the same thing to happen when I click on this paragraph, which holds the member profile name like this. Great. So now if you go ahead and let's refresh this, and let's try if I go and click. So I sent some messages from another user here, and I suggest that you do that. So log out and just log back in and just send some messages so your chat has some content. And I'm gonna click here, and all right, I made a mistake here. So let's see what exactly went wrong here. All right, so the mistake is inside of my own member click function. Let's go ahead and find it. So it should be /servers, not /server like that. So let's now go back and let's see if that will fix it. So if I click on another user here, I should get redirected to our one-on-one conversation. There we go. So just like that. And if I try and click on myself, nothing should happen. Perfect. Now what I want to do is something that I've just noticed now is happening, and I thought we were going to resolve it later, is this error that we have right here regarding WebSockets. So it says that there is a WebSocket breaking here, right? And I've managed to debug where it's happening. So if you take a look at the terminal, so if you don't have that, okay, if you don't have an error, you can just continue. But I have this very specific error that ends with UND error invalid argument. Right? It's very specific and I couldn't really figure out why it's happening. And then I figured it out. So we're going to do step by step if you're having this exact error. So if you're not having this error in the console, right? You can also test by sending a message. So I'm just going to send a random message like this. And you can see that when I send a message, for a brief second, I get another error. So if that's not happening to you, that means your WebSocket is working correctly. It looks like between the time that I finished my clone and between right now where I'm developing this, Next.13 made an upgrade which broke my implementation for some reason. But don't worry, even if we don't implement WebSockets, we can always just ignore them and add polling. So first things first, I'm going to show you how to do that, and then we're going to fix the sockets by downgrading. I'm going to show you how to do that. So how to do it with the React query. Go inside of hooks right here, go inside of use chat query, and what you can do here is just hard code this to 1000, the refetch interval, right? So every second you're going to refetch. And let me show you right now how that is going to look like. So I think you can already go ahead and say, okay, this is a new message. And once this is submitted, after a second, there we go. A new message is here. Let's try and edit this. So I'm gonna say this is a edited message. Let's save this. And again, after a second, it says this is an edited message. Let's try and delete it. And same thing, after a second, this message has been deleted. So you can see that this actually works pretty well, right? So even if you don't manage to fix this issue that I'm gonna show you how to fix now, you can always just do your refetch interval inside of your use chat query to a fixed every second polling. Great. Now turn it back to this. Is connected. We don't use polling, otherwise we do. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna go inside of my Next.config.js to fix this socket.io issue right here. And I'm gonna go inside and write webpack like this. And it's not really an object, it's a function. So get the config, go ahead and write config.externals.push and write UTF-8-validate common.js UTF-8-validate like that. And let's also write buffer util, okay, buffer util like this to be common.js buffer util like that. Okay, and before you start your application, what we are going to do is you are going to go inside of package.json and go ahead and find your next version. So my next version is 13.4.19 and this one seems to be problematic for some reason. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this version to next 13.4.12 right here. And I'm gonna do the same thing for slint config next, just so they match my version. So slint config next to 13.4.12 and next to 13.4.12 right here. And I'm gonna go ahead and I'm going to shut down my application and I'm gonna run npm install like this. So I'm gonna install all of my packages and that's going to pick up that newer version inside that I've just changed, right? If I knew this at the beginning, I would have told you to do the npx create next app using that version, but I did not expect this to happen. All right, and now let's do npm run dev, and you're gonna get a couple of these warnings. And yeah, okay, I forgot to do one thing, so we get an error here. Let's go back inside of next config here. And I forgot to return the config. So after you push something to it, go ahead and return the config like that. Great. And you don't have to change anything. So what we did in the package.json is fine. And let's try again after we added that. So npm install, I'm just going to do it just in case. Okay. And npm run dev again. Great. So I just did a small mistake in next config.json. I forgot to write return config. Great. Now that this is here, let's go ahead and refresh now, and it seems like we no longer have that weird error that I was showing you from before. Look at this, no errors, just compiling events. So it's definitely due to the next 13 version. And you can also take a look, and let's try and send a message now. So I'm just gonna write test socket trigger. Let's see if that's going to trigger a socket error. And it seems to not have triggered any error. So yes, it's not loading here in real time because we don't have that set up, but no errors. That's exactly what I wanted. Great. Let's go ahead now and let's create a hook, which is actually going to load these messages in real time using sockets in the next 13.4.12 version, because obviously the newer one is not working. I'm sorry for that, but I could not have known that would happen. Great. Let's go now inside of our hooks. And let's go ahead and create a new hook called use-chat-socket.ts like this. And let's go ahead and let's write type chat socket props like this. It's going to have an add key, which is a string, an update key, which is also a string, and it's going to have a query key, which is also going to be a string. Now let's go ahead and write export const use chat socket, and inside let's immediately destructure the add key, the update key, and the query key like that. And let's do chat socket props like that, and return an arrow function. Let's extract the socket from our provider using the use socket hook from the providers folder like that. So make sure you have this imported. Okay, and let's add the query client from use query client like this. Make sure you import that from 10stack query. All right, and now let's go ahead and let's open our use effect here. So use effect from React, make sure you add this import right here, and let me just move it with this one. And let's go ahead and let's just add an empty array here. And let's just quickly go and create one type that we're going to need here. So type message with member with profile is going to be a message which comes from @prisma/client. So make sure you import that. I'm just going to move it here. So it's going to be a message which has a member. So import member from Prisma client, and that member has a profile like this. There we go. So just make sure you have this 3 imported and you added this type. Perfect. So now let's go back inside of our use effect, and first one we're gonna do a check if there is no socket. So very quickly, if there is no socket, in that case we can just break the function, no need to go further. All right, and now let's create a socket method to update the message in real time, so either delete it or edit it. So socket on update key gives us a message, and that message is a type of message with member with profile like that. And inside, we're going to call the query client, and we're going to set query data inside the query key. We're going to get the old data, which is a type of any, and we are going to use that old data to iterate all the pages and find the matching message using the ID and replace it inside of that data. So first let's do a check if our old data is not enough to update. So if there is no old data at all, or if there are no old data.pages, or if old data.pages.length is equal to 0, we can just return old data like that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and write const new data to be old data.pages.map, get individual page, which is a type of any, and return spread the page inside. And now let's get the items to be page.items.map, get the individual item, which is message with member with profile like that. And go ahead and write if item.id is equal to message.id, which we received from the socket. That means, okay, we found what message to replace, so return the new message from the socket instead. And for all others, leave them as it is. Perfect. So we finished that socket. Let's see where it ends. Okay, it ends right here. Perfect, but we are actually not done. We have to return this new data. So let's just go ahead and find the end of this new data block right here, and go ahead and write return, and just spread all the data inside, and pages is the new data like this. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and let's write another socket action, which is gonna watch for new messages. So socket.on add key message, a type of message with member with profile like that. Query client.set query data using the query key like this. Old data, which is a type of any. If there is no old data, or if we don't have old data.pages, or if old data.pages.length is equal to 0, in that case return pages, open an array and a single object inside with items and that new message inside of an array. Great, go outside of this if clause and then const new data and spread old data.pages inside like that, and then just focus on the first page. So new data 0 is equal to all the new data inside, so new data 0 items, and we are going to add inside of that, sorry, the items is an array like that. So add the new message to the top and spread new data dot items inside like that. Great. And then you can go ahead and just simply write return an object, old data, pages, new data like that. Perfect. So just go ahead and close this stuff. Great. And then let's go ahead and let's just write a return function to call socket of add key and socket of update key like that. Great. And let's pass in the query client in the dependencies array. Let's pass in the add key, the query, add key, the query key, socket, and the update key as well. There we go. Great. Now let's go back inside of our chat messages. So save this file. If you think you've made a mistake, you can always copy it from my GitHub. And let's go inside of the app folder. Inside of components, chat messages, and right below the use chat query, let's add the new use chat socket from /hooks use chat socket. So I imported that right here. Great. Let's go ahead now and let's add the necessary keys inside. So we need the query key, we need the add key, and we need the update key like this. We don't have the add key and update key, so let's quickly create them at the top here. So const add key, open backticks, chat ID like that, and messages, const update key, chat ID, and messages and update like that. Right, and this needs to be the same as in your pages folder, socket folder, messages folder. So the index is for adding messages, so chat ID messages, and for deleting and updating, it's chat ID messages update. So just make sure those match. Chat ID messages for adding and chat ID messages update for updating. So let's go ahead and let's see if this will work in real time now. So I'm going to create a new channel, test socket, just so it's completely clear, right? So I don't have any other messages inside. I'm going inside of that newly created channel and I'll write, okay, test socket in real time. Let me just zoom in. And if I paste this, let's see if that is going to work. And there we go. It seems to work in real time. So it's definitely due to the Next.13 version. Again, I'm sorry because of that. Now let's go ahead and let's try and editing it. So edit in real time. Let's save the file. Let's see if our other hook is working. It does. Edit in real time is working. And let's try deleting in real time. So I'm going to confirm this message. And there we go. So it all works perfectly. So what did we do? How did we fix that little error we had with the WebSockets? Let's look at all of our changed files. So in the next config.js, well, this is useless. Okay, so in the next config.js, we added a webpack config fixing those errors in the console that we have, adding this to and returning the config. We forgot that, so we couldn't start our application. And one other important thing we did was inside of the package JSON. So we downgraded from Next 13.4.19 or whatever version your will be when you're watching this video, all the way to 13.4.12, right? But as I've mentioned, if you did not have any error in your version, I don't know what it might be when you're watching this video, it could be that they fixed the issue, and I'm sure they will. They're a great team and they always listen to their customers, but you know, we are all developers and sometimes we make mistakes, even in production. So we downgraded to this safe version, and then we finished our hook and we just tested every functionality and it seems to work. So great job. What we have to do now is we have to add functionalities for our scroll, right? And we also had to add a functionality that when we scroll up, it loads older messages. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. So now let's go ahead and let's wrap up our chat messages component by adding the scroll functionalities, right? Because right now there is no way for us to load new messages, and we do batches of 10 messages. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of components, chat messages right here, and let's go ahead and let's add useRef from React. So alongside fragment, go ahead and add useRef and element ref. So those two right here. And now let's go ahead and below these keys, let's go ahead and let's add const chatref to be useRef, give it the type of element ref, open pointy brackets and write a div like this, and a default value of null. And you can go ahead and copy that and do the same thing for bottom ref. So it's also going to be a div. Great. And now let's go ahead and let's assign this chat ref all the way here to this first div in the return function. So this main return function, not the error or the loading. So find the main return function and give the ref of chat ref to this one right here. Perfect. And go ahead all the way down, and before the end, add a new div, which is a self-closing tag, and give it a new ref, which is going to be bottom ref, like this. Perfect. And before we create our use scroll hook, let's go ahead and let's just use some of these items which we got from the chat query. Fetch next page, has next page, and is fetching next page. So let's go ahead and let's render this conditionally. So if we don't have a next page, in that case only do you render this div class flex right here. In this case, go ahead and write has if we don't have next page. In that case only, also render the chat welcome like that. So we don't want always to have this chat welcome, right? We only want to have it if we are on the last page. And we know if we are on the last page, if there is nothing more to load. If we've come to the top, then we can display this space which pushes everything, right? See how it looks now. See? Because we have more than 10 messages here. So at the top, I'm not rendering that big space and the chat welcome. Only when I scroll up and load messages older than this, do I want to show that chat welcome screen, because it means, okay, we've come to the beginning of the conversation. Great. And now below this, let's go ahead and let's add a new condition, has next page. So if we have next page to load, let's go ahead and add a div here with the class name of flex justify-center. And let's go ahead and add a conditional is fetching next page. So if we are fetching the next page, we're going to add a little loader at the top. So loader to icon. I think we should already have that imported from Lucid React. Yes, we already used it. Great. Let's give it a class name of h-6 and w-6 text-sync-500 animate-spin and my-4. And now let's go ahead and do the other thing. If we don't, add a button which is going to say load previous messages like that. And let's go ahead and let's give this button a class name of text-sync-500 hover text-sync-600 dark text-sync-400 text-extra small my-4 dark hover text-sync-300 and transition like that. Great. So let's go ahead and let me refresh my application to see if everything is working all right. Okay, it seems like something has broken, but there we go. I just refreshed. And now you can see if you send more than 10 messages here, so go ahead and spam your chat and you should see this button to load previous messages, right? And now let's add an on click to that button. So add on click to call an arrow function fetch next page like that. Perfect. So now I think it should already work. If you try, it's loading and there we go. And now it loaded the welcome to general and everything else. And you can see in a completely smaller channel, we load the test socket right here. So we load the welcome screen at the beginning and this space. But if we send more than 10 messages, then we have this load previous messages button. And you can see I added a lot of messages here. So it took me 3 clicks in order to get to the top. Perfect. Now let's try to automate that by adding a chat scroll hook. So let's go ahead inside of our hooks and create a new file use-chat-scroll.ts like that. And let's go ahead and let's write a type. Let me zoom in. Chat scroll props is going to be chatref, which is react.ref object. HTML div element like that. We're also going to have a bottom ref like that. Should load more, which is a boolean. Load more, which is going to be a function, and a count, which is going to be a number like that. And now let's go ahead and export const use chat scroll like that. Let's extract this. So chat ref, bottom ref, should load more and count. And let's go ahead and let's assign those. So this should be a function. So go ahead and wrap this in parentheses like that, and then assign chat scroll props like that. There we go. And let's go ahead and add const hash initialized, set has initialized to be use state from React. So make sure you add that import and give it a default value of false. Let's also import use effect from React. So use effect and use state from React. And let's go ahead and open an arrow function here with an empty dependency array for now. And inside, let's get the top div. So const top div is equal to chatref question mark dot current like that. And then let's write the handle scroll. So const handle scroll like this. Const scroll top is equal top div question mark scroll top. If scroll top is 0 and should load more. So if we scrolled all the way to the top and there is more to load, let's go and immediately load more. So no need to, did I add the function? I didn't. I also have the function load more. I didn't add it here. So just add it to the props load more like this. There we go. So if we manually scroll to the top, immediately scroll more. Perfect. And now let's just add that listener. So let's go ahead here and add top div question mark dot add event listener like that, scroll handle scroll like that, and let's do a return top div question mark dot remove event listener scroll handle scroll like that. Great. So that's for scrolling manually to the top, and let's give it a should load more dependency, load more, and chat ref dependency. And now let's create another use effect, which is going to get triggered when we get a new message. So we know to scroll to the bottom. Use effect again. And let's go ahead and get the bottom div. So const bottom div is equal to bottom ref question mark dot current. Const top div is equal to chat ref dot current. Const should auto scroll is going to be a function if we have not initialized, so if not hash initialized, and if we have a bottom div, set has initialized to true, and return true like that. Otherwise, if we can't get to top div, so if there is no top div, go ahead and return false like that. And now let's calculate the distance from the bottom. And if we are not too far from the bottom of the chat, then whenever we get a new message, we can scroll the user all the way down. But if the user forcefully goes up to load new messages, no point in scrolling the user down and interrupting their search. So const distance from bottom is top div.scroll height minus top div.scroll top minus top div.client height, like that. And return distance from bottom is less or equal than 100, like that. And then let's go ahead and let's write. So let me just see if I finished this correctly. Okay, this can be indented. Can it? No. Okay, like this. And now let's write if should auto scroll and execute that function. Set timeout. Like this. Bottom ref dot current question mark scroll into view behavior smooth, like that. And let's give the timeout 100 milliseconds. And let's add the bottom ref, the chat ref, count, and has initialized to this use effect. Great. So we have that now. Now let's go ahead back inside of our chat messages. And below the use chat socket, add use chat scroll from /hooks use chat scroll. So we just created that hook. Great. And go ahead and pass the chat ref. Go ahead and pass the bottom ref, the load more, which is going to be fetch next page, which we have from this chat query here. Should load more is going to be if we are not fetching more, if we're not fetching the next page, and if we have the next page by turning this into a boolean using double exclamation points, has next page, and a count, which is going to just count the latest page. So data.pages, first one, dot items, dot length. And if we can't get any of that, default to 0, like this. So make sure to use these question marks just so they always trigger. So they don't accidentally break the app, sorry. Okay, now let's try. I'm gonna try and say new message, and I should automatically get scrolled down. There we go. You can see how my screen automatically scrolled down. And now I'm going to refresh here, and I'm going to try to load messages manually by scrolling up. So if I scroll up, there we go, it's loading. If I scroll a bit down and load more, it's loading newer. And I can do that all the way to the top. Perfect. So depending if user can manually scroll, we are going to trigger the auto scroll. And if a user for some reason cannot scroll, so let's test this in this one. I have a lot of messages here. So if for some reason user scrolls to the top and then it's stuck like this, they can always click manually to load previous messages. Great, so you completely wrapped up the chat messages component. What we have to do now is we have to enable them for the individual one-on-one member conversation, which is going to be easy because we have everything completed now. We just have to create the API routes for it, and then we're going to finish it up with live audio and video calls. So now let's go ahead and let's enable one-on-one conversation. So let's go back inside of our main folder, inside of routes, server ID, and instead of channels, go ahead to the individual member ID page right here. So far, we've only put the chat header, but now we can add the chat messages from /components chat messages, and we can add the chat input from /components chat input. So just make sure you have both of those, chat messages and chat inputs. I'm just gonna move this to the top. So chat header, chat messages, and chat input. Now let's go ahead and let's give them all appropriate props. So for the chat messages, let's give the member of current member, like that. Let's give the name of other member.profile.name, like that. Chat ID of conversation.id. Type of conversation. API URL to /API/direct/message-messages, like this. Param key is going to be conversation ID. Param value is going to be conversation.id. socket URL is going to be /API/socket/direct-messages like this, and socket query is going to be an object which takes in the conversation ID and which is type of conversation.id like this. Great. And now for the chat input, go ahead and give it a name of other member.profile.name like that. Let's go ahead and give it a type of conversation, API URL of /API/socket/direct-messages like that, and query of conversation ID, conversation.id like that. And if you save those, now you should also see messages here, but our request is going to fail. That's because we don't have this route /API/socket direct messages and /API/direct messages. You can see the error, something went wrong. So let's go ahead and implement those now. So first let's do the global /API/direct messages just to load the messages. Let's go ahead. Let's close everything. Let's go inside of the app folder, inside of the API folder, and create a new folder called direct-messages like that. And inside, you can just copy the route from messages because they're very similar. We're just going to have to change a couple of things inside. So everything says the same. Messages batch stay the same. We're doing the cursor, the channel ID, all of that is correct. But our let message array is not going to be message, but direct message from @prisma/client. So make sure to import that, and you can already remove the message from Prisma client. All right. And now instead of looking at await db.message, we're looking at db.directMessage this time. And instead of using a channel ID here, we're going to have to use conversation ID. So instead of loading the channel, let's go ahead. Instead of loading the channel ID, we are loading the conversation ID. So change this param to be conversation ID like that, and do the check for conversation ID, and conversation ID is missing. And then we can safely use the conversation ID right here. Perfect. Let's scroll down and let's do the same change. This one is going to be direct message like that, and this is going to be the conversation ID like that. Perfect. And everything else can stay the same, and let's just change this to direct messages get, so we know something goes wrong here. So why does this change to conversation ID? Well, because in our main folder, routes, conversations, member ID page, we set the param key to be conversation ID, and the socket query is conversation ID. So that's what we are working with here. So let's go ahead and refresh this now. And there we go, no more errors, but our chat is still not going to work. We have to fix that now. So now let's create that route that is going to allow us to create direct messages. So let's go ahead and close everything and go inside of the pages folder. And you can go inside of the socket folder and create a new folder, direct-messages like this. And inside you can copy the index.ts. So just paste it from messages like this. And now we are going to modify it to match the direct messages instead of just messages. So first thing that we are going to change is this request.query. We are not going to work with server ID and channel ID. Instead, we're just going to work with conversation ID like that, which means that we can only check this conversation ID, write conversation ID is missing, and remove the check for channel ID like that. And instead of looking for server here, we are going to look for the conversation. So you can go ahead here and remove this const server like that. And let's go ahead, and we can actually also remove the channel. So all the way, so remove both the check for channel, remove the check for server, all of these things. So just leave the member after the content check right here. And we're gonna get our conversations from our members from the conversation. So let's go ahead now. And let's write const, let me zoom back in, conversation is equal to await db.conversation.find first, like that, where ID is conversation ID as string, like that, or open an array, member1 profile ID is equal to profile.id of the currently logged in user, so like that. Or the other option is that we are member 2. So either member 1 or member 2 has to have our matching profile ID, which we get right here using the current profile pages, right? So after we get that, let's go ahead and add include. And let's go ahead and let's include the member 1 and let's include their profile. So true. And you can go ahead and copy this and just rename this to member 2 like this. Perfect. And now, before we do the members, let's do if there is no conversation. In that case, we can return this error 404 conversation not found like this. Let me just expand my screen as much as I can. There we go. And now we're going to use a different method to find the member. So we're going to write conversation.member1.profileID is equal to current profile.id. If that is true, then we are member 1. So let's assign ourselves to conversation.member1. Otherwise, we are member 2. So conversation.member2 like that. Perfect. And we can leave this as it is. And instead of creating a message, we are right now creating a direct message, right? Which means we are no longer using the channel ID, but the conversation ID. Like that. And everything else is the same because those two models are very similar. And last thing we have to change is this channel key to use conversation ID instead. And let's just change this to direct messages host like that. So let's go ahead now and let's try this. So I assume this is still not going to work real time, but after I refresh, I think the message should be visible. So this is a direct message. Let's go ahead. It seems like we've gotten an error here. It seems to be a 404 error. All right, let's go ahead and let's check out what that is. So we have /API socket direct messages here. And what I forgot was to add, so messages is spelled with 2 S's and I named my folder with 1 S. Messages like that. Okay, let's try now. So this is a direct message. I'm going to press enter and there we go. Now it's disabled for a longer time here. And there we go. This is a direct message. Perfect. So you can see that, yeah, it actually works in real time because this one sends the proper REST socket server IO channel key, right? And we already have all of that set up. So you see how useful that was that we first finished the entire chat messages. Perfect. Again, if you're not using sockets, you should see your message anyway after 1 second because of that refresh interval that we have. Great. What's not working now is editing the messages and deleting them. So let's do that. So let's go back inside of our folder right here and let's expand this a little bit and you can just copy this message ID and paste it here in the direct messages and let's go ahead and let's rename that to direct message ID like this. Great. So go inside of that file right now and let's modify it so it fits the message ID and conversation structure. So we are no longer looking for message ID, server ID, and channel ID from the query. Instead, we are looking for direct message ID because that's what we named our file, direct message ID. And we are looking for the conversation ID because that is the param key that we are sending. The content stays the same and we can just check for the conversation ID here and change this to conversation ID is missing and go ahead and remove this check. No need for it. And now we can go ahead and remove this server and this channel. So just leave the member like we did in that previous one. And let's go ahead and let's find the conversation instead. So const conversation is equal, let me zoom in, is equal to await db.conversation.find first like that, where ID is conversation ID as string, or open an array, member 1 profile ID is equal to current profile.id, or it's member 2. So the second item in array is member 2 like that. So we are either that one or the other one. After the where clause, let's add the include clause. So member 1 and their profile. And same thing for the member 2. So let's go ahead and add that member 2 profile. There we go. And now let's go ahead and let's copy this check for member and reuse it for the conversation. So if we didn't find the conversation, then just write conversation not found, like that. And now let's go ahead and modify how we find the member. So conversation.member1 .profile ID is equal to profile.id. In that case, we are conversation.member1. Otherwise, we are conversation.member2. Like that. This can stay the same. And now for the messages, let's go ahead and change this to let direct message await direct message that find first, where is going to use the direct message ID and it's going to use the conversation ID like that, and the rest can stay the same. If there is no direct message, or if direct message has been deleted, in that case message has not been found. Perfect. And let's change this to use direct message.member ID as well. The rest can stay the same. Now let's go in the delete method right here. So delete method is going to use the direct message constant and look for db.directMessage. ID is going to be direct message ID. And there we go. The rest can stay the same. And the same thing is going to be for the patch. So if we're going to change from message constant to direct message constant, await db.directMessage, and it's going to use the direct message ID like that. And inside of here, we're going to use conversation.id, and we're going to pass in the direct message here and the direct message to the JSON right here. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's try that out now. So I'm going to refresh this. And let's try and edit these messages in real time. So edited direct message, and let's save it. Let's see if it works. There we go, in real time. And let's delete this one. Once I delete it, let's see, there we go, all in real time. Perfect. So you have completely finished all the messages. Now what we have to do is add the video and voice channels. So now let's go ahead and let's enable video chats. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to visit livekit.io. So this is open source and has a very generous free tier, and you can also self-host it if you want to. So I think this is the absolute best option for real-time video, audio, and data. Let's go ahead and let's click on the cloud right here. Once you're in the cloud, go ahead and click Get Started for free and go ahead and create an account. Once you are inside, go ahead and accept terms of service just like this, and let's name the app. So I'm going to name it Discord-tutorial like that and continue. Let's wait a second for this to load and go ahead and just answer these questions right here. Great. Once you are in the cloud here, let's go ahead and let's prepare our .environment file so we can add the environment variables needed. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to add livekit _API _key. I'm going to add livekit _API _secret and next _public _livekit _URL like that. And let's go ahead and fill each of those. So first thing we can already fill is the next public livekit URL. What you have to do is once you've logged in and you are inside of this dashboard, you can see this URL right here. So just click copy Websocket URL at the top and go ahead and paste it here like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and let's go inside of settings here and go ahead and click on add a new key. Go ahead and give it a description. So I'm going to call it tutorial and click generate like that. And don't close this window. Copy the API key and paste it in livekit _API _key and copy the secret key and go ahead and paste that into livekit API secret like that. Great. So now that you have that, you can go and visit livekit documentation. So you can safely close this now. If you accidentally closed it before you were able to paste it, just click add a new key. Great. Now let's go ahead and click on the documentation button here and let's follow the documentation for Next 13 right here. So let's first do the installation of livekit SDK right here. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to show you in my terminal how that looks. So let's go inside of the terminal here I'm going to close my app, and there we go. Let's just, okay, so it's this one. It's npm install livekit-server-sdk, livekit-client, and livekit/components-react, and livekit/components-styles, like that. So let me zoom out so you can see this in one line if possible, like this. So, or you can just copy it from their documentation, of course. Just select the npm. So it's step 1 under next 13 documentation. And go ahead and press enter and wait for all of those to install. Great. Once that has installed, let's go ahead and let's follow the step 2, which we already did. We added all of this API keys inside, so no need to do that. What we have to do now is create a token endpoint. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna go inside of my app, inside of my API folder. So let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm gonna create a new folder called LiveKit. So create a new folder inside of your app API called LiveKit, like that, and go ahead and add a new file, route.ts, inside, like that. And you can go ahead and copy this entire snippet and paste it here. I am of course gonna expand this, so if you don't want to copy from there, you can copy from mine right here. So there we go, pause the screen and you can copy this entire thing. But we do have to change a couple of stuff. So first things first, this is fine, but our API key, API secret are also fine, but the VS URL is not. Instead of this one, it's going to be next_public_livekit_URL, like that. Perfect. And everything else can stay the same. So why did this need a change? Well, because in our .environment file, as you can see, we're using the next public livekit URL. So just make sure all of those 3 keys match what you use here. So secret and API key, like that. Perfect. Now that this is done, we can create our component, which is going to join the actual video call. So let's go ahead and let's go inside of our components folder and create a new file called media-room.tsx, like that. Go ahead and mark this as use client, like that. Go ahead and import use effect and use state from React. Go ahead and import live kit room, video conference from @livekit/components-react, like that, and import @livekit/component-styles, like this. Go ahead and import channel from Prisma client. Go ahead and import use user from Clerk Next.js. Go ahead and import loader2 from Lucid React, like that. Now let's create an interface, media room props, to have a chat ID, which is a string, a video, which is a boolean, and audio, which is a boolean as well. Great. Now let's write export const media room. And let's extract all of those. So chat ID, video, and audio. And let's map them to the props, media room props, like that. Perfect. So let's return this arrow function. And let's go ahead and let's get the user. So user from use user, which we imported from Clerk. And let's create a state for token and set token from use state, like that. Now let's create a use effect here, which is going to call our newly created livekit route and append the token inside of this state. So if there is no user first name, or if there is no user last name, we can return the function. And now let's generate the name constant using backticks. So open an object, user.firstname, space, user.lastname, like that. So that's going to be written when you join the room. Now let's go ahead and add a self-executing function. So go ahead and open parentheses and write a synchronous function, like this. Go ahead and open a try and catch block. In the catch, we're just going to log the error, like that. And in the try block, write const response is equal to await fetch open backticks /API/livekit question mark room is equal to open a special object chat ID, and username is equal to the name. So every channel is gonna be have its own chat ID, so that's why we are gonna be able to that easily generate unique video rooms for every channel and for every direct message. Great. Let's get the data. Const data is equal to await response.json, like that. Set token data data.token, like that. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and give this dependency array a user question mark first name, user question mark last name, and chat ID, like that. Great. Now let's go ahead and render if token is empty, which means we are still fetching the token. So let's return a div with the class name of flex-call, flex-1, justify-center, and items-center, like that. And inside add a loader2, which we imported, which is a self-closing tag, and give it a class name of h-7, w-7, like that. Text-sync-500, animate-spin, and my-4, like that. And a paragraph which says loading with 3 dots, like that. And let's give the paragraph a class name of text-extra small, text-sync-500, and on dark mode text-sync-400, like that. Great. And finally, if everything is working fine, return a live kit room, like that, which is a self-closing tag. My apologies, it's not a self-closing tag. So go ahead and render video conference inside, like that. Give it a data-lk-theme of default. Give it a server URL of process.environment.next_public_live-kit_URL. Make sure that matches your environment file. A token of token, a connect of true, a video of video, and audio of audio, like that. Perfect. And now we're ready to render this inside of channel ID page. So now let's go inside of our channel ID page, inside of app, main, routes, channels, channel ID right here. And let's dynamically render these messages and this chat input. So we're only going to render that if channel type is text. So go ahead and add a conditional channel.type is equal to channel type, and import that from Prisma client. So make sure you add this import. I'm going to move it to the top. If it's equal to channel type.text, only then are we going to render a fragment like that, and go ahead and copy the chat messages and the chat input like that and paste it inside. There we go. And also just indent it so it looks nice. Great. And outside, go ahead and add if channel type is equal to channel type dot audio. In that case, we're going to render a media room like this. We're going to pass in the chat ID of channel.id and a video of false and an audio of true, like that. Great. And let's import media room from @/components media room. So let's not forget that. Okay. And let's copy and paste this and do the same thing for video, but this time video is going to be true, like that. Perfect. So let's try this out now. I'm going inside of my application here. Yeah, also make sure you run your application. So let me just go ahead and npm run dev. And let's go ahead now and let's go ahead and create a video channel. So I'm going to call this video-test and give it a type of video and click create right here. All right, and let's see if video test is working. All right, it seems to be loading. I'm going to wait a couple of seconds and then I'm going to check for errors. All right, so the reason we are stuck in infinite load is very simple. So we have to go inside of components, inside of the media room, and inside of this asynchronous function, I forgot to execute it. So go at the end of the brackets inside of the use effect of the asynchronous function and just execute it at the end like this. Let's go ahead and refresh this, and there we go. Now we can see a room being loaded here. And let's see if this is gonna go smoothly. There we go. You can see my name here. You can see that I'm talking and you can finally see me. Perfect. And let's go ahead and try the audio room. And there we go. The camera is off here. Perfect. So now you can see me here on the camera. One thing that we have to do now is enable this for direct one-on-one communication with users. So now let's go ahead and let's create one of the last components inside of our components folder here. So go inside of the app folder, components, chat, and in here create a chat-video-button.tsx component. Let's go ahead and mark this as use client like that. Let's go ahead and import QS from query-string like that. Let's import use path name from next navigation, use router, and use search params like that. Let's import video and video off from Lucid React, and let's import action tooltip from /action tooltip, and I'm just gonna change that to /components like that. Perfect. And now let's export const chat video button like that. And let's go ahead and let's return an action tooltip, give it a side of bottom like that, label of tooltip label like that, and inside render a button with an icon like this. So let's go ahead and define this stuff now. So const icon is going to be is video. In that case, it's going to be video off, otherwise video like that. And const tooltip label is going to be is video and video call, otherwise start video call like that. Now let's get this. So const is video is equal to search params dot get video like that, and add a question mark between search params, and let's get the search params now. So const search params is equal to use search params like that. Const path name is equal to use path name. Const router is equal to use router like that. So add those three, great. And now you have the const video, great. You have the icon, rename this to capital icon so that you can render it, great. And let's go ahead and let's add an onClick function here. So const onClick, const URL is equal to qs.stringify URL. URL is going to be path name or an empty string like that. And query is going to be video is video undefined, otherwise true, and add an option to skip null true like that. Perfect. And then let's go ahead and let's edit this a little bit. So go ahead and give this icon a class name of h-6w-6 text-sync-500 dark text-sync-400, and go ahead and give this button an onClick like that, and a class name of hover-opacity-75 and transition and mr-4 like that. So now let's go ahead and save this file and go back inside of the chat header component and go all the way down where it says the socket indicator, and before the socket indicator add a type is equal to conversation. In that case, go ahead and add chat video button like that, and make sure you import it from .chat video button like that. There we go. And now if you go inside one-on-one conversation inside of your chat header right here, you should see a video call button, and when you click on it, it should append a video true here. So let's go ahead and let's see why that is not working for me. So I'm just going to refresh. I'm going to click again. Okay, let's go ahead and debug that. So it's very simple. So I was in chat header, I got back to chat video button. It's because I don't use this URL. So let's go ahead and write router.push URL like that, and let's try now. If I click, let's refresh first. There we go. So when I click, you can see that video is appended in my URL. When I click, it's off. So now let's do the functionality which actually shows the media room. So let's go back inside of our member ID page. So I'm just gonna go and expand this and go inside of app, main, routes, conversation, member ID page. So let me just expand so you can see where that is. Go back to the props right here and add search params here, which are gonna have a video optional boolean like that, and go ahead and extract the search params from here as well. And now go back inside of the render function, and let's go ahead and leave the chat header, but let's keep this only if search params.video. So put exclamation point. So if there is no video in search params, only then go ahead and render a fragment with chat messages and chat input. So select two of these like that and paste them inside, and just go ahead and indent those. Perfect. There we go. So that solves that now. And now let's go ahead above that and add a different query. So if search params.video is true, then go ahead and render the media room from components media room. So make sure you import the media room like I did here, and give it a chat ID of conversation.id and video of true and audio of true like that. There we go. Let's go ahead and try. I'm going to refresh here. And once I click on the video call right here, you should be able to see me right here on the camera because we have a one-on-one conversation. Perfect. And if I end the video call, we are off. Great job. You finished the entire Discord clone. I'm not sure if I have time to show you the deployment. If not, I'm going to write in the comments how to do it, or I'm going to make an additional video. If I do, I'm going to recheck my total time and then I'm going to create another part. Nevertheless, thank you so much for watching this entire video, and I hope to see you in the next one if this is the end of the video. Thank you so much and great job. So it looks like I have some time to show you how to deploy after all. So let's go ahead and let's close everything. So I'm just going to zoom out. I'm going to close everything here. Go inside of your terminal right here. Shut down the application and do git add, git commit, final. Okay, so I already committed, but I just wanted to show you that you do this as well. And now let's go ahead and create our GitHub repository. Alright, so I opened a new repository template here inside of my account, and let's name this something like team-chat-tutorial like that. Let's make it private and click create repository. Go ahead and choose the second option, which is push an existing repository from the command line. And let's paste all of that here. So just make sure you did git add and git commit like that. And now go ahead and visit railway.com. So we cannot deploy to Vercel because Vercel is serverless and we're using Websockets, meaning that Websockets will not work there. So go ahead and create an account or log in. So you have a free tier which doesn't require a credit card. Go ahead and click on new project and click deploy from GitHub repo right here. And now you might have to click configure GitHub app if it's not loading your repositories. So I'm going to search for mine. What did I name it? Team chat. So find your repository which you just created here. And let's go ahead and let's add variables right here. So we have to add variables. Select that and go ahead and press on this little icon so we can add more of them at once. Actually, oh yeah, click on the raw editor right here. There we go, like that. And now let's go ahead and open your .environment file and copy everything that is inside and paste it right here like that. Perfect. And you can actually remove this huge comment from Prisma, so no need for that. So just leave the environment variables like that and go ahead and click update variables like that. And then you can go to your deployments and there we go, it's building. So let's just wait a couple of seconds to see if maybe we will have to rebuild. There we go. So mine automatically started. So let's wait until one of these finishes. Great, so my deployment was successful. And now what I have to do is click add a domain. Right, so click on that build and click add a domain, and there we go. Now you have a domain here, and you can go ahead and visit the page, so it's not going to be immediately visible. But one thing you can already do is click here and just copy that URL And let's go ahead and let's go inside the variables right here. And remember, we have a variable inside of our socket IO. So let me just find the socket provider here. We have to add this next public site URL environment. So let's go ahead inside of the raw editor, inside of our variables, and at the end, add the next underscore public underscore site underscore URL to be this new domain that we have. Just remove the slash at the end. So don't just remove this slash like that and click update variables. Perfect. And that is going to schedule a redeploy. So just go back to your deployments and wait for a new one to appear. So I'm going to refresh and there we go. This one is building now. So let's wait for that to finish. Great, so now it redeployed because I added a new environment variable. Now I'm gonna go ahead and visit it again. And there we go, you can see my Clerk login. So let me try and log in now. And there we go, I am in production with live real-time updates, which mean that my WebSocket server is working. And let's try real-time message on deployment, like that. So I just butchered that. And there we go, it works. I can also delete that message in real time. Beautiful. I can change to light mode. Let's go ahead and edit the message like that. And that is in real time as well. Great job. And thank you so much for watching this video. See you in the next one.